Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, might I ask you to take your seats so that we can start the debate, please? Thank you for following. Thank you. This is the last call before we open the debate. Please take your seats, distinguished delegates. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable colleagues, the President of the IPU, Secretary General, all honorable speakers and members of Parliament present here. I now declare open the debate on the emergency item that was included in our agenda this morning, which is entitled, Condemns the Invasions of Ukraine and the Subsequent Annexation of Terrorists, Defending the Territorial Integrity of Every Country. I am Catherine Gotani Hara, Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi, and I'll moderate your debate. We have 60 minutes 1 hour of debate this morning. There is no pre-established list for speakers. If you wish to take the floor, simply fill out of the inscription forms that are available in this room and pass it on to the secretary. In order to enable the highest number of speakers to take the floor within the allocated time, speaking times are set at 2 minutes per speaker. Please make good use of your sense of time and bear with the chair when I tell you that your speaking time is over. All speakers will take the floor from their seats. I will now invite Mr. Edwards of Chile, author of the draft resolution, to take the floor as the first speaker today. At this point, I declare the debate open. The floor is now given to Chile and Gulag, to be followed by Mr. Junwiti of the delegation of Canada. Chile, you have the floor. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. I want to, probably many of you realize that the Chile resolution had 3 votes abstained from the Chile delegation. And that happened because we have a large and diverse delegation from the Communist Party to the Republican Party. And I wanted to share this just to let you know that the text that we presented is a result of a long and hard internal negotiation, and everyone's opinion was considered at every turn, even from that MP that voted against. And our idea, Mr. President, is to accommodate as many countries' concerns as possible, because our goal is to get the broadest majority possible, hopefully larger than the one obtained at the UN, I understand, from a yesterday vote. During yesterday's vote here at the Assembly, we followed closely the vote of many African countries, for example, and realized that many we thought could reject ended up abstaining. And I hope many of you from all over the world can voice your concerns during this debate. I would like also to, in the drafting committee, of course, if it's agreed, to add a paragraph recognizing and encouraging the IPU task force work on Ukraine. I think we have to continue those efforts to bring the parties to the table for a peaceful resolution. Also, I have to say that, as we mentioned yesterday, in many countries, inflation has skyrocketed. And Chileans, at least, are sick about this. We're facing high unemployment rates, salaries are going down, and I suspect that many countries are in the same boat. So this war also has to be over because it's creating many problems in different parts of the world, for example, with inflation. I also would love to hear from, for example, our Somali friends. If my stats are correct, more than 90%
Honourable
of the
member
wheat...
from Chile, please consider winding up.
Okay. I understand that 90% of the wheat it comes or used to come from Russia and Ukraine, and we have to take the risk of famine very seriously. I want to tell my South African friends also that I took close notes about what you said. The idea is to accommodate as many people possible. To my Pakistani friends, whom I respect and I have deepest admiration for them, you probably realize that no Chilean vote went against your emergency item proposal, not even mine.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McGenty from Canada, followed by Poland, Mr. Fogel.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, the Canadian delegation wants to begin by reaffirming its unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, its people, and its right to determine its own destiny. The Canadian Parliament is unanimous in this regard, as is our delegation here this week. I think that here at the IPU this week we are, I believe, in very good company. The United Nations issued its own decision speaking very plainly yesterday about territorial integrity. The G7 communique of 2 days ago has clearly indicated that in terms of the G7, it has no intention of stopping. The truth is, colleagues, this: no state can act with impunity and reckless abandon. No state can choose to bulldoze their way into another in violation of international and United Nations law, and bomb children's playgrounds, children's hospitals, schools, shoot civilians in the street,
Canada, consider winding up.
and forcibly displace 7 million of its people. No state can take on such a thing and not expect the world to react. And the IPU in this debate is reacting. So I implore all colleagues, let us redouble our efforts, mobilize our governments, our parliaments, to bring justice, to hold the line on diplomatic and economic sanctions, and to bring an end to an unprovoked, to an unjust, and an unacceptable invasion. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Canada. Mr. Fogel, Poland, followed by France, Mr. Rioton. Madam Rioton.
Thank you, Chair, and dear colleagues. We are debating about an emergency item today. An emergency item condemning the Russian invasion on Ukraine and the annexation of its territories in defense of territorial integrity of all states. I would like to underline it because at some point it may be important to every one of us. Some of you may have been already approached by the members of the Russian delegation. They were probably saying the same old things as usual, something about NATO being the bad guy, something about spheres of influence, about Russophobia, etc. But the truth is crystal clear. Russia has attacked another country, unthreatened, unprovoked. Civilians, including women and children, are being killed. children are being deported to Russia just because of their nationality, Ukrainian in that case. This is genocide. This is the exact definition of genocide. And unfortunately, this is the Russian way. Some of you may think that this distant war doesn't concern you. But if it's not true, if not for the moral grounds, think of the threats to many countries concerning the food security. The aggressors are destroying Ukrainian crops.
And consider winding
They are
up,
trying
please.
to stop them from exporting grain and doing everything to prevent Ukrainian farmers from planting for the upcoming year. I'd like to appeal to everyone who supported yesterday's Pakistani proposal. Do not see this as a competition. Climate matters to us all. But now we are voting on a different matter, and it's really simple. We either support the aggressor or the victim.
Thank you, Poland.
Good or evil. Thank you.
And now invite Madame Rioton, France, followed by Vietnam, Mr. Don.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents et Présidentes d'Assemblée, chers collègues, ce matin, comme depuis le début de la semaine, nous avons appris de nouvelles frappes ont touché le sol ukrainien. Des frappes dévastatrices, meurtrières, des frappes aveugles et indiscriminées, des frappes qui visent les infrastructures et les populations civiles. Chaque jour, l'armée russe commet de nouveaux crimes, des crimes toujours plus documentés qui devront être jugés et punis et seront jugés et punis. Plus de 2 mois de guerre, plus de 7 mois de guerre, le courage et la détermination de l'armée et la population ukrainienne forcent l'admiration de tous. Nous pensons en particulier aux soldats et à leurs familles, à ces générations qui seront sacrifiées pour la paix. Acculée, la Russie s'enfonce dans ses mensonges, tentant par une mascarade de démocratie, je parle évidemment des référendums truqués, de masquer ces violations continues de droits internationaux. Cette guerre n'est pas seulement entre la Russie et l'Ukraine. Cette guerre, c'est celle de la défense de la cause la plus sacrée, la liberté. Et quand la liberté est sous les bombes, nous n'avons pas le droit de faiblir. C'est pourquoi l'Ukraine a trouvé le soutien d'une large part de la communauté internationale. La France se tient aux côtés de l'Ukraine. Elle l'est depuis le début du conflit et continuera de l'être tant qu'il le faudra. Hier soir, le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, a annoncé une nouvelle accélération des livraisons d'armes, évoquant notamment les canons César, également de nouveaux systèmes de défense aérienne. Si la France est à vos côtés aujourd'hui, chers collègues ukrainiens, elle le sera encore demain pour accompagner la reconstruction de votre pays. Je vous remercie.
Consider winding up, please. Okay. Thank you. And now invite Vietnam, Mr. Don. Followed by Mr. Shivambo, South Africa.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. We have followed closely with great concern over the recent developments in Ukraine, which may lead to the risk of escalating tensions, confrontation, and unpredictable consequences to peace, security, stability, cooperation, and development in the world. Vietnam has maintained a principled and steadfast position in support of resolving conflicts by peaceful means and with respect to the United Nations Charter and international law, including the principles of sovereign equality, respect for independence, territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, and refrainment from the threat or use of force. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine, if not resolved peacefully and expeditiously, will continue to affect the entire world, given the spillover effects now seen across regions. We are therefore convinced that the only way forward is to de-escalate tension, resume dialogue and negotiation through all channels, with a view to achieving long-term and comprehensive solutions that take into consideration the interests and concerns of all parties
consider winding
in
up,
accordance
please.
with the international law. We support such efforts and remain ready to make positive contributions to the diplomatic process and, where appropriate, to reconstruction in Ukraine. It is our hope that the IPU and IPU member parliaments will work actively together toward this end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vietnam. South Africa, Mr. Chuambo.
Thank you very much.
Followed by Peru, Mr. Bostamau.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think despite the temptation to want to take a homogeneous approach to the Russia-Ukraine situation, I think we, as a multilateral body, the IPU, but also encouraging the United Nations to do the same thing, we should be able to sensibly listen as to some of the reasons and some of the contextual issues that are raised around the role of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. Because speaking from the African continent, we have got a very horrible experience where they came to enforce a no-fly zone in Libya and ended up with a destroyed country and an assassinated head of state, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. And we should be rightfully concerned by NATO's expansionist policies eastward and the reaction that is now defining the Russian Federation. And so this issue of trying to bulldoze everyone towards a singular and homogeneous perspective does not help. Despite these observations, I think that the IPU and the United Nations as well should position themselves as institutions and platforms that must mediate for peace and have negotiations with all the parties that are involved. Instead of condemnation and just finding ourselves, I'm winding up, not just supplying arms to one of the warring partners. There has to be a relentless and consistent effort to try to achieve peace in Ukraine and Russia instead of supplying arms to one of the warring partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Africa. I now invite Peru, Mr. Bustamau, followed by Zambia, Mr. Kazimete.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President. I believe the current problem, the war between Ukraine and Russia, should actually be focused from a different angle. I believe that the annexation of territories by force is wrong. This is not the time of human history to do that and to accept that. However, we have in place something worse, which is the possibility of the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict, or as a consequence of this conflict. And I believe that we should try to atone our statements in terms of not incentivizing countries to either be cornered so that they can have in their mind no other possibility but to use nuclear weapons, say the nuclear weapons that do not apparently cause much damage, because that would escalate immediately. So my point is that we should draft a resolution which is equilibrated, which has equity, that recognizes that each of those countries in right now fighting each other should not be encouraged to be cornered, because even a mouse, when cornered, can become a lion.
Consider winding up, Peru.
And definitely, I believe that we should put in our statement something to the tone of neighboring countries of both countries should not encourage them to take extreme measures, such as, for instance, the use of tactical or other type of nuclear weapons, which would definitely be the problem with the world, not necessarily the annexation of territories. Thank you.
Zambia has withdrawn. I now invite Ireland, Ms. Hen, to take the floor, followed by Ukraine, Ms. Vicet.
Thank you, Madam President. Brendan Howland speaking for Ireland. Having had the chilling privilege of visiting Ukraine in August of this year and seeing the killing fields of Bucha, the destroyed homes of Borodyanka, the devastated schools of Makariv, I witnessed the consequences of the aggression of Russia against the sovereign land of Ukraine. Ireland stands as one with the suffering people of Ukraine. Ireland knows full well how precious a thing is national sovereignty and how all Democrats must stand against violations of any country's integrity, especially with brute force and indiscriminate violence. This aggression began in 2014 and has gone on now for 8 years. This, Madam President, is a pivotal challenge for this Assembly to stand with the attacked, the suffering, and call out the aggressor. No one is safe if we don't do that. The United Nations has indicated the world's view yesterday. We, parliamentarians, joined together in this World Assembly, must do the same. Thank you.
I now invite Ukraine, Ms. Vasilenko, followed by Portugal, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, dear colleagues, moreover, thank you to this Assembly that pulled together yesterday and stood in unity for the values of the IPU when voting on the topic of the emergency item resolution. In the face of the spiraling escalation of Russia's aggression, which started against Ukraine 8 years ago, we have no other choice than to keep recalling the basic principles of the statute of our organization and of the Charter of the UN, whereby nations have individual responsibility to abstain from aggression and do all possible to maintain international peace and security. The main goal we all pursue collectively is to call on Russia to cease aggressive activities. These aggressive activities, they eventually led to food, energy, and nuclear being used as a weapon of war. While military activities are contained and limited to Ukraine, the consequences of this aggression are felt in every corner of the world. Famine is about to return to this continent and to many others as Russia lays landmines on Ukrainian fields and blocks seaports. This, of course, will lead to the aggravation of the migration crisis, which is already onsetting in the world. And the threat of the use of nuclear weapons is actually the first time we've had for decades and decades. Turning a blind eye to annexation, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity is something that only encourages dictators and authoritarian rule worldwide to do more of their criminal activities. So our Assembly yesterday did the only thing that it was right to do. We supported this topic, and I hope that the working group will produce a text that is dignified of this Assembly and that we can vote on in the coming days. Thank you.
To Ukraine, Portugal, Mr. Santos, followed by UK, Mr. Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, dear colleagues. Fortunately, Russia was not invaded by foreign troops. Fortunately, the economical, health and educational structure of Russia were not destroyed by foreign troops. Fortunately, the Russian men and boys did not have to go to war to protect their homeland, their children and families, their way of life. Fortunately, the Russian children are not being killed at their homes, in their cities, at their schools, or deported to a foreign country. Fortunately, the Russian women are not being abused and raped by foreign troops. Fortunately, the Russian elderly are not being killed or living in despair, kicked out of their homes without health care or food. Fortunately, the Russian women and children are not obliged to leave their homes and country and seek refuge in other countries, such in my country, in Portugal. Fortunately, there is no Holocaust, no pogrom, no Holodomor, no genocide taking place in Russia. Ukraine will prevail. There is no way for Mr. Putin to win this war. And Portugal is backing up Ukraine by all means. Our frontiers were opened on the first day to all the Ukrainians, and our homes in Portugal are receiving Ukrainian refugees for the time necessary to help Ukraine and to establish the world order and on the principles of the United Nations Charter. And Russia, the free people of Russia and Ukraine must be part of a world in peace, where each citizen has the opportunity to be happy. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you, Portugal. I now invite the United Kingdom, Mr. Whitingdale, followed by Turkey, Mr. Kavachi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As reaffirmed by the General Assembly of the United Nations yesterday, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a clear violation of international law and a breach of the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and the founding principles of the IPU. If it is allowed to stand, then it will send a message to every authoritarian dictator or regime that violence pays and that international law can simply be ignored. Russia claims that they are defending Russian-speaking citizens in the east of Ukraine, yet it is those same citizens who are being killed daily by Russian bullets, bombs, and shells. In 1994, at Budapest, Ukraine agreed to give up nuclear weapons on its soil, and in return Russia, along with the United Kingdom and the United States, guaranteed to respect the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine in existing borders. Yet it is Russia that has breached that and is now threatening the use of nuclear weapons on Ukrainian soil. 3 years ago, I was an official observer for the OSCE at both rounds of the presidential elections and the following elections for the Ukrainian parliament. I watched thousands of ordinary Ukrainians queuing to participate in those elections and showed their commitment to the process. That was real democracy, unlike the sham that took place in the so-called referendums at which people were forced to vote under the barrels of Russian guns. I am proud that Britain
United Kingdom consider winding up.
I am proud that Britain and France were the founding members of the IPU, which was established to promote democracy for everyone. If that principle means anything, then the UK delegation, together with the Netherlands, for whom I speak, would urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I now invite Turkey, Mr. Kavachi, and followed by Spain, Mr. Cepeda.
Thank you so much. As Turkey, we strongly support Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. And we expect the war to end soon. No more innocent civilians should lose their lives. People shouldn't have to leave their homes. What does Ukraine need right now, in addition to our support and the support of the international community? There is need for political and technical assistance. There has to be some sort of dialogue. The international community needs to support that. There needs to be continuing international humanitarian efforts in the area. We're honored that 3,700 Ukrainians came to Turkey. We enjoyed hosting them, but we shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to leave their homes. A special group of 1,300 orphans with their companions are being hosted in Turkey. I know there's more elsewhere. The cost of war is increasing, but the winter is coming, but there is some good news. With all this chaos, on 22nd of July, together with the United Nations, Turkey sat together with Ukraine and Russia to put an end to the possible grain crisis that would globally affect all of us. So the grain shipments started to various global locations. And as of 1st of August, 6 million tons of grain has been shipped. On the 21st of October, there was a hostage crisis and hostage exchange.
Consider winding up, Turkey.
So I just wanted to share some good news, and I will conclude by saying that people of Turkey stand with the people of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Madam from Turkey. I now invite Spain, Mr. Cepeda, followed by Syria, Mr. Saleh.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. La verdad que después de conocer ayer la resolución de Naciones Unidas, donde se garantizaba el derecho internacional, se garantizaba la integridad territorial de Ucrania, nadie creo que puede ser hoy un punto de cierta equidistancia o neutralidad con respecto a lo que está sucediendo en Ucrania. La realidad es que, desde luego, nuestra delegación, España, siempre va a estar a favor de defender los intereses generales de cualquier país, bajo la Carta de Naciones Unidas, pero efectivamente se está vulnerando en este momento derechos básicos, fundamentales, se está bombardeando a la población civil y bajo ningún concepto yo creo que esta organización puede ser ajena a ello. No se puede hablar, como he escuchado en alguna intervención previa, de neutralidad. No se puede hablar de un conflicto entre dos países. Estamos hablando de la vulneración clara de los derechos humanos. Estamos hablando claramente de la vulneración del derecho internacional. Estamos hablando claramente de vulnerar la Carta de Naciones Unidas. No hay equidistancia ante una agresión de tal magnitud. Y nosotros somos los representantes de la política en el mundo. Somos los que representamos a millones y millones de personas en nuestros parlamentos. Cuando se acaba la política, comienza la guerra. Y nosotros no podemos, como organización de políticos del mundo, como el alma de la política en el mundo, no podemos ser ajenos cuando alguien quiere utilizar las armas, la guerra, la violencia y la sangre para imponer sus ideas. Por último, simplemente ser solidario con Lesia Veselensko, Alona Sugrum, las representantes de Ucrania hoy aquí en esta Asamblea, y lamentar que también, si quieren hablar de escuchar razones, estuvieran los miembros de la delegación de la Federación Rusa para saber también cuál es la opinión del resto del mundo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Spain. I now invite Syria, Mr. Saleh, followed by Iran, Mr. Reza Chah.
السيدة الرئيسة، السادة الزملاء، إن سوريا التي عانت ولا زالت تعاني من حرب ظالمة طالت الحجر والشجر وترافقت بعقوبات قسرية أحادية الجانب ومخالفة للقانون الدولي، كان فحواها عقاب جماعي للشعب السوري دون تحريك ساكن من قبل المجتمع الدولي. سوريا تدرك تماما أن سبب صمودها كان شعبها وجيشها وقائدها ومساندة الأصدقاء والحلفاء وعلى رأسهم روسيا الاتحادية التي لم تتردد يوما عن الوقوف إلى جانب الدولة السورية إن كان في المحافل الدولية أو في ساحات المعارك، ولم تتردد عن تقديم الشهداء الذين امتزجت دماؤهم بدماء شهدائنا الأبرار. لذلك نعلنها جهارا بأننا ندعم الموقف الروسي ونقف إلى جانبهم، لأننا كسوريين خير من فهم المخاطر الجغرافية والسياسية من ضمن دول قلة. سوريا تدعم الموقف لأنها تعي أن الصراخ الإعلامي والسياسي من الغرب وأمريكا هو محاولة لإبقاء حالة الفوضى والاحتراب والتقسيم منتشرة في العالم ليسهل عليها تحقيق أهدافها، بدءا من سوريا، لبنان، العراق، ليبيا، أوكرانيا، أرمينيا، والقائمة تطول. أعتقد أن من يقف اليوم مع موسكو إنما يقف مع نفسه ويحمي نفسه من مخاطر تكرار سياسات العدوان الغربية والأمريكية بحقه. من معاناتنا هذا لا يعني أننا ندعو إلى الحرب، بل ندعو وندعم حوارا بناء بين الدولتين بإشراف المجتمع الدولي. وشكرا.
Thank you very much, Madam from Syria. I now invite Iran, Mr. Reza Khan, followed by Cambodia, Mr. Tai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, my delegation would like to emphasize on our principled position on opposition with any country-specific resolution based and political motivation approach in the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Having said that, we do not consider this process to be a constructive approach. We regret that during this session, the Western Orchestra unproportionate attack to the Russian Federation. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that the Islamic Republic of Iran supports any efforts that are made for the peaceful settlement of the conflict in Ukraine, and it stands ready consistently to contribute to this process. Finally, we emphasize that the principal position of my government is opposition with the arming of each party in order to end the conflict. At the end, I would like to say that if the human rights matters, I invite our parliamentarian to support the people of Yemen as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I now invite Cambodia, Mr. Tai, followed by New Zealand, Ms. Waters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Distinguished Honorable Parliamentarian Delegation. Cambodia would like to express our full support to this emergency item sponsored by Chile and a group of Latin America and the Caribbean. But however, we would suggest to the drafting committee or task force to consider about the establishment of the court for the war crime. Based on our Cambodia experience, this court can establish and operate only after the end of the war. And therefore, Cambodia would like to appeal all the parties resume their peace negotiation to reach the ceasefire and peace as soon as better. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cambodia. At this point, honorable colleagues, I have 5 speakers on my list, and after the next speaker, I'll close the list. So anybody who wishes to speak, please bring forward your request. Otherwise, after this speaker, we'll close the list. I now invite New Zealand, Ms. Waters, to take the floor, followed by Pakistan, Mr. Syed.
Tēnā tātou katoa, colleagues. There's poetry sometimes in the solidarity of numbers, and yesterday's vote was a fine example of that, when more than 2/3 of this room voted in favour of this resolution. It's not the only time in the last 24 hours that we've seen poetry of the solidarity in numbers. We saw it with the UN General Assembly decision, where 143 nation states affirmed the rule of law, affirmed state sovereignty, and affirmed the human rights that we all protect for each other. Let us make no mistake, this is not simply a conflict, this is a war of aggression. Russia's acts are severe acts of aggression in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a blatant breach of international law. New Zealand continues to stand in solidarity with Ukraine in defence of its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the human rights of all its people.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now invite Pakistan, Mr. Syed, followed by Zimbabwe, Mr. Mnangagwa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind. First of all, I would like to express thanks from the Pakistan delegation to all those who supported Pakistan's emergency item yesterday with their solidarity, sympathy, and support for the loss of lives and the destruction done by floods of biblical proportions in Pakistan, where we had a massive consequences of climate change. Coming to the situation at hand this morning, I would like to place on record our delegation's concern that the principles of the IPU and the United Nations should be paramount and should have universal application, and there should not be double standards as we see whether they are refugees from Ukraine versus refugees from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria who are treated differently. And when we talk of annexation of Crimea, annexation of parts of Ukraine are being condemned, but annexation of parts of Kashmir and Palestine are being condoned. So these principles should not be sacrificed at the altar of realpolitik, and we feel the answer is peaceful resolution of the conflict in Ukraine, not further expansion of NATO either to the east or to Asia or to parts of the Middle East. The need of the hour is not a new Cold War, but a peaceful, principled resolution of the conflict in Ukraine. And most of the global south, of which I belong, see this basically a European war, which is a precursor to perhaps a new Cold War, which would have disastrous consequences for humanity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Pakistan. I now invite Zimbabwe, Mr. Mnangagwa, followed by Sierra Leone, Mr. Pundu.
Thank you very much. Greetings from His Excellency, President Mnangagwa. First and foremost, I would like to show my support for our South African delegation, who were quite clear on the point that when there's a conflict, there's always need to find out the cause of the conflict. We cannot just condemn one side when in actual fact there's a history behind those conflicts. There's been sanctions on Russia for years. There have been sanctions on Zimbabwe for years. I think that's also an act of war. And people die because of sanctions. We do not support war, and we say there should be a fast resolution to this conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. I now call upon Sierra Leone, Mr. Bundu, and finally Iraq, Mr. Rashad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first fundamental principle of international law is that states must not use or threaten the use of force against each other.
Thank you, Siri.
This is clearly embodied in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and is now the peremptory principle of general international law. Nor can one state acquire territory by the use of force. The IPU must always stand for peaceful resolution of disputes, but at the same time, it cannot afford to compromise the principle against the use of force, which must be condemned unequivocally. This is a war of aggression against Ukraine, no more, no less. There can be no other language to call it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. Iraq, Mr. Rashad.
شكرا جزيلا. احترام الدول واحترام مبادئ حقوق الإنسان من الحقائق التي يجب أن نتوقف عليها. وأي اجتياح عسكري أكيد ستؤثر على المنطقة برمتها. المواثيق الدولية ومبادئ حقوق الإنسان والمواثيق التي وقعت عليها الدول تمنع. لذلك نحن في العراق ننصح الطرفين إلى مزيد من الحوار، إلى مزيد من التواصل عبر الطرق الدبلوماسية، لأننا نعلم ما هي الاجتياح. العراق النظام السابق ارتكب خطأ فادحا في عام 91 عندما اجتاح الشقيقة الكويت، ولحد الآن نحن نعاني من تبعات هذا الاجتياح. لذلك ننصح الطرفين إلى عدم استخدام أدوات أخرى، وأن لا يحولوا الحرب إلى ما بين معسكرين تؤدي بالأخير إلى وضع مزدري وسيء جدا، وقد تأثر الأمن الغذائي في العالم إثر الحرب الأوكرانية الروسية. ننصح الطرفين ونطمح إلى مزيد من الحوارات الجادة في إنهاء هذا الملف وفي أقرب وقت ممكن. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Iraq. That marks the end of the speakers list. Oh, we have one more?
One more?
Thank you very much, Honorables. India will be given a chance because they want to have a right to reply. And the Honorable member is Mr. Harivash from India.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate that Pakistan has chosen to once again misuse this august platform to propagate false and malicious propaganda against my country and distract from the theme and focus of today's discussions. We reiterate that Pakistan must immediately cease anti-India cross-border terrorism and shut down its infrastructure of terrorism, stop the grave and persistent human rights violations in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, refrain from effecting any further material change in the status of PO, JKL, and vacate the Indian territories that are under its illegal and forcible occupation. The world knows how Osama bin Laden, the face of global terror, was found in Pakistan. Pakistan's leadership glorified him as a martyr from the floor of parliament. It's ironic to see that Pakistan claimed to be a victim of terrorism. This is a country which nurtures terrorists in their background in the hope that they will only harm their neighbors. Once again, in fact, the entire world has suffered because of their policies, while on the other hand, they are trying to cover up sectarian violence in their country and acts of terror. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. Thank you.
Thank you, India. That marks the end of our debate. Honorable colleagues, let me thank you for participating in this emergency item, and thank you for keeping time. At this point, I would like to inform you about the drafting committee. Let me remind you that Standing Committee Rule 16 stipulates that the composition of the drafting committee shall take into account equitable geographical distribution and political and gender balance, and that the number of its members shall normally not exceed 11. We have received preliminary indications of interest in participating in the drafting committee from a number of delegations and have also been informed of the decision taken by geographical groups. These initial proposals are as follows. African group, not yet received. Arab group, not yet received. Asia Pacific, Mr. Golo, Iran. Senator Kaut Al Marie, Pakistan. Eurasian, not yet received. Latin America, Mr. Edwards, Chile. Mr. Bosmant, Peru. 12 plus, Ms. Waters, New Zealand. Ms. Remeo, Ghana, Canada. I would invite those geographical groups who have not yet nominated members to the drafting committee to do so before 1 o'clock today. Members of the drafting committee are requested to note that they will meet today from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in MH1 on the ground floor of the Kigali Convention Center, KCC. At this point, I would like to adjourn this sitting. Thank you once again. Sitting adjourned. To order, I'll be chairing the debate. Can we please resume our seats? I'll now call upon Tanzania, Madam T. Axon. You have 7 minutes.
Honorable President of the IPU, Madam Chair for this session, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues and friends.
Can I have order, honorable members, please? The background noise, please.
I hope my time is being kept. At the outset, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Duarte Pacheco, the President of IPU, for inviting Tanzania to participate in this important assembly. We are very grateful. The theme for this Assembly's general debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, comes very timely. In the world we live in today, gender equality is at the forefront and center of all development imperatives. It is in this regard that the Parliament of Tanzania has signed, ratified, and domesticated several regional, continental, and international instruments on gender equality, women's rights, and...
Honorable Speaker, sorry for 1 minute. Honorable colleagues, can we reduce the meetings, please, so that we can hear the honorable member in silence? Please, I beg you. Proceed, Honorable Speaker of Tanzania.
Colleagues and friends, as I stand before you today, I'm proud to share with you a very recent effort that the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, has undertaken to ensure gender equality. She has graciously agreed to champion the implementation of Generation Equity Forum commitments which are crucial to achieving gender equality. An action plan for implementing the GEF has been developed to make it a reality. It focuses on achieving the following 6 areas: community early child development, entrepreneurship skills, innovation and technology, digital technology, access to land, and financial inclusion. This has definitely set the stage for our Parliament to further support these efforts through legislative action. This plan of action comes in the backdrop of what the Parliament of Tanzania has already done to solidify gender equality. In its oversight responsibilities, the Parliament has supported government in ensuring that there is consistent implementation of various policies, such as free education policy for primary and secondary schools since 2016, taking special measures to ensure that girls enroll in large numbers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects by building at least one special girls' secondary school in every district, in every region in Tanzania. As regards land, which is a major form of property ownership, the Parliament of Tanzania has enacted legislation guaranteeing women's equal access to land use and ownership. The law requires that a minimum of 1/3 of all members of the crucial village and ward committees that deal with land governance and ownership should be women. In addressing gender-based violence, the United Republic of Tanzania has implemented a national action plan to end violence against women and children of 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021 for Tanzania mainland, while in Zanzibar, a 5-year national action plan to end violence against women and children of 2017 to 2022 is underway. The 2 plans focus on 3 key areas: prevention, creation of a conducive environment for the victims, and strengthening support services. To support the implementation of the plan, the Parliament of Tanzania has put in place the Legal Aid Act of 2017, which recognizes and registers paralegals at the community level to provide free legal services to the most vulnerable and needy groups. Over time, the Parliament has, on its part, done the following. In 1998, the Parliament enacted the Sexual Offences Special Provisions Act to address, among others, issues of gender violence and protection of female victims. In 2004, the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania was amended to provide for affirmative action to guarantee a minimum of 30% women's representatives in Parliament and 33% in local councils. In the spirit of this amendment, today we have witnessed an increase of women members of Parliament from 21.5% in 2005 to 37% in 2020. The current Parliament has 146 members of Parliament who are female, out of a total of 393 members of Parliament. A good number of women MPs lead parliamentary standing committees. Out of 18 parliamentary committees, 6 are chaired by women, including the steering committee, which I chair as the Speaker. Also, 5 of the 11 commissioners of the Parliamentary Services Commission are women. In order to ensure girls remain in school, the Education Act was amended to establish a minimum penalty of 30 years in prison for a person found guilty of marrying or impregnating a schoolgirl. Dear colleagues, given this experience in Tanzania, I have no doubt in my mind that national parliaments have a significant role to play in their own countries in achieving gender equality. It is obvious in doing so, we shall need international partnership. We need to bring disjointed efforts together and form new partnerships. The IPU will be an important bridge in attaining this objective. The fact that we are meeting here today under the theme gender equality and the role of parliaments attests to this reality. I would therefore like to call on all parliaments to fully exercise our oversight role in ensuring that our governments meet their commitments to address gender inequality by providing sustainable solutions to make our institutions more gender sensitive. Tanzania stands ready and willing to work with other parliaments to exchange experiences and share best practices, including the good works done by the very able and capable women caucuses in our respective parliaments, exemplified by the Tanzania Women Parliamentarians group. Dear colleagues and friends, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda, said the day before yesterday when he was addressing this assembly, he said setting up quotas for women in parliament is not enough, and I agree. Nelson Mandela, the first president of the democratic South Africa, once said, it always seems impossible until it's done, and I agree. Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the father of the nation of Tanzania, once said, it can be done, play your part, and I agree. And I would also add my voice to theirs. Don't be a storyteller, be a story maker. Today, as One Family and IPU meeting in Kigali, Rwanda in 2022, let us all pledge and say in unison, it can be done. Let us all play our part. Colleagues and friends, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. I now call upon Madam J. Kuma, South Sudan.
Mr. President of the IPU, Chairperson, Mr. President of IPU, the Chair of the 145th IPU Assembly, Secretary General, Speakers and Presidents of Parliament, Heads of Delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to congratulate the Speaker of the House of Deputies of the Republic of Rwanda for hosting this assembly, and indeed the government of Rwanda under the able leadership of one of our visionary leaders of the African continent, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. There is no doubt that There is a general consensus that parliaments are fora where national and global issues are discussed, and the impact evaluated as they impinge on the world's global citizenry. Hence, the need for inclusivity, particularly that women form majority of the world population. The choice of the 145th Assembly theme, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is therefore timely and relevant. As global crises tend to take violent trends, women are increasingly becoming the main targets and victims, hence the need to be inclusive in all aspects of decision-making. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Republic of South Sudan, despite its long history of civil wars, is now one of the leading African countries in regard to gender equality. The independence of the Republic of South Sudan and the current peace agreement has ushered in tranquility and a conducive environment that promotes women empowerment. For a while, the proportion of MPs who are women globally stands at an average of 26.4%, while currently in South Sudan proportion of women MPs stands at 32.4%. These figures suggest that South Sudan decision-making process, whether in terms of legislation, constitution-making, and affirmative action-based policies, makes the role of women promising, though there are various challenges still prevailing in South Sudan that affect their women's full emancipation, especially in the area of education and health. South Sudan also has a good number of young people, which is 14% of parliamentarians under the age of 35. At this juncture, dear colleagues, join me to pay tribute to my country, being the youngest nation among the UN member states, which has acquired its independence recently and is able to recognize the need to have women at the top leadership position, such as the Speaker and Vice President. As a female speaker, dear colleagues, my colleagues and I will try our level best to make the Assembly gender sensitive in all aspects from local to national levels. In terms of decision-making, women MPs have ascended to high echelons of power in Parliament, including the Speaker, chairpersons of specialized committees, that makes 34%, the Chief Whip, and also 60% of deputies of specialized committees are women. Similarly, 4 out of the 9 democratically elected members representing South Sudan at the East Africa Legislative Assembly are women. More so, of the 34% of ministers in the executive are also women. Despite the many challenges women the world over have been facing due to conflicts, natural disasters such as floods, droughts, gender-based violence, the impact of the recent pandemic of COVID-19, women have demonstrated a high level of resilience as they grapple with the need to feed, clothe their families, and take care of vulnerable groups like people with special needs and elderly across their communities. This clearly shows that gender-sensitive institutions and communities need to be encouraged so to build a strong, resilient, and peaceful world that leaves no one behind. Furthermore, as parliaments, we should also play a key role in enacting legislations to address the issues of immigration, human trafficking, and human rights abuse, and its effect on women, boys, and girls. All these efforts are aimed at creating a conducive environment for a peaceful world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on a final note, I would like to appreciate the host speaker, Right Honorable Mukabalisa Donatil, the people of Rwanda, for the warm welcome and hospitality that feels like Christmas we have enjoyed in the course of being here in the last 6 days. I thank you very much for listening. Murakoze.
Thank you very much, South Sudan. We're now moving to B list. First speakers from delegations and invited organizations. First on the list is Austria, Mr. Lopkata.
Honorable speakers, dear colleagues and friends, I can start where my colleague from South Sudan ended, to say thank you to the Rwandan hosts for the hospitality, and I have to congratulate Rwanda for all its achievements. Yes, we are currently facing a multi-crisis. War in Europe with Russia's nuclear threat, which is new, which never happened after the Second World War, and countless other armed worldwide conflicts prevent our peaceful coexistence. In Iran, innocent protesters and human rights activists and defenders were killed, especially brave women. I would say they deserve our full solidarity in these days. The COVID pandemic and its social and economic consequences are yet to be overcome. We experience the highest inflation rates in decades, while climate change has simultaneously led to extreme droughts and floods in many countries like Pakistan or Nigeria. All of this crisis involves stronger gender dimensions. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, women have been impacted by increases in gender-based violence, unpaid care work, and also poverty. In this context, let me mention that the Austrian Parliament has addressed gender equality issues in numerous ways. In 2021, the National Council anonymously called for women-targeted support measures in the COVID-19 pandemic. In April 2022, parliamentarians of all parties anonymously agreed on the need for a women's health report with the aim of improving women's health and gender-sensitive medicine. Finally, the last federal budget approved by the Austrian Parliament increased the women's budget for the third consecutive year. Over half of this financial resources will be allocated towards protection against violence, which is still a problem in my country, violence against women. Austria has made remarkable progress in the past 10 years since the IPU released its 2012 plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments. Austria has taken a great stride in strengthening gender equality legislation and policy. I am happy that I can report that our Federal Budget Act of 2013, gender budgeting, has been enshrined in our law, ensuring that the budget is gender sensitive. Gender equality is taken into consideration in all phases of public administration, starting with the goal setting, over implementation to the evaluation. In practice, this means that all ministries and sovereign bodies, including the Constitutional Court and the Parliament, must set gender equality as one of their 5 outcome goals. Austria has also tackled gender-sensitive infrastructure and parliamentary culture with success. Firstly, the parliamentary administration has been following a comprehensive women's advancement plan since 2015. It covers gender-sensitive language, training, career planning, and measures to facilitate work-family balance. Secondly, since 2018, a contact point offers men and women working in Parliament comprehensive support regarding sexual harassment and abuse of power. Democratic parliaments must represent their citizens, all groups of the population, young people and elderly ones. More than a half of our population is female, exactly 50.8% out of 9 million Austrians. We have come a long way, but have not yet reached equality. We note with delight that the current number of Austrian female MPs in the National Council is at a historic high of 75 out of 183, having increased from 29% women MPs to 41 between 2010 and 2020. This places Austria well over the world and the European average, but there is still room for improvement, of course, especially if we look at the number of Rwanda, our host, with 60%. And we do a lot to support women. So the Austrian Parliament amended its parliamentary group financing law. Since then, parliamentary groups with more than 40% women MPs receive a financial bonus. To conclude, we are going through difficult times. Let us seize the momentum of change to drive forward gender equality for a better future for all of us. Austria tries to do its best. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Next, Ukraine, followed by Jordan.
Madam President, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The topics of today's debate is very important, gender equality. As a deputy and party leader who defend gender quotas for our election to local self-governments 2 years ago, I have a lot to say about this. Thanks to that decision, for 2 years now, our local councils have been almost having a post of representative of both genders. That makes local politics less corrupt and more people-oriented. There are 20% of women in the 9th convocation of our parliament, still a long way to achieve gender parity. But there were only 2 and 5% of women in the first convocation of our parliament. What I'm trying to say is that gender equality in representative bodies does matter. The society as a whole benefits from equality and diversity. This is the right way to a peaceful world. But let me ask you a rhetorical question. Are we doing everything for peace and stability all over the world right now? My answer is no. Because I'm from Ukraine and right now a terrible war is taking place in my country. The Russian aggression against my country does not leave me and every Ukrainian in this hall and all over the world the opportunity to discuss anything beside it. Today, almost 7 months after the adoption of the emergency resolution 144 of the IPU Assembly on Ukraine, Russia demonstrated complete unwillingness to seek a peaceful solution to the conflict. The Russian escalation must be met with a third global response. Ukrainian calls on the entry world and international organization to immediately condemn the illegal action of the Kremlin and further isolate Russia, as it has shown extremely disrespect to all those who called for diplomatic settlements. Russian parliamentarians who anonymously voted just weeks ago to ratify the annexion of our Ukrainian territories don't deserve to stay in this honorable assembly. Therefore, we call on the IPU to immediately expel the Russian representatives. Let me be clear. Ukraine will not agree to any proposal regarding a temporary truce, demilitarization, disbandment of troops, etc. Russia will only use them to accumulate forces and resume aggression. Instead, we must ensure the complete withdrawal of Russian troops from the sovereign territory of Ukraine. 100% of Ukrainian citizens see this as the only option for ending the war. 6 million refugees inside and outside of Ukraine, food crisis, energy crisis, inflation, and the threat of recession. That's what Russia is doing for the whole world. However, this is not enough for Russia. And now it's conducting nuclear blackmail of the entry-wall community. They have long used irresponsible nuclear rhetoric as a means to blackmail and scare partners away from supporting Ukraine. The world should not succumb to Russian blackmail. On the contrary, it's necessary to strengthen support for Ukraine. The Kremlin must understand that its nuclear blackmail is not working. Today, in these difficult moments for Ukraine and the world, each country has a clear choice: to join the support of Ukraine, thus supporting the forces of good and light, or remaining indifferent to our misfortune, continue to throw firewood in the fire of terrible crimes that are going on right now in Ukraine. We are grateful to every country that supports us for every second, every cent, and every word of your support. And we ask to increase the cycle of Ukrainian friends. Now, before parliamentarians of more than 100 countries, I want to say in conclusion only one: we can peace and develop only together. We can win peace and develop only together. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. I now call upon Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable President of the Assembly, Honorable President and Honorable Secretary General of Inter-Parliamentary Union, Honorable delegates from the IPU members countries, distinguished guests, media personalities, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is a great honor and privilege for me to address you all in the 145 IPU Assembly here in Kigali. The theme of the general debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is very relevant at the present context. Mr. President, gender equality is the state in which access to rights or opportunities is unaffected by gender. That means responsibilities and opportunities should not be dependent on their assigned gender at birth. Human political participation is a fundamental prerequisite for gender equality and meaningful democracy. It facilitates women's direct engagement in public decision-making and ensures better accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh Constitution ensures quality of opportunity to all citizens. In 2011, we had the 15th Amendment of our Constitution to add a clause 19, Section 3. The state shall endeavor to ensure equality of opportunity and participation of women in all spheres of national life. Moreover, Article 10, 19, 28 of our Constitution ensures several other rights of women, such as to ensure participation of women in all spheres of national life, to have equal rights with men in all spheres of state and of public life. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh achieved independence in 1971 under visionary leadership of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Soon after the independence, Bangladesh gave the nation constitution. Now daughter of Bangabandhu, daughter of democracy, and herald of change, our leader of the House, Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, has transformed Bangladesh into a middle-income country with her prudent leadership. Her visionary approaches to women empowerment and gender equality earned her global acclamation. Women empowerment is one of the 10 special initiatives of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina as recognition of her outstanding performances. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been awarded with prestigious international awards such as South-South Award, Tree of Peace Award, and Planet 50/50 championed by UN Women, Global Women's Leadership Award by Global Women Summit, lifetime contribution for women empowerment by Institute of South Asian Women in recognition of her leadership in the field of women education and women entrepreneurs promotion in Bangladesh and in Asia and the specific region as well. Excellencies, Bangladesh Parliament has passed several important acts. In accordance with these acts, Bangladesh government has adopted important policies which are directly gender responsive, such as Women and Children Repression Prevention Act 2000, DNA Act 2014, Child Marriage Restraint Act 2018, the Dowry Prohibition Act 2018, National Women Development Policy 2011. The policy set 20 goals to empower women in all respects of life, socially, legally, commercially, economically, and politically in Bangladesh. There are reserved seats for women at different tiers of local government, such as Union Parishad, Upazila Parishad, Jila Parishad, as well as at Paur Sabha and City Corporation. Mr. President, Bangladesh Parliament reflects a good sign of women representation. In Bangladesh Parliament, our leader of the House and Prime Minister, Speaker, leader of the opposition, all are women. At the current Parliament, there are 23 directly elected women MPs. As per our Constitution, there are reserved 50 seats exclusively for women members on the basis of proportional representation in the Parliament. But there is no barrier for the participation of women to be elected in any of the 300 general seats of the National Parliament. Total number of women members of Parliament is now 73, which represents about 21% in the National Parliament. These women MPs are playing active roles at Parliament as the chairman and members of different standing committees of Bangladesh Parliament. Our Parliamentary Standing Committee on Ministry of Women and Children Affairs oversees the function of the executive and makes needful recommendations to ensure women empowerment, gender responsive budget, and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, ending violence against women requires the full engagement of all sectors of society. Parliamentarians may take the opportunity to bring police, prosecutors, judges, healthcare providers, social workers, and religious and community leaders on board to wage the battle together and hold each other accountable. Our members of Parliament made a concerted report to raise awareness regarding the girls' education to prevent child marriage in Bangladesh. Under the leadership of our leader of the House and Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is committed to integrating gender equality and women's empowerment. Under the direct supervision of Honorable Speaker, Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chowdhury, MP, Bangladesh Parliament formed a high-level committee named Bangladesh Association of Parliamentarians on Population and Development to act on 3 important issues such as child marriage, maternal health, and youth development. Excellencies, to conclude, I would like to say that as parliamentarians, we have a vital role to play in ensuring meaningful and balanced debate on gender equality and women empowerment issues. We should work with parliamentarians around the world in coherent and practical way with a consensus to address these issues fruitfully. Thank you all. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu, Love-Ling, IPU Jot, long live our great Bangladesh. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now call upon Yemen, followed by Nigeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات رئاسة الجمعية الوطنية، السادة والسيدات رؤساء الوفود البرلمانية للدورة 145 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، الحاضرون جميعا، أسعدتم بالخير صباحا. في البداية يعبر وفد مجلس النواب اليمني عن الشكر والتقدير والعرفان لجمهورية رواندا على حسن الإعداد وكرم الضيافة وحفاوة الاستقبال وعلى التسريع النهضوي التي انتهجتها جمهورية رواندا في كافة المجالات. إنه من دواعي سرورنا أن يشارك وفد بلادنا للدورة 145 في العاصمة كيغالي، واتحادنا البرلماني الدولي قد حقق إنجازات وأصبحت دوراته منتظمة، ويعد المنتدى الدولي الذي نسعى جميعا إلى أن يكون مثاليا لتحقيق النجاح الذي ننشده للإنسانية ليكون عالما يتمتع بالمساواة الحقيقية والتماسك الاجتماعي والسلام والجودة والبيئة الأفضل. إننا جئنا من اليمن الذي كان سعيدا وأصبح مدمرا بسبب ما خلفته الحرب، وهي في عامها الثامن بسبب انقلاب الميليشيات الحوثية السلالية على الشرعية وبصمت من بعض حكوماتكم وبتدخل خارجي. جئناكم لنشارككم الآراء والمقترحات والقرارات في المجلس الحاكم والجمعية العامة أو في اللجان العامة، لنطرح تصوراتنا عن المساواة بين الرجال والنساء والمنظور الجندر من قيمنا الإسلامية الحضارية. إننا في اليمن في التاريخ القديم كانت الملكة بلقيس التي كانت ملكة سبأ أول من جسدت مبدأ النهج السوري الديمقراطي، ما كنت قاطعة أمر حتى تشهدون. وفي التاريخ الوسيط كانت الملكة أروى بنت أحمد الصليحي أحد الملكات التي حكمت مناطق شاسعة من اليمن. وفي مارس 2013 ومن خلال مؤتمر الحوار الوطني الشامل التي شاركت في أغلب المكونات اليمنية، اتخذ قرار بإعطاء المرأة 30% في كافة السلطات، وكذلك الشباب 30% لهذه الشريحة، وبدأت الخطوات العملية لتنفيذ هذه القرارات والتوصيات. ومكنت المرأة في كثير من الوزارات، كانت الإعلام أو الشؤون الاجتماعية وحقوق الإنسان وبعض السفارات بالسلك الدبلوماسي وبعض الوكيلات في السلطات المحلية لبعض المحافظات وأيضا اختيرت القاضية أفراح بادويلان رئيس الهيئة لمكافحة الفساد على مستوى البلاد كافة. إلا أن انقلاب التي قامت به الميليشيات الحوثية جعلت اليمن بئيسا، وأصبح الشعب اليمني مسه الضر. وبدل من تمكن المرأة لتكون اليمن مثل بلدان العالم أكثر صمودا وسلما، ولكي نسعى بالتنمية المحلية، ولكي نوقف الاتجار بالبشر وانتهاك حقوق الإنسان وحقوق المرأة خاصة وعدم احترام القانون الدولي والإنساني. فإذا كان هذا الوفد الذي بين أيديكم وهو وفد اليمن قد حكمت عليه الميليشيات الانقلابية الحوثية بالإعدام، وصادرت بممتلكاته الشخصية، وطردت نساءهم من البيوت التي يسكنونها، إن أثر الحرب والفظائع ضد السكان المدنيين من نساء وأطفال، ومثال على ذلك ما يحصل للنازحين اليمنيين من نساء وأطفال بمحافظة مأرب الذي بلغ عددهم أكثر من 3 مليون نازح، هجرتهم الحرب من مناطقهم وتبعتهم صواريخ كاتيوش الحوثية وقذائف الطائرات المسيرة. كما أن هناك المواطنين الآمنين بمحافظة تعز التي ترفض ميليشيات الحوثية فك الحصار عنهم مما أتعب النساء لجلب الماء والحطب من مسافة بعيدة بدلا عن الوقود للغاز المنزلي. إننا رغم الاتفاقات والمطالبات الدولية والإقليمية، إن كثير من المدن اليمنية لم تتركها عبث الميليشيات وترويعهم، فقد وصلت صواريخ وقذائف الطائرات المسيرة لمواقع إنتاج النفط لجيراننا وشقائنا الداعمين للشرعية الدستورية بالمملكة العربية السعودية ومطاراتها وبقدسات المسلمين بمكة المكرمة. وكذلك تلاقي الصور على المدن الإماراتية في أبو ظبي ودبي. إن فظائع الحرب كبيرة وكثيرة على مناحي الحياة المختلفة، كانت اقتصادية أو اجتماعية وحقوقية، وقد نالت المرأة نصيب من كثير من هذه الفظائع. وكذلك على أشراح المجتمع اليمني المختلفة، كانوا نساء وأطفال أو طوائف مجتمعية. فهذا المركز الإقليمي ACJ يكشف عن باقي تقريره الأمريكي في 13 مايو 2022 النساء المسجونات باليمن بالسجن المركزي بصنعاء قد بلغ 3000. لا زال حتى هذه اللحظة 3000 سجينة يمنية داخل سجون الحوثيين في صنعاء. وقد رفعنا مناشدة يشكينا فيها من داخل السجن سوء المعاملة، أثبتها معاملة أشبه بالعبودية، ووصل بهن الأمر أن شهروا بهن خلاقيل ليتخلى أهل عنهن. ومنعهم من الزيارة والتواصل مع أهلهم وأقاربهم والمحامين. وقد ودان المركز الأمريكي للعدالة هذه الانتهاكات، كما أوضح تقرير من اتحاد النساء من أجل السلام اليمن وتكتل 8 مارس من أجل نساء اليمن والمنظمة اليمنية لمكافحة الإتجار بالبشر أنه وثق 274 حالة إخفاء قسري و292 حالة اعتقال ناشطات وحقوقيات من قطاع التربية والتعليم، كما وثق 246 حالة اعتقال من العاملات في المجال الإغاثي والإنساني، و71 حالة اغتصاب، و4 حالات انتحار، وعشرات حالات الأطفال من الذكور والإناث من بين المعتقلين منهم 8 من الطائفة البهائية. وقد تفاوتت الانتهاكات بين القتل والتشويه والعنف الجنسي بما في ذلك الاغتصاب من قبل بعض المشرفين في السجون الميليشيات الحوثية، ولم يسمحوا لهم بالكشف الطبي والتحقيق عن أسباب هذه الوفيات. ونماذج من التعذيب الجسدي من ضرب العصي والأسلاك الكهربائية للنساء وإضعاف التنفس بالخنق والإغراق بالماء، إضافة إلى التعذيب اللفظي والتهم الكيدية اللا أخلاقية ومنها تهم شبكات الدعارة. واستعرض التقرير بشهادات وقصص عادات من الحالات، أما حالات انتهاك الأطفال فحدث ولا حرج. فذكرت الشبكة اليمنية للحقوق والحريات وقد وثق التقرير في الدور 51 لمجلس حقوق الإنسان 21,000 حالة انتهاك تعرضت لها الطفولة خلال 4 سنوات، ومن هؤلاء الأطفال أطفال من النساء. خلال 4 سنوات من 1 يوليو 2018 إلى 1 يوليو 2022 إلى 2022 فقد تم تهجير 43,608 طفلا وسجلت المنظمة 1,343 حالة قتل خارج قانون، بينهم 31 رضعا و1,602 جروح لأطفال متفرقة و321 حالة إعاقة للأطفال، والحاق 12,341 طفلا أقل من 14 سنة من معسكرات التدريب العسكري، وزج ب 1,716 طفل في المواجهات القتالية. وقد طالبت الشبكة ونحن نؤيدها مطالبها بضبط الالتزام بإدارة حقوق الإنسان 17 و18 ل 2011 و27 و28 ل 2014 وقرارات مجلس الأمن. وأخيرا نقول بصوت عالي، وقد طرحنا ذلك مرارا وتكرارا في أكثر من محفل دولي، إن كثيرا من مساعدات شعوبكم عبر الأمم المتحدة لا تصل إلى مستحقيها من النساء والأطفال والأسر من الشعب اليمني، بل يدعم بها المجهود الحرب من الميليشيات الحوثية الإنقلابية. لذا مطلوب تحويل وتغيير أساليب ووسائل إيصال المساعدات من الإنسان للشعب اليمني حتى تصل إلى مستحقيها من النساء والأطفال الحاضرون جميعا. وبعد أن طفنا بكم في بعض الصور المحزنة للمشهد اليمني وهي حقيقة
You've already gone beyond by 1:34.
وبعد طولنا بكم بعض المصور المحزنة للمشهد اليمني وحقيقة صرنا مواضيع بدور 1:45 لاتحاد البرلمان الدولي لنطالب بقرارات الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي تعزز وضع السلطات الدستورية اليمنية لإنقاذ شعبنا الذي مسه الضر ومن هذه الميليشيات التي تلتزم بتنفيذ القرارات الدولية ولا بد لهدنة. وإننا نضعكم ونتمنى من تحقيق هذه الدورة هذه الدورة 145 بقرارات تعزز دور الاتحاد ليكون منتدى مثالي لتحقيق النجاحات التي ننشدها للإنسانية كافة مساواة وعدل وتماسك اجتماعي. وشكرا لكم جميعا على إسعاد صدوركم لاستماعكم، وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Yemen. I now call upon Nigeria and next to be Saudi Arabia.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all thanks be to Allah, the Creator of the universe. The President of the Assembly, Secretary of the Assembly, and President General of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this August gathering. Let me first of all appreciate the host country, that's Rwanda, of course, for hosting this event. And it's very, very important event, everybody knows, because all over the world, the representations are here. So I am now presenting this intervention paper for the 145 Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Assembly. That's on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, holding at Kigali, Rwanda, from 11th to 15th October 2022. Permit me, Mr. President, Secretary General, to present this paper to the governors. The quest for equal ease of access to resources and opportunities, economic participation, decision-making, as well as key leadership positions, regardless of gender, will continue to dominate public debate among policymakers globally. According to the UNICEF, to achieve gender equality, women and men, girls and boys should enjoy the same rights and opportunity. However, the topic gender equality has received an unprecedented push in recent times, though with its attendant challenges. These challenges are clogging the wheel of achieving desired results. They include sex trafficking, organ harvesting, sexual violence. Others are rape, child labor, forced prostitution, societal discrimination. Some of the greater issues are the religious and ethnic practices that are inimical to the well-being of women or girl child in some places. These factors are some of the negative biases orchestrated against women that hinder their growth and overall safety. Some of these inhuman treatments have existed over a long period of time. Understandably, some of these issues, gender equality, historically propagated based on the ideology of one-size-fits-all approach. Approach does not take into account similarities that existed among different religious and ethnic practices which may work in one culture but not in another. Gender-sensitive parliament is another avenue where issues affecting or concerning women are critically looked into and addressed by the parliament. Parliament is the true representation of the people in the democratic government. I therefore call on members of the parliament to ensure their parliaments comply with gender-sensitive parliament. In composition and in operation, therefore, parliament should ensure that the committee that oversees gender issues is adequately empowered to carry out its legislative duties, i.e. legislation oversight function on the executive. To ensure issues related to gender are handled with utmost diligence. The Nigerian parliament and indeed the federal government are conscious of the important role played by women in any same society. Some of these measures designed to ensure adequate representation of women in governance, as well as protection of their civil rights and privileges, are highlighted below. 1. A legal framework for the prosecution of offenders, the government has adopted the Child Rights Law, the Criminal Code, Penal Code. All these are done to provide enabling laws for prompt dispensation of justice. 2. In the health sector, the government has provided primary health care centers across the country. They provide health services to pregnant women and children. Our 33,000 health care centers were established. And in 2017, about 10,000 of these centers were revitalized, especially in the rural areas. In the democratic process, the federal government has appointed women in various key positions in government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the passage of Not Too Young to Run bill to provide framework for youth, both men and women, to actively participate in politics and take up elective positions. 3. In terms of education, the establishment of federal government girls' colleges across the country has offered near-free education for girls from primary to secondary levels, and some governments have borrowed the initiative with some effective up to university. Sustainable advocacy by the federal government, utilizing available channels via print and electronic media, traditional and religious leaders, as well as various women groups, on the need to allow women to benefit and actively participate in politics and the governance. The Parliament, on its part, has continued to enact laws and make policies that enhance the overall well-being of women and the child care. Inversely, high numbers of women and girls adversely fall victims of human trafficking, either for domestic work, sexual exploitation, and the treacherous effect on the victims for far-reaching outcomes on humanity and society. These abuses include physical and psychological torture, which have negative effects that hinder the positive development of women and girls. It is based on this main reason that the federal government of Nigeria took the following step. 1. Created National Agency for Prevention of Trafficking and in person with the mandate to arrest and prosecute offenders of human rights abuses as it concerns human trafficking. 2. Created the Ministry of Humanitarian and Women Affairs to train, empower, enlighten, as well as prosecute violators of women's rights in collaboration with other security agencies. 3. Massive enlightenment campaign on the dangers of human trafficking by the Ministry of Information as well as the National Orientation Agency. Thank you very much, distinguished members.
Thank you, Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
I now call upon Saudi Arabia, followed by Malaysia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس مجلس النواب في جمهورية رواندا السيد دوناتيل موكاباليسا، معالي رئيس الاتحاد الدولي السيد رواتي باتشيكو، أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات وأصحاب السعادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أكون بينكم اليوم في هذا الاجتماع الهام والذي نتطلع من خلاله لتعزيز التعاون والعمل المشترك والحوار البناء لتفعيل دور البرلمانات والمجالس التشريعية في مواجهة التحديات الكبرى التي تعترض عالمنا اليوم. وبهذه المناسبة أتقدم باسم وفد مجلس الشورى السعودي بالشكر الجزيل لجمهورية رواندا حكومة وشعبا ومجلسا على استضافتهم الكريمة لهذا الحدث البرلماني الكبير. والشكر موصول للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على جهودهم القيمة في تنظيم هذا الحدث. أيها الحضور الكريم، يتزامن اجتماعنا اليوم مع مرور 10 أعوام على إطلاق الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لخطة العمل للبرلمانات المراعية للنوع الاجتماعي بهدف تفعيل دور البرلمانات في سن التشريعات الداعمة للمساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين المرأة. ونحن في المملكة العربية السعودية كذلك نشهد مرور 10 سنوات على أحد أهم القرارات الداعمة لتمكين المرأة، وهو صدور الأمر الملكي الكريم بتعديل نظام مجلس الشورى لمنح المرأة السعودية العضوية الكاملة في مجلس الشورى، في خطوة تاريخية أحدثت نقلة كبيرة في مشاركة المرأة في صنع القرار ومهدت الطريق أمام خطوات أخرى من تمكينها. فأصبحت المرأة تمارس نشاطاً مؤثراً تحت قبة مجلس الشورى على الصعيد التشريعي والرقابي والبرلماني وفي المحافل البرلمانية الدولية. أيها الحضور الكريم، أطلقت المملكة العربية السعودية في إبريل 2016 رؤيتها للعام 2030، وهي بمثابة خطة وطنية لبناء وطن طموح ومجتمع حيوي واقتصاد مزدهر. وقد صنعت رؤية المملكة تحولاً كبيراً على الأصعدة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والثقافية، فتقدمت بلادي مراتب عديدة في مختلف المؤتمرات الدولية في مختلف المؤشرات الدولية، لعل أبرزها مؤشر المساواة وعدم التمييز في الأجور في تقرير البنك الدولي الخاص بالمرأة والقانون والأعمال للعام 2021، والذي حققت المملكة فيه الدرجة الكاملة. وقد جعلت المملكة المرأة محوراً أساسياً في خططها الاستراتيجية، وذلك إيماناً من قيادة بلادي بأهمية استثمار كافة الطاقات لبناء مجتمع قوي ومتوازن، والاستثمار في برامج التعليم والتدريب والابتعاث. حتى تلاشت الفجوة بين الجنسين في جميع مراحل التعليم. إن مبدأ العدالة بين الجنسين في المملكة العربية السعودية مبني على الشريعة الإسلامية، وأكد عليه النظام الأساسي للحكم، وقد حرصت المملكة على تأسيس قاعدة تشريعية صلبة لتمكين المرأة تكفل لها حقوقها ومساواتها في المجتمع، وتعزز مساهمتها في المجتمع مع المحافظة على ثوابت الشريعة الإسلامية السمحاء وثقافة المجتمع السعودي وقيمه النبيلة وهويته العريقة. كما تزايدت مشاركة المرأة في المواقع القيادية في القطاعات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص وفي مجلس الشورى، حيث لم يكن تولي المرأة للمراكز القيادية توجهاً شكلياً أو مبادرة رمزية، وإنما جاء نتيجة لوجود الكفاءات المؤهلة وإيمان وقناعة قيادة بلادي والمجتمع السعودي بأهمية مشاركة المرأة في صنع القرار وفي بناء المستقبل. أيها الحضور الكريم، انطلاقاً من مسؤوليتها الدولية وثقلها الإسلامي والعربي والسياسي والاقتصادي، تحرص المملكة العربية السعودية بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي عهده الأمين رئيس مجلس الوزراء صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظهم الله، على تضافر الجهود الدولية لمواجهة الأزمات والتحديات التي تهدد عالمنا، وعلى دعم مبادئ الشرعية الدولية الهادفة للمحافظة على الأمن والسلم الدوليين ومحاربة الإرهاب والتطرف بكافة أشكاله، وتدعو للتعاون وبناء الشراكات وتفعيل الحوار في مواجهة النزاعات الدولية. وقد كان للمملكة العديد من المبادرات المهمة في هذا الإطار، لعل آخرها نجاح جهود الوساطة لسمو ولي العهد يحفظه الله في الإفراج عن 10 أسرى من جنسيات مختلفة في إطار عملية تبادل الأسرى بين روسيا وأوكرانيا. أيها الحضور الكريم، على الصعيد الاقتصادي، تسعى المملكة إلى دعم توازن الاقتصاد العالمي وتعزيز استقرار أسواق الطاقة، وفي الوقت ذاته مواكبة اهتمام العالم بالتغير المناخي والآثار المترتبة عليه، وتؤكد التزامها باتفاقية باريس للتغير المناخي ودعمها لأهدافها من خلال عدد من المشاريع والمبادرات النوعية لحماية البيئة، ومن أبرزها مبادرة السعودية الخضراء والشرق الأوسط الأخضر والاقتصاد الدائري للكربون. وفي الشأن الإنساني، فقد صنفت المملكة ضمن أكبر 3 دول مانحة على المستويين الدولي للدول والشعوب المتضررة من الحروب والكوارث الطبيعية والأزمات الإنسانية، ولا تميز بلادي بين أحد في دعمها على أساس أسس سياسية أو عرقية أو دينية، حيث بلغت المساعدات التي قدمها مركز الملك سلمان للإغاثة والأعمال الإنسانية هذا العام فقط وحتى الآن نحو 6 مليارات دولار أمريكي. أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، إن للمملكة مواقفها الثابتة والواضحة تجاه القضايا الإقليمية والدولية، فهي تدعم حق الفلسطينيين في إقامة دولتهم المستقلة على حدود 1967 وعاصمتها القدس، كما تؤكد التزامها بالحل السياسي في اليمن على أساس المرجعيات الثلاث. وانطلاقاً من رؤية المملكة 2030 وتطلعاتها المستقبلية، فقد تقدمت المملكة رسمياً بطلب استضافة معرض إكسبو 2030 تحت شعار حقبة التغيير والمضي بكوكبنا نحو استشراف المستقبل، وهذا الحدث يمثل فرصة مميزة للعالم لمشاركتنا تجربتنا ودروسنا، ونتطلع لدعمكم جميعاً في هذا الإطار. ختاماً، لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر جهود الجميع المتميزة لتنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام، مع صادق تمنياتي بأن نخرج جميعاً بنتائج إيجابية. شكراً جزيلاً. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. And I would actually like to invite you to come and chair the next session. Saudi Arabia. Honorable colleagues, thank you very much. I'll now hand over the chairpersonship to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Honorable members of the IPU, dear colleagues, good morning. It's a great honor to be chairing this part of the General Assembly. I'm Hanan Al-Ahmadi. I'm the Assistant Speaker of the Shura Council in Saudi Arabia. It's a great honor and great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm very grateful to the opportunity, and I would like to thank Ms. Donatelli Mukabalisa for this opportunity and for the great organization of this conference. I thank you as well for your insightful speeches. I learned that we all have so much in common to share. And allow me to start and call the next speaker is Malaysia. Malaysia, followed by Ghana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to the Honorable Chairperson, Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Senator Muhammad Zahid Manarib, the one and only Member of Parliament from Malaysia for this assembly. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me the honor to represent Malaysia in this 145th IPU Assembly on the theme Gender Equality and Gender Sensitive Parliament as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. May I also congratulate the Parliament of Republic of Rwanda for its huge efforts in hosting this assembly. I believe this meeting will serve as a valuable platform for all members of Parliament to identify and discuss matters of common concern across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is committed and empowering women and achievement gender equality at both national and international levels. In our federal constitution, for example, under Article 8.1, which provides equitable treatment for all individuals, and Article 8.2, which prohibits any kinds of discrimination on the basis of gender, both as the basis for the ongoing initiative by the Malaysian government in its effort to eliminate gender-based discrimination. Malaysia is also committed of its international obligation as a party to the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as commitment in SDG 5 and Beijing Platform of Action. The Malaysian government has launched its national policy for women in 1989, and review was made in 2009 with the outcome of Plan of Action for the Advancement of Women. Its aim to secure women's development and capabilities by prioritizing women's interests and potentials in national planning and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Parliament of Malaysia plays an important role in women empowerment initiatives through the parliamentary select committees. As of 2020, there was special select committee on women and children affairs and social development, and we have special select committee on fundamental liberty and constitutional rights. In 2 years, there is an increase of 0.5% female representation in Parliament of Malaysia from 14.4% in 2019 to 14.9% in 2021. there were 33 female MPs in lower house and currently 8 female members of the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian government also recognized the important structural reform in ensuring efforts to empower women and gender equalities can be done more effectively through legislative mechanism in addition to the existing instruments. Last but not least, I wish to call upon IPU members countries, particularly IPU women parliamentarians, to give strong support to gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as driver exchange for a more resilient and peaceful world. I would like to end my speech. Let me share with you a Malay poetry. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh saya menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umur panjang, lain masa berjumpa lagi. Ladies and gentlemen, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our next speaker is from the A-list, Ghana.
The Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Saudi Arabia, the chairperson in situ, all other protocols observed. Gender equality has been and continues to be a fundamental developmental and sustainability imperative, and not just a human rights concern. Given the current demographics of more than 50% of the global population being females, the equal participation of women in whatever society does is an imperative to ensure inclusive and responsive governance. Gender equality, when promoted through gender-sensitive parliaments, will be one of the surest and most reliable and effective drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. It is again this background that Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals target seeks to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. There is clear evidence of global efforts to achieve gender equality, albeit at an epileptic and snail pace. The call in this assembly for us to cure the epilepsy and to speed up the pace is the right call, and Ghana fully supports it. The day when women and men would enjoy the same rights and opportunities across all sectors of society, including cultural, social, political, economic participation, and decision-making, a just and peaceful world would have been in sight. For there can be no peace without justice. The much talked about peace, prosperity, and sustainable development will continue to elude the world without gender equality. Consequently, all of us must act collectively to ensure that no one is left behind in any aspect of our lives. The legislature is the heart and lifeblood of democracy and good governance. It is the house, in fact, the home of the governed, and that is the people. And as such, its composition ought to be a true reflection, a mirror of the people it represents. This means that all the people must be equally represented, heard, and given equal opportunities. Gender-sensitive parliaments are therefore not about equality in numbers alone, but a healthy parity in all aspects and perspectives of gender. All the various and varied gender traits must find expression in the products and outcomes of society's deliberations and efforts. Parliament can play a very important role in this matter. Parliament itself can play a significant role in the creation of a gender-sensitive institution. Through legislation, regulation, and policy adaptation mechanisms, parliaments could remove barriers to the full participation of all sections of society, such as women, the youth, physically disabled, and minorities. In executing its mandate, a gender-sensitive parliament ought to ensure that policies and legislations are well scrutinized and subjected to gender analysis to include the articulation of the interests of all groups. This is to ascertain whether the gender differentiated outcomes put women, girls, the youth, physically disabled on equal footing with boys and girls. The case of Ghana definitely has been part of this global effort. Ghana has been conscious of the imperative of gender equality since 1958. The Parliament of Ghana has been and is responding and working to ensure the realization of this goal. The need to be a driver of change through a number of policy measures has therefore not been lost on Ghana's parliament. The efforts of Ghana towards the emancipation of women and the girl child started from the creation of a desk in the office of the president to the setting up of a secretariat, and from the creation of a National Commission on Women and Development to the establishment of a full-blown Ministry of Gender and Children. In addition, the following steps and measures are being taken by the Parliament of Ghana. For example, in 1958, Parliament passed the Representation of People's Amendment Act to permit the selection of 10 women into the first Parliament of independent Ghana. The resurgence of instability immediately after that, and more importantly, the 1966 coup blurred the focus of governments and parliaments from vigorously pursuing that initiative. It was not until the early 1980s and the Beijing Conference of 1995 that the initiative was brought to the forefront and to the front burner. Thereafter, a number of legislations were made to remove social, cultural, and political barriers to gender equality and women empowerment. These initiatives found expressions in the provisions of the 1992 Constitution and has produced 2 women Chief Justices in a row and a First Lady Speaker, one of my predecessors of Parliament. Since 1993, legislations on women, property and spousal rights, financial inclusion, and leadership gained prominence in the government and Parliament's agenda and in daily national discourse. And Parliament is currently working on a number of legislations in this direction. The increase in the number of women in Parliament from that of 11% to the current 14.5% is part of the efforts. This is definitely not much progress, and it is unacceptable. As a result, leadership of Parliament is rekindling the internal organization of Parliament to expedite an increase in the representation of women in key leadership positions of the House. My delegation showcases this with 4 women and 4 men as part of the delegation. Staff composition has also recognized this and have moved from 37% to currently at the decision level of 58% of total membership. Additionally, the ways to promote gender sensitivity is one of the key cardinals and features of the Parliament of Ghana today. In conclusion, since women constitute the majority of the world's population, their interests must equally find expression in whatever we do. This is a sine qua non to ensuring a more resilient and peaceful world. The reverse produces an antithesis, a polarized, divisive, bitter, poor, unjust, undeveloped, and war-prone world. The evidence in today's world speaks volumes for itself. In this wise, parliamentarians, who are the representatives of the people and are the architects of the global political economic order, have a very important role to play and must stand up and be counted. With this, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for your grace and opportunity. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ghana. Our next speaker is Uzbekistan, and it's followed by Poland, so please get ready.
Dear Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Parliament and Government of Uganda for the great organization of this event and your warm hospitality. I am delighted to see many old colleagues and new members of IPU. We talk a lot about the gender-sensitive parliament, but what does the gender-sensitive parliament really mean? For us, I mean, to Uzbekistan, a gender-sensitive parliament is a parliament that, firstly, actively participates in the development and implementation of the state gender policy. Secondly, encourages and ensures the equality of the number of women and men in all its bodies and structures. Thirdly, adopts gender-sensitive laws that promote and protect gender equality, provides gender expertise of adopted laws. Fourthly, contributes to the formation in a society a culture that respects women's rights and gender equality. Gender-sensitive parliament is involved in the implementation of the IPU Action Plan for a Gender-Responsive Parliament adopted 10 years ago in Quebec, Canada. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you briefly about the experience of Uzbekistan in the subject of topic. Comprehensive measures being taken to Uzbekistan to strengthen the legislative and institutional foundations of gender policy. In Uzbekistan, special attention is paid to the development of gender-oriented legislation, the improvement of the legal foundation for enhancing the role and active participation of women in the public, political, social, cultural, and business life of the country. In recent years, more than 50 legislative acts have been adopted in our country to ensure of women's rights. We are developing a gender-sensitive constitution. The draft of the constitutional law of Uzbekistan is a gender-sensitive constitution. It provides for the implementations of the provisions of UN CEDAW. 4 institutional bodies were established in Uzbekistan in recent years: National Commission on Ensuring Gender Equality, the Committee of Women and Gender Equality in the Senate of Uzbekistan, the Republican Public Women's Council, the State Committee of Family and Women. The trends observed in Uzbekistan are in line with the global processes of expanding the representation of women at the highest levels of government, eliminating gender inequality, increasing their number in parliament, government, and the judiciary. Uzbekistan, where the number of women in parliament exceeded 33%, ranks 55th in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the second part of my speech is about Tashkent Summit of Women Leaders. More than 120 representatives of women parliamentarians and 17 women speakers from the more than 30 countries, as well as representatives of IPU, United Nations, Parliamentary Assembly of OIC, CIC, Inter-Parliamentary Assembly participated in this event. The Tashkent Declaration, Parliamentary Leadership, Prevention of Risks in order to increase resilience and prosperity was adopted at the end of the summit. The Tashkent Declaration defines priorities related to the formation of the gender-oriented parliament, ensuring the sustainable development of society, peace, and well-being of the population in the population. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, there is no boundary for gender equality. It is a long-lasting process. Gender equality should not remain as a fashionable expression which we use our speeches and papers. We must achieve concrete results in life. In conclusion, I want kindly ask for you a report of United Nations General Assembly resolution on strengthening the role of parliaments in implementation of SDG and protection of human rights initiated by the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The Tashkent Declaration and the draft of the UN resolution will be disseminated among the participants of our assembly. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. Our next speaker is Poland, and after Poland is Ireland. Please get ready. Thank you.
Dear Madam President, dear fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, talking about gender equality today and not mentioning about the Ukraine fighting seems totally senseless. The war in Ukraine has showed us that the most affected are civilians, especially women and girls, even small girls, who are victims of abuse, rapes, and murders, who suffer because they lose their lives, their dignity, their families. Each day, women and men in this country fight to protect their homeland, their cities, their homes. They are forced to defend their rights, language, culture, equally, men and women. After the 20th century wars, we believed it will never happen again. And yet, Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council of United Nations, elected to ensure the world peace, decided to attack and destroy its neighbor, a sovereign and independent country. Imagine that Russia sends troops to, for example, South Africa or any other country. They bomb your cities, destroy your infrastructure, and they want to remove you from the map. Would you be so eager to accept? Russia is treating Ukraine the way former empires treated their colonies. It wants to subject the now independent country that was once within its borders. We strongly condemn and oppose this kind of post-colonial thinking. Russian troops are committing war crimes against the civilian population. As an eyewitness, I feel obliged to give a testimony, the testimony of what I saw around Kiev. destroyed, robbed homes, destroyed infrastructure, dead bodies of brutally murdered men, women, and children, gender equality. With my own eyes, I saw corpses of civilian victims in Bucha. This is something I will never forget. I see it in my nightmares all the time. Thousands of people have been killed. This is genocide. It's even harder to talk about it here in Rwanda, a country who experienced such a tragedy. We commemorate the victims every year. But the lesson has not been learned. Some countries still violate the basic human right, a right to live. This is why I strongly urge to support all resolutions that say about this war, that condemn the unprovoked aggression, even if we have to adopt such resolution over and over again. This is a real emergency. I call every member of our assembly to condemn Russia, to vote in your parliament in favor of as strong sanctions as possible. Every day, I see Ukrainian women and children on the streets of our cities. They are war victims as well. They were lucky to live before the attacker found them in their homes. They are devastated because they don't know if they will ever see their fathers, brothers, sons again. Imagine how hard it is to talk to them and explain why so many countries doesn't not condemn the Russian aggression. The position of Poland in this regard is simple. The Russian troops should be immediately withdrawn from Ukraine. War should be over, and those guilty of war crimes must be brought to justice. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the illegal acts of recognizing independence and annexation by the Russian Federation of the occupied Ukraine region, Kherson, Donetsk, Lugansk, and Zaporozhye, which remain part of Ukraine under international law. Dear colleagues, the topic of the general debate is very important. Gender sensitivity in Parliament is crucial in nowadays world, but either or not gender balanced, first of all, we must be human sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Next speaker is Ireland, followed by Jordan. Yes, so please get ready, Jordan.
Madam President, may I at the outset congratulate the President of the IPU, the General Secretary, and all the organisers on this extraordinarily well conducted global conference. May I thank the Rwandan people for the warmth of their welcome and the efficiency with which they've gone about their part of the conference. A focus on gender equality could not be more relevant than at the present moment. COVID has eroded women's rights, casting them as carers, reducing and halting participation in education, increasing violence against women. Secondly, the effects of climate change impact mostly on women. 80% of displaced persons due to climate change are women. War and genocide, so eloquently testified to by the last speaker from Poland, are casting women as carers, as sole providers for families, and uprooting them from their homes, and often sending them to new environments
sadly sometimes hostile. In the English-speaking world from which I come, the Oxford English Dictionary is the established authority on meanings of words, and it defines democracy as a system of government for and by the whole population. The full participation of women is axiomatic to that. If women are not members of parliament, they cannot be part of a gender-equal parliament. So for that reason in Ireland, and I'm proud that it was my party, we introduced a quota system where a constantly increasing percentage of candidates in each election must be women. We had 30.6% in 2020. We will have 40% in 2 years' time at the next election, and that will go on to 50% at the subsequent election. To break through the glass ceiling for women, we need quotas as legislated for by the government, and there's no escaping that, and I would commend it to all your countries. In 2021, a committee on gender equality was established in our parliament to consider the outcome of a citizens' assembly on the topic of equality. In 2021, the Speaker of the Irish Parliament set up a forum on a family-friendly and inclusive parliament. Wide consultations with members of parliament, academia and civil society took place. It looked specifically at the composition of committees, at structures, at operations and methods, and at the creation of a safe and respectful workplace. 51 recommendations emerged and prioritized among them will be and is remote working, proxy voting during yet to be established maternity and paternity leave, increased representation of women on committees and in position of authorities on those committees. Hybrid meetings, as we've all become used to throughout COVID. Constitutional change will be needed for some of these, but we're going to do it. We have in our parliament a dignity and respect statement, and we also are going to establish more family rooms, facilities for breastfeeding. Childcare facilities are there and will be enhanced. In Ireland, we have an active and well-functioning, well-resourced Women's Parliamentary Caucus, and they do great work. Members of Parliament from around the globe, can I say this to you? Gender equality is also a man's issue. It is at the heart of a civilized society. We will not have further progress. We cannot enhance further progress in society without equality. So let's all unite at this great global international conference of parliamentarians to create gender-equal parliaments that will lead to a gender-equal society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ireland. Now the next speaker is Jordan, followed by Switzerland. This is my colleague.
السيدات والسادة رؤساء وممثلي وأعضاء الوفود البرلمانية المحترمين، أحييكم باسمي وزملائي أعضاء الوفد البرلماني الأردني، معبرين بصدق عن تقديرنا الكبير لرئاسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي وأمانته العامة، ولقيادة وحكومة وبرلمان وشعب رواندا المضياف على حفاوة الاستقبال وحسن التنظيم. نلتقي اليوم والعالم في تغير مستمر، لمنعرجات أكثر قسوة للأسف، فقد باتت التحديات أكثر إيلاماً، ليس ابتداءً من جائحة كورونا وما خلفتها من آثار، وليس انتهاءً بتحديات التغير المناخي ونقص المياه وأزمات الأمن الغذائي، ليزيد من وطأتها ويعمق من مآسيها استمرار تسابق البعض على آلة الدمار والحرب بدلاً من التجارب في مجالات الإنتاج الغذائي والتزويد والتخزين. السيدات والسادة الكرام، أقتبس من حديث لجلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني حفظه الله حين دق ناقوس الخطر محذراً من مغبة انكماش التعاون الدولي في مواجهة الأزمات، وعلى رأسها مسألة الأمن الغذائي. يقول جلالة الملك: علينا أن نتذكر أن الملايين من البشر يقضون هذا اليوم بلا طعام، فهو بالنسبة لهم يوم آخر من الجوع. فلنسأل أنفسنا لماذا يعاني قرابة 700 مليون شخص من نقص الغذائي في القرن ال21؟ لماذا يموت في وقتنا هذا حوالي 9 مليون شخص من سوء التغذية كل عام؟ لذا علينا مواصلة بذل الجهود لمعالجة شح الغذاء. وعليه كنا في الأردن نؤمن بواقعية وقناعة كبيرة بالفكرة التي طرحها جلالة الملك قبل أقل من عامين بإعادة ضبط العولمة عبر تعزيز العمل المشترك العالمي لمنفعة المجتمعات. السيدات والسادة الكرام، وددت الحديث في البداية عن هذه الأزمات لكي أقول بصراحة أن أزماتنا مركبة، ولا يمكن لأي دولة بمفردها أن تواجه التحديات الماثلة بمفردها، فكورونا تركت آثارها السلبية، والتغير المناخي ألحق أضراراً بالغة، وحروب الوكالات في عديد قارات ومناطق العالم وعلى رأسها الشرق الأوسط باتت سبباً يتغذى عليه المتطرفون، وشكلت هذه الصراعات بيئة يجدون فيها نمواً لأفكارهم الضلالية الهدامة. وكلنا في مختلف دول العالم ذقنا مرارة التطرف الذي لا يعرف ديناً ولا عرقاً. وأمام هذا الواقع الأليم كانت دول في العالم بعينها ومنها الأردن تقدم يد التعاون ومد جسور البناء مع الشركاء في الإقليم والعالم. فالملك عبد الله أطلق اشتباعات في مدينة العقبة من أجل توحيد وتنسيق الجهود الدولية لمواجهة التطرف بشكل شمولي، والأردن رغم ما يحيطه من أزمات كان الملجأ والعون لكل من ضاقت بهم الدنيا من الويلات والحروب. معالي الرئيس، الزميلات والزملاء الكرام، نلتقي اليوم في الاجتماع 145 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لمناقشة موضوعات المساواة بين الرجال والنساء، البرلمانات المراعية للمنظور الجندري، باعتبارها دوافع للتغيير من أجل عالم أكثر صموداً وسلماً. وهنا فإنني أؤكد على موقف الأردن الداعم لهذه الخطى والسير بخطى متدرجة وثابتة لتمكين المرأة وزيادة مشاركتها سياسياً واقتصادياً واجتماعياً، حيث نؤمن في الأردن أن المساواة حق أساسي من حقوق الإنسان وضرورة لتحقيق العدالة في المجتمعات، وذلك من أجل تحقيق هدف واضح في إشراك المرأة في صناعة القرار. وقد كان الطريق لذلك عبر إعادة النظر بكافة التشريعات الناظمة للحياة السياسية لتضمينها نصوصاً محفزة لمشاركة المرأة وتمكينها. وهنا أود الإشارة إلى أن البرلمان الأردني قد أقر قانون انتخاب جديد تم من خلاله تخصيص 18 مقعداً للمرأة، علاوة على إمكانية منافستها على بقية مقاعد البرلمان، كما ألزم الأحزاب بوجود امرأتين بين أول 6 مرشحين في القوائم الحزبية، الأمر الذي يضمن زيادة حصة المرأة في البرلمان بما نسبته من 14 إلى 25% كحد أدنى. وبذات الوقت تم إلزام الأحزاب بعضوية 20% كحد أدنى من النساء من الأعضاء المؤسسين، وذلك بموجب قانون الأحزاب الجديد، علاوة على الكثير من المحفزات التي ترفع من نسبة مشاركة المرأة في العمل السياسي وتجعلها شريكاً حقيقياً في صناعة القرار.
Dear colleague, your time has run out.
وقبل الختام لا يفوتني أن أقف بإجلال وإكبار معبراً عن اعتزازي بنساء العالم أجمع على ما قدمنه من إنجازات كبيرة بالرغم من التحديات الماثلة والمعيقات المستمرة. وهنا أقدم التحية للمرأة الأردنية المربية في المنزل والعاملة في كافة ميادين العطاء، كما أجد نفسي وإياكم ملزمون بتوجيه رسالة عز وفخر بالمرأة الفلسطينية الصامدة المرابطة المدافعة عن الكرامة الإنسانية وعن حرمة المقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية في القدس الشريف وفلسطين الحبيبة، مؤكداً هنا رفضي وزملائي في البرلمان الأردني لكافة أشكال ممارسات القتل والدمار والتشريد بحق الشعب الفلسطيني، وكذلك إدانتنا لتمرد الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على قرارات الشرعية الدولية.
شكراً.
كما إذا سمحت بس دقيقة، كما وأنني أنتهز هذه الفرصة لأشكر الأشقاء في دولة قطر الشقيقة والذين أشعلوا شمعة الأمل باستضافتهم مونديال كأس العالم 2022، وكلنا ثقة بمقدرة الأشقاء القطريين على استضافة هذا
الزميل. لو سمحت نكتفي. شكراً.
بركاته.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Switzerland, followed by Qatar.
Merci Madame la Présidente de séance, chers et chers collègues parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs. Tout d'abord, je souhaite aussi, comme d'autres l'ont fait, remercier la République du Rwanda pour l'accueil chaleureux qu'il a réservé aux délégués et déléguées de l'UIP. Ensuite, comme remarque préliminaire, je remarque que de nombreux hommes se sont inscrits pour prendre la parole sur ce sujet de l'égalité des genres et que certains aiment aussi la mobiliser assez longuement. J'espère que c'est de bon augure et que cela permettra de pouvoir atteindre plus rapidement à travers le monde cette égalité que nous souhaitons tant. Car en effet, la conquête pour l'émancipation des femmes est l'un des grands combats du XXe siècle et il va se poursuivre car rien n'est encore définitivement acquis. Le droit de vote a été l'une des luttes les plus significatives. Il a traversé tous les continents. Dans plusieurs pays européens, il a fallu attendre la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale pour que les femmes obtiennent le droit de vote. Dans mon pays, la Suisse, souvent qualifiée de plus ancienne démocratie du monde, il a fallu attendre 1971 pour que les femmes acquièrent enfin le droit de vote et d'éligibilité sur le plan fédéral. Sans les femmes, une démocratie, aussi ancienne soit-elle, n'est que boiteuse, elle est incomplète. La Suisse essaye de se rattraper puisque depuis les dernières élections de 2019, les femmes représentent 42% de la Chambre du peuple. Mais à côté des droits égaux, il reste à conquérir la pleine égalité, à savoir l'égalité de fait. Les femmes doivent encore gagner de la légitimité pour prendre pleinement leur place. Elles gagnent souvent moins que les hommes pour un travail équivalent, ce qui a une répercussion négative sur leur retraite. Dans de nombreux métiers fortement valorisés, les femmes ne sont que peu présentes. Les tâches ménagères et l'éducation reposent encore beaucoup sur les femmes, même si les couples de la jeune génération partagent mieux les devoirs. Le droit à l'avortement n'est pas garanti partout et est très inégalement appliqué selon les différents points de la planète. Le retour en arrière qui s'opère aux États-Unis d'Amérique a de quoi nous inquiéter. Le contrôle du corps des femmes a toujours été un enjeu et représente une des manifestations criantes du patriarcat. En effet, la libre disposition de leur corps par les femmes n'est malheureusement pas encore une réalité. Curieusement, les forces conservatrices jugent que l'État doit se mêler des questions liées à l'avortement et ils ne sont pas aussi exigeants quand il s'agit de droits sociaux et de places de crèche, par exemple. Une fois l'enfant arrivé, il s'agirait soudainement d'une affaire strictement privée et les familles n'ont qu'à se débrouiller. Si on n'est pas arrivé plus tôt à réaliser l'égalité, c'est peut-être parce que l'on a cru trop tôt que tout était réglé. Dans les années 90, notamment en Suisse, c'était devenu un gros mot que de se déclarer féministe. Les jeunes femmes ont cru à tort que l'égalité était acquise et même si de grands progrès ont été réalisés, elles se rendent compte qu'il faut continuer à se mobiliser. Il y a un domaine où l'humanité doit faire des progrès notables. Il s'agit d'éradiquer la violence à l'encontre des femmes et la violence domestique. C'est pourquoi il est primordial d'élargir la participation du plus grand nombre d'États à la Convention d'Istanbul et bien sûr de la mettre en œuvre. La violence contre les femmes, qui touche souvent aussi les enfants, est un fléau qui n'est pas digne de l'être humain. La Suisse a aussi reconnu ce problème, qui est malheureusement aussi une réalité chez nous, et a établi un plan d'action pour prévenir cette forme de violence inacceptable. Les parlements ont évidemment un grand rôle à jouer dans la promotion de l'égalité entre les genres et il faut saluer la direction de l'UIT qui nous permet de mettre en avant ce thème fondamental. Si l'on veut obtenir la parité des genres dans les parlements, il est nécessaire, à mes yeux, d'instaurer des quotas de listes. Il faut combattre l'idée que les femmes élues grâce à des quotas ne seraient que des potiches. Au contraire, la réalité nous montre qu'une fois élues, les femmes occupent pleinement leurs fonctions avec de grandes compétences. Et les partis ont un rôle important à jouer dans ce domaine. Il est aussi indispensable de lutter contre le harcèlement et le sexisme au sein des parlements et de promouvoir les femmes à tous les échelons politiques. Un certain nombre de parlements ont pris des mesures et le Parlement suisse a apporté sa contribution pour prévenir ce phénomène. Pour conclure, je souhaiterais souligner le fait que les femmes ont un rôle incontournable à jouer dans la promotion de la paix. Cet élément prend toute sa signification à l'heure où de trop nombreux pays sont secoués par des conflits internes et bien sûr au moment où la guerre de la Russie contre l'Ukraine redouble d'intensité. L'égalité entre femmes et hommes fait partie des droits humains. Ces droits ne seront jamais réalisés sans la pleine contribution des femmes. Les hommes ont tout intérêt à participer à ce mouvement pour l'émancipation, car leur véritable liberté dépend de celle de tout le genre humain. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Switzerland. And now we have Qatar, followed by Denmark, or no, Israel. Qatar, followed by Israel.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الدكتورة مساعد رئيس مجلس الشورى السعودي، أصحاب السعادة والمعالي رؤساء البرلمانات والوفود المشاركة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي مخاطبتكم بالأصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن وفد مجلس الشورى القطري المشارك في هذا اللقاء الجامع، وأن أنقل لكم تحيات سعادة السيد حسن بن عبد الله الغانم رئيس مجلس الشورى القطري، وتمنياته لاجتماعكم هذا كل التوفيق والسداد. كما أعرب عن شكرنا وتقديرنا لحكومة وشعب رواندا الصديق ولمجلس النواب الرواندي على الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة في أعمال هذا المؤتمر، والشكر موصول إلى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على حسن التنظيم وكرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال. الإخوة والأخوات، نلتقي اليوم لنناقش أمراً هاماً نسعى من خلاله إلى تحقيق السلام والأمن والاستقرار والتنمية للبشرية جمعاء، ألا وهو تحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين وتعزيز دور المرأة في المجتمع. ففي مثل هذا اليوم قبل عقد من الزمان صدرت خطة عمل الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي للبرلمانات المراعية للمنظور الجندري، والتي حظيت بإجماع أعضاء الجمعية العامة 27 بعد المائة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في كوبيك بكندا. ومن بعدها سعت البرلمانات ومن ورائها الدول من أجل تحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية عبر سياقات وآليات متعددة، وقد تعرضت هذه المساعي لعقبات وواجهت أزمات متعددة من جهل وفقر ومرض وحروب ونزوح وهجرات وجوائح وأزمات اقتصادية وتغير مناخي حالت ولا زالت دون بلوغنا الغاية المرجوة بحلول عام 2030، خاصة وأن عدم نجاحنا في تجاوزها يعني عدم الاستقرار وانعدام الأمن والتخلف الاقتصادي، وهو ما يؤدي إلى تعقيد حياتنا بكافة جوانبها. ونحن نتحدث عن تلك الأوضاع يجب علينا ألا نغفل دور المرأة الفلسطينية المناضلة، وهي تكابد جميع هذه المصاعب الجسيمة، وفوق ذلك تشاطر أخاها الفلسطيني تحمل شظف العيش والتمييز العنصري وتحمل الجانب الأكبر من ويلات وآثار جرائم الاحتلال من تضييق في التعليم والعمل والحصار الاقتصادي الذي يحرم المرأة من كافة حقوقها وينتهك حقوق الفلسطينيين على وجه الخصوص في مدينة القدس وأقصاها الشريف. الإخوة والأخوات الكرام، لما كان مدار الحديث في لقائنا هذا عما حققته البرلمانات المشاركة من الإنجازات، فيزيدني اعتزازاً أن أعدد بعض الإنجازات لبلدي الحبيب قطر في هذا المضمار، وخير ما أبدأ به نفسي باعتباري أول نائب رئيس لمجلس شورى منتخب، مما يبشر بالمزيد من الإنجازات وما يبعث الأمل في نفسي هو أن من اختاروني لهذا المنصب هم أخواني أعضاء المجلس من الرجال، وبفضل تكافؤ الفرص التي وفرتها الدولة للمرأة في التوظيف تقلدت المرأة القطرية مناصب تنفيذية وإدارية عليا، وعملت كوزيرة وسفيرة ورائدة أعمال ووكيل نيابة وقاضي، وتشكل المرأة اليوم أكثر من 40% من قوة العمل في كافة المجالات، وبوجه خاص في مجال التعليم والصحة والعمل الاجتماعي. ولم تقتصر جهود دولة قطر في تحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية داخل الدولة، بل دعمت وتدعم دولة قطر تعليم المرأة في العديد من الدول، خاصة في مناطق الحروب والنزاعات والكوارث. ولعل آخر تلك الجهود الدور القطري البارز في مناصرة المرأة الأفغانية، وذلك انطلاقاً من إيمان دولة قطر بأن مشاركة المرأة في صنع وحفظ وبناء واستدامة السلام هو أمر حيوي وشرط أساسي لنجاح هذه المساعي. الإخوة والأخوات الكرام، تعتبر العدالة الاجتماعية والتكافل الاجتماعي إحدى الركائز الأساسية لرؤية قطر 2030، وهو ما أكد عليه الدستور الدائم لدولة قطر كحق أساسي من حقوق المواطنة. وفي ظل قيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه، ومن خلال توجيهاته السديدة تبنت دولة قطر سياسات واضحة لتعزيز مكانة المرأة في كافة الميادين، وأتاحت لها الفرص في مجال التعليم وفي الحصول على الخدمات الصحية وفرص المشاركة في مختلف ميادين العمل، علاوة على ممارسة حقها في المشاركة السياسية. كما تعلمون جميعاً فإن قضايا العدالة الاجتماعية لا تنفصل عن قضايا الأمن والسلم والحروب وقضايا النزاعات والنزوح والهجرة والتغير المناخي وغيرها من القضايا. ونحن في دولة قطر عاكفون على مشاركة العالم في جهوده لتأمين الغذاء والدواء وسيادة السلام، كما أننا داعمون لجهود الدول النامية في سعيها لمعالجة التغير المناخي. ومن موقعها كدولة فاعلة ورائدة في مجال التسوية السلمية للصراعات والنزاعات، توسطت دولة قطر في جمع إرادة الفرقاء في تشاد والتوقيع على اتفاقية الدوحة للسلام. ولذلك فإننا ندعو إلى تحكيم العقل واللجوء إلى الوسائل السلمية لحل كل الخلافات وتسوية كل النزاعات، وهذا ما تنادي به دولة قطر باستمرار، وما يعمل صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد آل ثاني أمير البلاد المفدى على تحقيقه من خلال الوساطات التي يقوم بها سموه، ومن خلال دعمه المتواصل والسخي لمبادرات الأمن والسلام. الإخوة والأخوات، لقد انتهت دولة قطر من كافة التجهيزات والاستعدادات لاستضافة كأس العالم فيفا قطر 2022، بطولة العصر المراعية للبيئة والداعية للمحبة والسلام والتسامح، والتي نأمل أن تكون حدثاً كروياً غير مسبوق ينشر السلام ويعلي قيم المساواة والتسامح، آملين في مشاركتكم في هذا الحدث الرياضي الكبير. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Qatar. Our next speaker is Denmark, followed by Israel.
Thank you. Chairpersons, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to address this assembly, not at least because this month marks the 10 years anniversary of IPU Plan for Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. So this is a unique opportunity for us to discuss what we have accomplished during the last 10 years. As Rapporteur for Equality, the topic for this debate is of great concern to me. It truly is a global challenge, especially because to this day, human rights are being violated on a daily basis. One of these is the right to education. The right to education is a fundamental human right and indispensable the exercise of human rights. It's one of the most powerful tools in lifting socially excluded children and adults out of poverty and into the society. Yet, 17% of the world's adults can neither write or read. 2/3 of these, almost 500 million, are women. This large share has nearly not changed during the last 20 years. We must do better. Around the world, women and girls trying to exercise their right to education are facing many obstacles. Forced marriages, pressure to take domestic responsibilities at young age, or discrimination at the labor market. We must strengthen our focus on women's right to education, regardless where they live or where they come from. In many countries, women are still fighting long and hard for fundamental rights. Luckily, many women have succeeded not only breaking through barriers, but also in making their voices heard and reminding us all of the injustice women face worldwide. This tendency we are witnessing in Iran, where women
right now are fighting for more equality. We see it in Ukraine, right now, where women are fighting for democracy, for peace, and for human rights. And as we heard yesterday from the Afghan speaker, right now, girls and women in Afghanistan are fighting for the right to go to school. I stand in great solidarity with these women and men. They fight, and their fight is important. Because history tells us that equality between women and men benefits not only the woman, but also the whole society. The fact that these individuals are willing to take the streets around the world tells me that everywhere the demand for freedom, equality, and democracy is not only strong, it's loud and it's clear, and we all have to hear it. It's also healthy for the democratic conversation when all perspectives are considered, women's included. And Rwanda is a prime example of this. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved gender parity in parliament with over 60% female members. This achievement has a positive impact on women and girls' empowerment. In my country, Denmark, the fight for equality has been long and hard, and it's not over yet. With our constitution back in 1849, Denmark became a democracy. In reality, however, only a small part of the Danish population benefited from this civil rights. In fact, a crucial part of the population were left out, the women. The situation did not change until 66 years later, when a constitutional amendment in 1915 ensured equal rights to vote. Then Danish women were allowed to vote in general elections. For more than half a century, Danish women and men fought in a united front for equal voting rights. And a lot have happened since. Today, we have almost 40% women in the Danish parliament. Out of 13 parties, 8 of them are led by women. We have a woman prime minister, and we have a queen. Progress has been made in several areas concerning equality during the past 10 years in Denmark. Fathers have been given right to a greater share of the maternity leave. Greater attention has been paid to the many problems of sexual harassment, and legislation has been introduced to better protect victims of rape, psychological violence, and stalking. But we still have challenges. Therefore, in Denmark, the Danish context is the main goal should be to reduce any hidden inequality, because still women lag behind in working life. They lag behind in government, in politics, in management, and in research. At the same time, men's health is worse than women's. A larger share of men are criminal. More men are homeless and less educated. As I see it, so far, no country has achieved full gender equality. It can be achieved if, and only if, we embark on this journey together. Dear colleagues, our challenges might be different from each other, but our goals should be common and the same. A more peaceful, resilient, and a gender-equal world. Dear colleagues, let's take it from hope to action. Thank you all.
Thank you, Denmark. Next is Israel. And after, please, Cambodia, get ready.
Dear colleagues, I stand here today on behalf of the Israeli women that want to change and make an impact. My name is Nior Shpak, and I'm proud to stand here today as a politician, a member of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, a colonel in reserve who served 26 years in the Israeli Defense Forces. I'm a career woman, social activist, and I'm also a wife, mother, and a grandmother. I'm proud to stand here today and say, yes, we can. We can identify ourselves with all above mentioned definition and still have a free time. We are Wonder Woman. We have developed these abilities because reality did not allow us to develop and succeed in any other ways. And so we have no choice but to become that way. When I look back at Nira, the little girl who dreamed of what she wanted to be, I know she would be proud of where I am today. I still have the curiosity, strength, and ability to learn, and the willingness to influence. I also know that I have no intention of letting others put me down. My fellow parliamentarians who are sitting here know from their experience that there are no easy way to reach an achievement as a woman. We are required to higher standards and many more obstacles to reach our destination. I was one of the first women who broke the glass ceiling and held forth the top position of the Israeli Defense Forces. At the last and a half year, I had the opportunity to take a part of decision-making as a member of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee and the Finance Committee in the Knesset. My personal story is one of many stories of women who decided to fight the reality detected by discrimination based on their gender, nationality, or faith. War orders is changing before our eyes. The time has come to change and to be faster also in promoting women and their participation in decision-making in foreign policy, security, economy, and other issues. The time has come to shatter and transfer the myths that legitimize and justify the ongoing discrimination that harm the integration of women even today. Myths that design to create a wrong narrative about women, to explain asymmetric reality of not including women in decision-making center, like the one that when women get married, they prefer family life over career, or that the women choice professional that will allow them to be at home and take care of the children. One of the most important decisions made is the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. However, 22 years have passed since the Resolution 1325. 22 years since the Declaration of Commitment protecting women and ensure their representation in peace process and international policy. 22 years have passed and the struggle is not over. We have a long way to go. We can paint beautiful pictures, define catchy slogan, but a real look in the mirror without filters or manipulation show us a sad picture in which women still don't have a place near the decision-making table. Her place is lacking, very lacking as we go senior position. The data shows that gender divide continues to exist. And as always, in each individual case, there are always an explanation. Reducing the gap between women, what women want and what they are capable of, and what the establishment allows them is a long-standing struggle. I will end my remark with the word of Mary Jackson, the NASA scientist who broke through with her determination and belief in her ability despite the limitation of her time. And sir, I plan to be an engineer in NASA. I can't do it without studying the professional intended only for white. I can't change my color of skin, but I have no choice but to be the first black women to study engineering. It's time we stop being the first women at a position. It is for us to make a decision and work together to a better gender representation in all walks of life, in a way that, for us, it will be obvious that women should be in a leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cambodia, and followed by Estonia.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my deep thanks to the IPU and the Parliament of Rwanda for your invitation, and my sincere appreciation for the excellent organization of this event. The theme of the 145th IPU Assembly is a high relevance and important to the promotion of peace, stability, social inclusion, and good governance among the key agenda of the IPU, the international community, and our respective country. Last week, I just attended the Parliamentary Forum and the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit, P20 in Indonesia, as part of Indonesia G20 presidency. At the closing session, there was a strong commitment of the G20 nation and beyond to promote women empowerment and assurance of opportunity for women and girls to exercise their role in politics, economy, society, and the area of their interest without restriction of their freedom and potential. As for Cambodia, we are a strong matrimonial society since the dawn of the civilization. Historically, women leadership has been embraced in the Cambodian society since the 1st century AD. As a woman in our society have been the backbone of the nation building. In the 13th century, our queen, Indra Devi, was the scholar and the dean of the university, known to be by the historian as the only and the first woman as a dean of the university in the Asia Pacific. Like Rwanda, Cambodia in the 1970s went through a dark period of genocide, as what Rwanda experienced in the 90s. However, history shows that humanity stands the test of the adversity and challenges to rise high above the dark period to exhibit the strong and robust resilience. In the case of Cambodia, it was because of the great leadership of the late King Fathers Norodom Sihanouk and Samdech Prime Minister Hun Sen through his national reconciliation and win-win policy that we could achieve peace, national reconciliation, and development. Rwanda and Cambodia are the example of a successful country transforming themselves exceptionally after achieving total peace in the post-conflict and reconstruction. Today, Cambodia and Rwanda are advancing their development agenda vigorously and are promoting gender mainstreaming in the government, the parliament, and the peacekeeping effort. Cambodia's search for criminal justice for the victim of the genocidal regime of the Khmer Rouge has been very successful, conducted through the 16-year undertaking by the Extraordinary Chamber in the Court of Cambodia, a hybrid judicial system under the auspices of the United Nations and the Cambodia Court of Justice, and under the sovereign law of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Justice has been delivered, preventing the risk of the return of the genocidal regime, ending forced child and women labor observed under the civil war and the unrest, and developing our legal and institutional instruments to empower women, girls, and promote social inclusion. Despite the progress in women empowerment in the world, there is still room to improve, and the opportunity is so vast for politicians as well as the lawmaker to envision. Therefore, we must act swiftly and in concerted manner through our parliamentary platform and in cooperation with the government, the private sector, civil society organizations to uphold the status of the girl and woman in all spheres, such as education, employment, politics, environment, and decision, and policy making in the field of importance to them and their society. Taking this opportunity, I wish to inform that Cambodia, as a chair of ASEAN 2022, will be hosting in November 2022 the 40th and the 41st ASEAN Summit and related summit, as well as the 43rd General Assembly of ASEAN Inter-Parliamentary IPA, a regional parliamentary platform that focuses on peace building, green and sustainable development in line with the UN SDG, among others. At this summit, we aim to further push for enactment of deeper and more comprehensive engagement of women and young parliamentarians, as well as the promotion of their other proactive role in democratic electoral process, lawmaking and policy making to strengthen their pivotal role in contributing to peace, stability, social harmony, and social progress. To conclude my remark, I just remember one word from my mothers during the war that we suffer. Mom, we want peace. Mom, we want food. So women is very strong in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Estonia and followed by Viro. Thank you.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, honorable hosts, equality between men and women is an essential issue without any doubts, but it should not be a thing in itself or an aim in itself, because let's not forget, men and women are different, and thank God for that. As a result of that, men and women behave differently in different situations, like crises or conflicts, for example. Without relying on specific scientific evidence, it can still be argued that the higher proportion of women in parliaments is an additional guarantee for peace and a happy future. Women value both peace and happiness more highly than men, and generally more peaceful. In this context, the focus of the Assembly is more than relevant in today's conflict-ridden world. However, it must be acknowledged that the road to achieving a reasonable balance is long, both in politics and in many other areas. It is important to create preconditions for equal opportunities. It is important to remove obstacles, including both administrative and material, that create conditions for unequal treatments in politics, employment, and social life. At the turn of a century, well-known Irish futurologist Charles Handy said at the management conference held in my hometown Pärnu that during the last 25 years, the world had changed a lot, but it was likely to change even more in the next 25 years. The last 22 years have repeatedly confirmed this. Without doubt, exactly the same words are relevant also today. The world has changed a lot in the last 25 years, but it is going to change even more in the next 25 years. I hope you will be quoting me in 25 years like I quoted Charles Handy. One of the most important impacts of changes in the context of equality is that the location of working place is no longer primary. Much of work can be done as remote working, as teleworking. The Corona period showed that it's also possible to make politics as remote work, and it is also environmentally friendly either. It enables women to return to the labor market much earlier in the period when they are raising young children and to be more competitive with their male colleagues. We also have to think of ways for creating possibilities for parents with young children to participate in in-person meetings with their children. I believe that this would also contribute to reducing the pay gap that results from staying at home for long periods. Taking these changes into account, it can be said in conclusion that equality between men and women does not necessarily mean 50-50% ratio. There are fields of life where men are better, and there are fields of life where women are more successful. If we interfere in this with gender quotas, for example, we will undermine the end result and the aim. That would be a mistake. This can take place only in very exceptional cases. At the same time, however, administrative as well material advantages for or obstacles to equal competition that are based on gender must be removed. And if anyone has doubts, let us think again about the focus of assembly. If we want peace, we must make more room for women in politics. I want peace, and therefore I also support greater representation of women in politics. The good example for that can be found here in Rwanda. Let us learn from the best. And last but not least, my speech wouldn't be complete if I, on behalf of a delegation of the Riigikogu, the National Parliament of Estonia, did not express our full support and unfortunately also sympathy to the Ukrainians, the bravest nation in the world in the fight against the Russian aggression. Let's never forget that Ukrainians are fighting for a peace in the whole world. Thank you. Murakazi.
Thank you. Thank you, Estonia. Our next speaker is Peru, followed by Uruguay. And I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity. And I would like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Josic, from the head of the delegation, the Swiss delegation, Switzerland. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta de la Asamblea, representantes de los parlamentos, presidentes del Congreso. Bueno, la verdad que tenía un discurso preparado, pero creo que después de escucharlos a todos, lo más importante creo que hay que hacer reflexiones y compartir experiencias, sobre todo las que he vivido yo en mi país. Evidentemente acá todos estamos porque queremos la igualdad de oportunidades para los hombres y las mujeres. Pero lamentablemente una ley o varias leyes no se van a poder aplicar o no van a cambiar la cultura que tenemos en nuestros países. Y para mí lo más importante es la educación que va por casa, la educación que va en los colegios. Porque sabemos que la educación la dan las mujeres y a veces nosotros mismos, las mujeres, educamos distinto a nuestros hijos, hombres y mujeres. Esa es la realidad. Y por ejemplo, en el partido político al que yo represento, casi siempre ha habido representantes hombres. Hacía años que no había mujeres. Y cuando hicimos una elección interna para ver en qué número nos tocaba, porque tenemos voto preferencial, yo hice una campaña, mujeres voten por mujeres. Porque somos las mujeres las que no votamos por mujeres. No nos apoyamos entre nosotros. Muchas veces no hay solidaridad entre nosotros. No es solo un problema de que nos vean distinto o que haya preferencia para los hombres. Es nosotros mismos que no nos ayudamos. Y en esa elección yo fui la mujer que tuvo más alta votación, pero hubieron 7 hombres con más alta votación que yo. Y como había esta nueva ley que recién se ha aplicado para este Congreso de paridad y alternancia, el primer puesto ¿no? El número 1 fue para hombre y de ahí fui yo y entré con el número 2. Y gracias a esta ley de paridad y alternancia pudimos entrar muchas mujeres de todos los partidos políticos. Es primera vez que en nuestro Congreso hay 50 mujeres de 130, casi el 40%. ¿Por qué? Porque se aplicó esta ley que recién se ha aprobado en el 2019 de la ley de la paridad y alternancia 50%. Y en un contexto muy importante para nosotros porque cumplimos este año 200 años del Congreso. Entonces, en nuestro Congreso, además que somos 50 mujeres, tuve la oportunidad de asumir la presidencia del Congreso el año pasado, recién cuando empezó este periodo de legislatura de este nuevo Congreso. Y es el presidente y 3 vicepresidentes, y fuimos 2 vicepresidentes mujeres, primera vez, o sea que esta mesa electiva tuvo 75% de mujeres, también primera vez en la historia. Tenemos y hemos reactivado una mesa parlamentaria de mujeres que tiene una agenda común, evidentemente, de mujeres. Tenemos también una comisión ordinaria, la Comisión de la Mujer. En el Ejecutivo se encuentra el Ministerio de la Mujer también. Yo creo que hemos avanzado bastante, ¿no? Somos ahora 50 mujeres parlamentarias, pero sabemos pues que hacer política en cualquier parte del mundo para las mujeres es más difícil que para los hombres, porque definitivamente no tenemos una familia, tenemos que ver a nuestros hijos, tenemos otras responsabilidades que compartir y a veces la familia, le restamos tiempo a la familia y al esposo. O a veces el esposo no entiende por qué estás yendo a reuniones políticas que normalmente sabemos que son a partir de las 8 o 9 de la noche. Por eso es difícil. Y además nosotros hacemos campañas por voto preferencial que cuestan. Así que la mujer tiene que tener independencia económica, ¿no? Y poder hacer estas campañas. Pero creo que, por ejemplo, en el Ejecutivo, que se trató en el gobierno pasado de tener paridad, este año de los 19 ministros solamente hay 2 mujeres. En algunas cosas retrocedemos, porque es difícil. Y además, una mujer que entra a política es una mujer que está constantemente expuesta al acoso de la prensa, a la violencia política. Yo quiero manifestarles mi experiencia. El año pasado estuve en Madrid y comenté que era la presidenta del Congreso y lo que íbamos a hacer ese año. Habíamos asumido recién, en julio. Y la verdad que terminó el año, un año difícil, un año en que hemos sido víctimas de la prensa, en general de las redes. Y sí, me queda claro que una de las principales razones por la cual nos han atacado en prensa es porque soy mujer. Porque cuando hay un presidente hombre, no sucede eso. Así que bueno, creo que lo primero que tenemos que hacer es cambiar de mentalidad antes de leyes, que por supuesto son importantes, como esta la ley de paridad y alternancia o la cuota política que hay en otros países, pero creo que todavía falta mucho por hacer y muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, Peru. It's a pleasure for me as a representative of Switzerland to take the chair for a few minutes and to give the floor to the next speaker from Uruguay, followed by Iran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. En la nota conceptual para el debate general sobre la igualdad de género y los parlamentos sensibles al género, como motores de cambio para un mundo más resiliente y pacífico, se expresa: La historia ha demostrado que, cuando se enfrentan a una crisis, las sociedades están mejor si invierten en la igualdad de género como una respuesta sostenible, eficaz e inclusiva. Más adelante señala, los parlamentos que son sensibles al género, que cuentan con estructuras y mecanismos de igualdad de género y que invierten en capacidades para incorporar la igualdad de género en su labor, están mejor capacitados para aprovechar el impulso de una crisis para revertir las desigualdades de larga data. Consideramos de gran importancia destacar la equidad como forma de tener en cuenta las circunstancias personales que nos puedan permitir establecer acciones concretas y así subsanar desventajas a partir de una posición igualitaria. En la historia de Uruguay encontramos grandes mujeres que forjaron la misma en distintos ámbitos. Desde el poder político fueron grandes influyentes de la época que les correspondió vivir. Ayer, como hoy, son las trabajadoras incansables, estudiantes comprometidas, madres, hijas, abuelas, colegas, que día a día dan lo mejor de sí y se destacan en virtud de su esmero, voluntad, tesón y especialmente su educación. En Uruguay, del 1927, hace 95 años, se registró la primera participación de la mujer en un plebiscito, manifestando su voluntad a través del voto secreto. Este acto cívico posicionó a Uruguay como pionero en América Latina, en consagrar los derechos políticos de las mujeres, constituyéndose un hito histórico en un marco democrático. A partir de ese acontecimiento, donde la tenacidad manifestada por la participación de las mujeres en asuntos públicos y la firme decisión y apoyo de un gobierno para que se aprobara el voto femenino, se logra la consolidación plena de los derechos ciudadanos que condujo al ingreso de las primeras mujeres al Parlamento hace ya 80 años. Pocos años después se aprueba la Ley de los Derechos Cívicos de la Mujer, que declaraba la igualdad de los derechos entre los sexos y esto implicaría, entre otras cosas, que las mujeres comenzaran a administrar sus bienes, que hasta ese entonces estaban a cargo de los padres o los maridos. Desde entonces se constatan progresos en la participación y representación de las mujeres en la política uruguaya. Sin embargo, pese a ser reconocido Uruguay por su desarrollo democrático como democracia plena, aún se encuentra distante de lograr la paridad planificada. Para disminuir la brecha en la representación política de las mujeres, se ha apelado a mecanismos que faciliten el acceso y desarrollo de las mujeres a estas posiciones. Es así que en el año 2009 y posteriormente en el año 2017 se declara por ley el interés general que reviste la participación equitativa de personas de ambos sexos, tanto en la integración de los órganos electivos como en la dirección de los partidos políticos, conocida como la Ley de Cuotas. Actualmente, se asiste a un momento histórico en la construcción colectiva de igualdad de género en Uruguay, con 2 proyectos de ley que proponen la paridad como solución normativa a la participación política de las mujeres. También se han incorporado programas en diferentes localidades del país, con el fin de fortalecer la participación y el rol de las mujeres, con el objetivo de contribuir una mayor presencia de las mujeres en cargos de decisión, en todos los niveles de gobierno, en un marco que propenda a la cultura igualitaria en términos de género en el sistema político nacional. Ha sido, a través de la ley de cuotas, se han pretendido incluir en el Parlamento la visión femenina y la visión masculina, para asegurar 2 miradas, para enriquecernos en criterios, imaginación y experiencias complementarias para la resolución de problemas por la carga emotiva y la práctica que se requieren la solución a dificultades cotidianas. En cuanto a la cantidad de cargos, la participación política de las mujeres en Uruguay no se vio significativamente modificada, ni con la implementación de la ley de cuotas, ni aún con el debate sobre la paridad suscitada a partir de las propuestas realizadas en dicha ley. En nuestro sistema parlamentario bicameral, actualmente la integración femenina alcanza 25,3 en la Cámara Baja y 32,3 en la Cámara Alta. También queremos destacar que nuestra Carta Magna establece en su artículo 8, todas las personas son iguales ante la ley, no reconociéndose otra distinción entre ellas, sino la de sus talentos o virtudes. Creemos en las capacidades de las mujeres para alcanzar cargos de poder por mérito propio y para que se dé la igualdad de condiciones, consideramos dos aspectos estratégicos: democracia y educación. La condición de nuestro Estado, considerado como democracia plena, está impregnada de historia y de tradición, porque desde siempre han existido parlamentos democráticos y sensibles a la importancia de cómo a través de la educación se logra la igualdad en la sociedad. Esta sinergia, democracia-educación, nos permitió posicionarnos como vanguardistas en el siglo XX, al lograr la participación de la mujer en la vida política del país después de diferentes instancias legislativas previas. Todo este proceso...
Me da mucha pena, pero se está acabando el tiempo.
Todo este proceso, que tiene inicios a principios del siglo XX, marcó un cambio social profundo a través de la reforma educativa que llevó a la educación pública, primaria, gratuita, laica y obligatoria. Nos cuesta creer que a pesar del tiempo transcurrido debemos continuar reclamando una condición natural de igualdad y equidad. Hace unos años, el físico teórico y divulgador científico Stephen Hawking nos decía: no es una prueba científica de la igualdad de género lo que se requiere, sino la aceptación general de que las mujeres son al menos iguales a los hombres o aún mejores.
Qué pena,
muchas
Uruguay.
gracias. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Maracó Seyané, Ruanda.
Muchas gracias, Uruguay. Next speaker is Iran, followed by Gambia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the most important first step to help women is perhaps to listen to their stories and wonder how the end could have been different had they been given the chance to think and start differently. Like the story of the South Asian woman migrating alone to a Persian Gulf country to help provide for her family, but finds herself stuck and her employee's house, enslaved, abused, and unable to return home. Or the story of the misguided American woman joining the military hoping to gain strength and serve her country, but is made to face a whole different battle when she is raped by her officer. Or the story of the European woman joining a well-known company to become economically independent, but then she is expected to do different tasks and favors than her male counterparts. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are not the exception. Reports show that 1 in 4 American women in military are assaulted by someone in their chain of command. When it comes to the workforce, according to one survey, 38% had been harassed. We also know that these violent crimes largely go unreported, and so the situation is much more dire than shown by these numbers. Now, steps have been taken by governments and international organizations to decrease these instances through ways such as helping more women reporting instances of abuse. And yet, despite all these efforts, we continue to face a global crisis. So perhaps it's time we wondered if the reason we don't seem to be able to put an end to most of these tragic stories is that we haven't been reading them right, that we haven't started in the middle, that we have started in the middle and not from the start, because every one of those women who we talked about was one day born in a family and raised with a set of teachings. And as the world becomes more and more global village, and these teachings come from the mainstream media propagating liberal ways of life, many young girls are being raised with a different selection of ideas, values, and fears than the ones in their own often rich cultures and wise traditions. The fairly recent idea, for instance, that in order to be strong, a woman must serve in all same ways as do men. The value that is doing any job, regardless of their vulnerable to the specific risk as the form of their fathers as women. And the fear that if they are not economically independent from their fathers and husbands, they will be subjected to oppression and abuse. In my country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, we listened to women's story from the start. And so we realized that in order to empower them, we need to organize our efforts in a way that creates more possibilities for them since birth. Our policies are focused on facilitating marriages to help committed relationships, empowering heads of the family financially to prevent women having to work under unsafe circumstances, and providing safe spaces for women to study and work throughout their lives. Today, more than 70% of university students are women, and millions work in a range of jobs as teachers, doctors, entrepreneurs, lawyers, policewomen, firefighters, and more. And this family-oriented approach, we believe, has been helping Iranian women reach their fullest potential without worrying about being alone in their endeavors. But instead of being praised for their achievements and recognized for this successful approach, Iranian women have been portrayed as oppressed creatures without enough agency to control their own lives, let alone create a positive chance in their world. What's worse is that this propaganda has been used to place further politically motivated sanctions on Iranians and deprive these same women and their families. Iranian EB patients and others who often cannot access certain essential medical as a direct result of these sanctions, like Mahsa Amini, who died with a pre-existing medical condition following police custody, for instance, had struggled to find essential medicines following her brain surgery in childhood due to these very same sanctions. Iranian women have been through so much. Decades ago, they gave their all to topple a Western-supported dictator and became independent. And soon after, they voted for an Islamic Republic with a 98.2% majority. Their country was attacked by a US ally, Iraq's Ba'athi regime, and they defended their country with empty hands. And ever since, they have been braving back, breaking illegal sanctions and inhuman unilateral coercive measures placed on them only because they dared to choose their own destiny. And in all their fights, they have had and will continue to have their men's full support. You see, Iranian women have been fighting their own battles and telling their own stories that start with the family, stories in which the battle is between the imperialists and nations seeking the right to self-determination, between the 1% and the 99%, not between the men and women. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Speaker of Iran. The floor is now to Gambia, followed by Kenya.
Madam President, distinguished delegate, I bring you warm greetings from the smiling coast of Africa, the Gambia. As head of delegation, I'm deeply honored and privileged to address the 145th IPU General Assembly taking place here in this beautiful city of Kigali, Rwanda. At the outset, I wish to thank President Paul Kagame for graciously attending and delivering the official opening statement of this auspicious assembly, as well to register on behalf of the Gambian delegation my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Rwanda and the IPU Secretariat for successfully hosting this auspicious occasion. Mr. President, the theme for the 145th IPU Assembly is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. This issue has indeed been a simmering topic of discussion in recent years by all actors in the democratic decision-making process. It is coming at a time when the world is grappling with protracted political upheaval and insecurity as a result of prevalent policies of intolerance and discrimination across the globe. It is therefore very topical and could not be more relevant. While acknowledging that gender-sensitive parliament is in effect a recipe for gender equality, it is essentially in the best interest of a genuine and inclusive democracy. Mr. President, over the years, the responsibility of advocating gender equality rested entirely on few women and organizations. However, it is encouraging that the responsibility has now been shifted to parliaments as institutions representing diverse interests of all citizens. There is a glimmer of hope in the drive to promoting gender-sensitive parliaments as many parliamentary institutions around the world are moving away from their traditional male-dominated membership towards advocating for more gender equality. However, implementing that change would involve looking at the institution itself with a critical eye, acknowledging unseen barriers that deter the presence of women, limit their participation, and or hinder progress toward gender equality. The key obstacles hindering gender equality are more of culture and religion. It is high time we break these barriers and elect women to leadership and decision-making positions. The government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, is a staunch advocate and champion of gender equality and women empowerment. The Gambia has ratified and domesticated most regional and international conventions relating to women. At the National Forum, the Gambia also passed into law a Women's Act in 2010 and its amendment 2015, the Domestic Violence Act 2013 and the Sexual Offences Act 2013, the National Women Enterprise Fund Act as part of efforts to promote equal opportunity for women, and the long-term objective of this act is to create a women's bank to provide women entrepreneurs and organizations access to funds. A new gender policy 2023-2033 is being formulated to succeed the 2010-2020 policy on gender and women empowerment by the government through the Ministry of Gender in consultation with relevant stakeholders with aims at ensuring inclusion of women and demystifying the negative perceptions against them. Mr. President, furthermore, the government for the first time established a Directorate of Gender and Equality and Women Empowerment under the newly established Ministry of Gender as an additional testimony of its commitment to gender mainstreaming. Recently, the said Directorate reviewed and validated the final report on the list of issues and questions in relation to the 6th periodic report of the Gambia to the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW. As we speak, a new national gender streaming strategy bill have been formulated and would be tabled before the National Assembly for enactment. However, despite these advances, there is still room for improvement, more specifically on the participation and representation of women in governance. Notwithstanding, we would not rest on our laurels. We'll continue to champion gender and women empowerment at the level of Parliament. I therefore urge the IPU, being the sole global parliamentary body, to provide the necessary tools to support parliaments in assessing and monitoring gender sensitive in terms of their organizations and working procedures. It is also worth noting that gender-sensitive parliaments are not a simple and static phenomenon, but display a level of complexity and change across countries and time. There is not a single path that leads to gender sensitivity. One country may start from increasing the number of women MPs, while another may focus on creating more gender-sensitive governance and political parties. What is common for all is that gender-sensitive parliamentary institutions are more efficient and able to better respond to the needs of women and men. In conclusion, I would like to encourage all member parliaments of the IPU to make the most of the 145th Assembly by joining voices and efforts to making significant global impacts in the promotion of peace, gender equality, and sustainable development for the benefit of our people. I thank you all.
Thank you, Gambia. Now the floor is yours, Kenya, followed by Niger.
Madam President, honorable speakers of member parliaments and heads of delegations, honorable delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliament of Kenya delegation, I'd wish to register my thanks to the people, government, and the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda for hosting the 145th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly. Honorable delegates, SDG number 5 proposes the achievement of gender equality and empower all women and girls. With target 5.5, 5.1 speaking to ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere. If we are to reduce the imbalance that disproportionately affects women and girls, we need to take up our role as champions for gender equality at national, regional, and global level. Honorable delegates, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 underscores the respect and protection of all rights, and especially gender-based rights, and ensuring that all forms of discrimination, including violence against women, are explicitly prohibited. To this end, Article 28 of the Constitution guarantees every person inherent dignity and the right to have the dignity respected and protected. Article 27, Article 27(6), and Article 56 promotes the elimination of discriminative laws, customs, and practices relating to women, girls, and marginalized groups. Since the first woman was elected to parliament in 1969 in Kenya, the political landscape in Kenya for a long time remained predominantly a male affair, thus disenfranchising our women. Article 97 of our Constitution now provides for the election of 47 women elected from each of our 47 counties to the National Assembly. Article 98 on the composition of the Senate provides for the nomination of 16 women members. Article 98 provides for the nomination of a man and a woman to represent the youth, whereas Article 98 provides for the nomination of a man and a woman to represent persons with disabilities in the Senate. With an enlightened public that appreciates the need to break the barriers to involvement of women in public affairs, there has been a steady increase in the number of women in both Houses of Parliament. This has seen the number of women MPs rising from 18 in the 11th Parliament to 21 in the case of the Senate, and for the National Assembly from 69 in the 11th Parliament to 82 in the 13th Parliament. Our standing orders of both houses support gender equality by obliging parliamentary political parties to observe the need for gender balance in appointing members to leadership offices and committees in the House. The current Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the former Deputy Speaker in the Senate are both women. In the 13th Parliament, women were elected to positions of the Deputy Majority Party Leaders and the Minority Party Whip in the Senate, and the Deputy Majority Party Whip and the Deputy Minority Party Whip in the National Assembly. Honorable delegates, in 2002, the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KWOPA, a caucus for women parliamentarians from both houses of parliament, was established. The caucus advocates for women's rights with a vision of a society where women and men are equitably represented in parliament, in decision-making in public and private spheres, and also to promote sustainable development. KEWOPA has been instrumental on matters on women and other special interest groups like children, PWDs, and other marginalized groups. The Parliamentary Service Commission, which is a constitutional body established to provide services and facilities to members and staff of Parliament, emphasizes achieving constitutional principles of equity in terms of gender, ethnic balance, and especially interest groups in empowerment and in employment opportunities. The Parliament of Kenya has established a policy on anti-harassment that protects female members and staffers from exploitation and workplace vulnerabilities. Distinguished delegates, to address the threat of counterproductive socioeconomic attitudes and practices to women's autonomy and well-being in Kenya, the Parliament has passed specific legislation and approved programs towards uplifting the status of women. Notably, among these laws include the Matrimonial Properties Act, the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, the Children's Act, the Sexual Offences Act, the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, and the Marriage Act. Establishing of government programs that empower women include Uwezo Fund to expand the access to finance through grants and credit to our women. Women Enterprise Fund, which has benefited over 800,000 women groups and resulted in the growth of women-owned enterprise. 3, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF, that has improved the livelihoods of vulnerable women, youth and persons with disabilities, children, and the elderly. Honorable delegates, the following actions may be considered by parliaments in devising ingenious ways to address the gender inequality. 1, gender quotas, through which the gender gap can be bridged, especially at the level of political parties. B, elimination of all obstacles to gender equality by making deliberate efforts to identify and address the root causes of gender inequalities and not just the symptoms. C, legislation that promote equal access for women and men to elective positions. D, mainstreaming gender in parliamentary work and enduring the rule of procedure. C, enhancing participation of women in parliament by ensuring that political conversations are inclusive, accommodative, and accommodate the view and position of both gender. And F, to address the information gap regarding the processes of participation of women in legislative work, and continuous and structured capacity building that enhance capacity of women parliamentarians on House procedure and rules, legislative development and policy analysis. Honorable delegates, the pursuit of gender equity.
Your time is over.
Where governance and social justice are shared value by both men and women. In the words of the late Kofi Annan, and I quote, "There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of our women." I thank you.
Thank you to the Speaker of Kenya. Next speaker, Niger. Followed by Greece.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Président de l'UIP, chers collègues parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord rendre grâce à Dieu qui nous a permis de nous retrouver ici à Kigali, au Rwanda, pour la 145e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire. Cette institution où sont représentés tous les pays du monde. Je voudrais également adresser au gouvernement et au peuple rwandais, au nom de la délégation qui m'accompagne et à mon nom propre, notre profonde gratitude pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'hospitalité authentiquement africaine dont nous avons fait l'objet. Monsieur le Président, le thème du débat général de nos présentes assises qui porte sur égalité des sexes et parlement sensible au genre, moteur du changement pour un monde plus résilient et pacifique, est très pertinent. En effet, en raison des multiples et diverses crises qui prévalent un peu partout dans le monde, les inégalités, en particulier celles liées au sexe, ont malheureusement été accentuées. Cela est dû au fait qu'aux facteurs socioculturels qui, dans bon nombre de nos pays, entravent les efforts visant à éliminer ou du moins à réduire ces inégalités, sont venus s'ajouter les effets du terrorisme, des changements climatiques et d'autres crises d'ordre conjoncturel. De tous ces facteurs, la dégradation de la situation sécuritaire résultant du terrorisme qui prévaut dans la région du Sahel, particulièrement dans la zone des 3 frontières, est de loin le plus préoccupant pour mon pays, le Niger, dont j'ai l'honneur de conduire la délégation à la présente session de notre auguste institution. Aussi convient-il ici d'attirer l'attention de la communauté internationale sur le drame que vivent certains de nos pays du fait de l'insécurité engendrée par la dislocation de la Libye en 2011, suite à une intervention des puissances étrangères dans ce pays, et ce, sans tenir compte des avertissements lancés en connaissance de cause par les pays africains, dont le Niger, qui partage une longue portion de frontière avec la Libye. Au Niger, nous payons un lourd tribut du fait de l'insécurité, avec la tragédie que nous vivons en termes de pertes en vies humaines, de personnes déplacées internes qui se comptent par milliers dans certains contrées du pays. L'abandon forcé de larges superficies de terres cultivables et la fermeture d'un grand nombre d'établissements scolaires et de centres de santé, cibles privilégiées des attaques terroristes. En vue de juguler ces fléaux, ou du moins atténuer leur effet, d'importantes ressources financières et d'autres moyens ont été injectés dans les différents secteurs de la vie du pays. La fermeture des écoles impacte négativement les progrès réalisés dans le domaine de l'action contre les inégalités basées sur le sexe. En effet, les femmes et les enfants constituent malheureusement le plus gros lot des victimes de l'insécurité. Cela n'est pas sans conséquence sur le progrès réalisé dans le domaine de l'éducation de la jeune fille, pilier principal de toutes nos politiques nationales en la matière. Toutefois, en dépit de toutes ces difficultés, le Niger a réalisé des avancées appréciables en matière de lutte contre les inégalités basées sur le sexe. À cet effet, l'Assemblée nationale du Niger n'est pas restée en retrait et a pleinement joué sa partition. C'est ainsi qu'elle a efficacement accompagné le gouvernement dans ses actions visant à prendre en compte les besoins et les intérêts des populations des deux sexes. Il en a été ainsi dans le cadre des différentes politiques nationales dont certaines nécessitent l'approbation de l'Assemblée nationale. Monsieur le Président, l'Assemblée nationale du Niger a par ailleurs contribué à la mise en œuvre du plan d'action pour les parlements sensibles au genre, adopté à l'unanimité lors de la 127e Assemblée de l'UIP qui s'est tenue en octobre 2012 au Québec. À cet égard, il y a lieu de souligner que des progrès significatifs ont été enregistrés dans le sens de l'objectif visant à atteindre la parité avec l'accroissement sensible du nombre de femmes parlementaires. À cette fin, le Niger a adopté la loi 2019-69 du 24 décembre 2019, modifiant et complétant la loi 2008 du 24 décembre 2019, du 7 juin, instituant le système de quotas dans les fonctions électives au gouvernement et dans l'administration de l'État. Au terme de l'article 3, alinéa 2 de la loi susmentionnée, toute liste présentée par un parti politique, un groupement de partis politiques ou un regroupement de candidats indépendants doit comporter au moins 25% de candidats de l'un et de l'autre sexe. Le quota de 25% doit être respecté lors de la proclamation des résultats par circonscription électorale et par liste. Suite à l'adoption de cette loi, la représentation des femmes au Parlement, qui était de 17% à la précédente législature, est passée à 31% à cette législature. Fini. Une femme sur 166 députés qui siègent à l'Assemblée nationale. En outre, ces femmes sont représentées dans toutes les instances de décision du bureau de l'Assemblée nationale ainsi que dans les commissions générales permanentes. Au bureau de l'Assemblée nationale, qui a tous les pouvoirs de présider les séances de délibération et d'organiser et diriger tous les services, les femmes constituent environ 31% des membres. D'ailleurs, faut-il le souligner, le poste de président de la Haute Cour de justice, ce corps juridictionnel constitué, logé au sein de l'Assemblée nationale, est occupé par une femme. Ces efforts se poursuivent d'ailleurs à travers notamment des organes spécifiques.
Votre temps est fini, s'il vous plaît. Votre temps est fini. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Niger. Next speaker, Greece. Next and last speaker, Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by condemning the new Russian attacks on Ukraine and the illegal annexation of the Ukrainian provinces by Russia. The war must be stopped, the revisionists must be defeated. We stand by Ukraine and we reiterate our firm position that the international law is our common ground and should be respected by all countries. And allow me to add that unilateral actions or even memorandums between countries that clearly violate international law are illegal and inadmissible, and therefore does not produce legal substance. Coming to our subject, gender equality touches many aspects of our lives, and although most of the societies have been working for decades to achieve gender equality, we are not there yet. One question should be answered: to what degree gender equality exists, and which are the necessary policies to be imposed in order to reassure gender equality? For example, in my country, in Greece, a national plan 2021 to 2025 on gender equality has elaborated and structured in 4 axes. First, the prevention and combating of violence against women and domestic violence. Secondly, comprising actions for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Third, the equal participation of women in decision-making processes. And fourth, the equal participation of women in the labor market. In this context, the new labor law includes provisions which aim at the empowerment of gender equality in the workplace and the elimination of sexual harassment. Furthermore, particular emphasis was given to initiatives and projects which promote the balance between work and family life, support working mothers, and support the creation of childcare units within large companies. Moreover, Greece belongs to the 8 EU member
and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as Drivers of Change for a More Resilient and Peaceful World.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women, and therefore at the decision-making levels we should have men and women.
It's important to have gender-sensitive laws in place so that more girls and women can be actively involved into addressing issues that we face globally today, such as food insecurities or climate change, among others.
Having a gender-sensitive parliament, to me as a businesswoman, means having a bigger representation and a bigger voice that speaks out for women in business. It also means that we are going to have more women influencing business policies so that they may be friendly to women who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda. Through a gender-responsive constitution, Rwanda has achieved and even surpassed gender parity.
The government of Rwanda has put a lot of effort towards ensuring that both boys and girls have access to education equally. Girls are now able to pursue different fields of studies, including the ones that have deemed predominantly male.
The government has reinforced having women in bigger positions and creating a safe environment for them to step out and build their dreams. So that has really motivated me to see that there is no limit to what I can achieve, especially because of my gender, and that's a big motivation.
The 145th Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, at the invitation of the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, under the theme Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as Drivers of Change for a More Resilient and Peaceful World.
Having parliaments that are gender sensitive is first of all a message from a government to say that we know that our country is made of men and women, and therefore at the decision-making levels we should have men and women.
It's important to have gender-sensitive laws in place so that more girls and women can be actively involved into addressing issues that we face globally today, such as food insecurities or climate change, among others.
Having a gender-sensitive parliament, to me as a businesswoman, means having a bigger representation and a bigger voice that speaks out for women in business. It also means that we are going to have more women influencing business policies so that they may be friendly to women who are joining the business sector.
We are pleased to welcome speakers of parliaments and other delegates to the 145th IPU Assembly. We wish you a comfortable stay in Rwanda. Welcome to Rwanda. Murakaza neza mu Rwanda. Bienvenue au Rwanda.
Your attention, please. I ask everyone to take the seats so that we are going to start our session of this afternoon. Can you please take your seats? Okay. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am here to be back to preside over this assembly. the afternoon session, we are going to continue our general debate. But I would like to let you know that at around 4, between 4 and 4:30, we will have a special segment on gender-sensitive parliaments. We'll have 2-3 speakers, and then we'll resume the general debate. For this afternoon, we are going to start with Argentina. Argentina will be followed by Belgium. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo al Parlamento de Ruanda y al pueblo ruandés por ser tan cálidos anfitriones. Para que las sociedades sean más justas, las instituciones de gobierno deben fomentar la igualdad de género, deben propiciar que todas las personas, sin importar su género, su identidad sexual, su religión, su color de piel, su origen étnico, sean escuchados por igual y tengan participación plena en los debates más urgentes de cada país. Muchas veces lo decimos, pero no lo practicamos o no respondemos con la contundencia necesaria cuando al lado nuestro suceden hechos de violencia o discriminación. Nos invito a todos y todas a redoblar el compromiso para erradicar estos flagelos. Hagamos de la igualdad una construcción colectiva cada vez más sólida y real. Como legisladores y legisladoras somos responsables de predicar con el ejemplo. No hay democracia sin el respeto por la diversidad, por el diálogo y por la tolerancia. Porque cuando la violencia se hace presente, el Estado de Derecho se evapora y también se evaporan nuestras libertades y posibilidades de desarrollo. Quiero contarles que la República Argentina no es la misma después del último 1 de septiembre. Un hombre intentó matar a la presidenta del Senado, vicepresidenta de la Nación Argentina, la doctora Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. En ese momento, en estado de conmoción, sentimos la fragilidad del sistema democrático frente a los actos y crímenes de odio. Siendo que el debate general de esta Asamblea está dedicado a la paz y la igualdad de género, estoy convencida que no podemos quedarnos en silencio ante semejante agresión de violencia política hacia una mujer. Les cuento que el lunes 10 de octubre nos reunimos en la GRULAC, el Grupo Geopolítico de América Latina y el Caribe de esta Asamblea Interparlamentaria, y en esta sesión hemos aprobado por unanimidad una declaración de repudio absoluto y condena al intento de magnicidio, que paso a leerles. Los abajo firmantes, en representación de las delegaciones del Grupo Geopolítico de América Latina y el Caribe, la GRULAC, en el marco de la Unión Interparlamentaria, expresamos absoluto repudio y enérgica condena ante el intento de magnicidio perpetrado contra la presidenta del Honorable Senado y vicepresidenta de la República Argentina, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, reconociendo que la equidad de género y la lucha contra todas formas de violencia deben ser prioridad tanto para hombres como para mujeres y una condición para la democracia genuina. Atendiendo a la responsabilidad de la defensa de las mujeres víctimas de violencia política, los propios parlamentos y cuidando por el resguardo de las instituciones inclusivas y democráticas. Resaltando a la Unión Interparlamentaria como una de las organizaciones líderes en el mundo en cuanto a su trabajo por el fortalecimiento de la democracia y la equidad, entendiendo la trascendencia de consolidar la tolerancia política y el diálogo para encontrar soluciones a los desafíos que enfrenta la sociedad, basando la noción de democracia en el derecho de toda persona a participar en asuntos públicos por medio de instituciones representativas, de parlamentos que representen la voluntad del pueblo. destacando la relevancia del aumento de la presencia de mujeres líderes dentro de los parlamentos, en especial las presidentas de parlamentos, quienes representan el empoderamiento político de las mujeres en general. Por lo expuesto, y como parlamentarios y parlamentarias de la UIP, condenamos enérgicamente este intento de asesinato, teniendo en cuenta que dicha acción se inscribe en una trama de violencia política, misoginia e instigación al odio. Instamos por el pronto esclarecimiento de este aberrante hecho. Impulsamos las manifestaciones de solidaridad y apoyo frente a este infame atentado. Alentamos desde la UIP al acompañamiento a la presidenta del Senado argentino y en su nombre a todas las mujeres que sufren violencia política y situaciones de acoso y hostigamiento. Llamamos a la defensa de la democracia, poniendo énfasis en la gravedad institucional de acciones de esta naturaleza, las cuales erosionan las bases de la democracia y atentan contra los valores que perseguimos, tanto en la UIP como los vinculados al respeto a la diversidad, la lucha por la equidad, el diálogo, la paz y la vigencia del Estado de Derecho. Señores y señoras parlamentarias, convoco a todos los parlamentos del mundo a que expresen su repudio contra el intento de magnicidio a nuestra vicepresidenta, la señora Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. Estamos celebrando esta asamblea en un país que sufre aún en carne viva las heridas de un genocidio brutal. Así como en Argentina, padecemos todavía el recuerdo del terrorismo de Estado de la última dictadura militar. Digamos nunca más al odio y a la especulación que hacen posibles estas tragedias históricas. Muchas gracias.
Merci bien, honorable. La parole est à la Belgique. La Belgique sera suivie par le Vietnam. La Belgique, vous avez la parole.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, it is once again a great honor to be here with all of you today and to represent my country, Belgium, in this distinguished assembly. I feel particularly privileged and humbled as young MP to have the right to address today's general debate on gender equality in front of all of you. Indeed, many women in the world don't enjoy the same freedom. So before turning to my proper speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge first the courage of all girls and women around the world who have been abused, who have been persecuted, who have been killed for simply trying to be who they are. I am today thinking of the death of Mahsa Amini while in the custody of Iran's morality police. I am thinking of Anna, who was 50 when she was raped by Russian soldier 70 kilometers west of Kiev in Ukraine. I am thinking of women's rights activists in Afghanistan who dared to face the brutality of the Taliban to defend their right to go to school. Even in times of peace, the overturning by the US Supreme Court of the long-standing constitutional right to abortion demonstrates how quickly the gender equality achievements can be destroyed. Chers collègues, dans une lutte pour l'égalité, le rôle de nos parlements est central. Et si vous me le permettez, j'aimerais souligner ici avec vous aujourd'hui quelques-unes des avancées les plus importantes en la matière de mon pays, la Belgique. Nous sommes en effet le deuxième pays au monde à avoir officialisé le mariage entre personnes de même genre dès 2003 et nous en sommes particulièrement fiers. Nous sommes fiers aussi d'avoir voté, partis de droite, du centre comme de gauche, en faveur d'une loi contre les discriminations. de permettre aussi l'adoption pour les couples homosexuels depuis 2006, de ne jamais avoir interdit la procréation médicalement assistée pour les femmes lesbiennes, de donner la possibilité à toutes et tous de modifier leur genre et leur prénom sur simple déclaration dans leur municipalité. Et juste avant l'été, un plan fédéral pour une Belgique LGBTQI+ friendly a été adopté, et ce, dans absolument tous les domaines, de la justice, en passant par l'intérieur, la police, la sécurité et même les affaires étrangères. Et ce plan inclut notamment une interdiction des thérapies de conversion. Je pense aussi à l'accès gratuit à la contraception pour les femmes de moins de 25 ans et aussi à notre action en dehors des frontières de la Belgique. Par exemple en Ukraine où nous aidons toutes les victimes de violences sexuelles. Aussi en Pologne, où nous assistons les personnes, les femmes aujourd'hui, qui désireraient avorter, mais qui sont aujourd'hui en danger. En tant que parlementaire, je me dois aussi de souligner l'importance de la représentation des femmes en politique. La proportion des femmes élues dans les assemblées belges est en constante augmentation, mais il faut le dire, et spécialement pour un homme, il faut pouvoir l'avouer, nous pouvons faire encore beaucoup mieux. Nous sommes aujourd'hui à 43,8%, mais nous pouvons et nous devons atteindre la parité, comme c'est le cas ici, par exemple, au Rwanda, pour 2030. Je l'espère de tout cœur. Mais je peux vous dire que nous avons deux femmes qui président les assemblées au niveau fédéral, tant au Sénat qu'à la Chambre des représentants. Et à la Chambre, c'est d'ailleurs une première depuis près de 200 ans. Mais tout est loin d'être rose et idéal. Et à l'heure où je vous parle, nous déplorons déjà 17 féminicides rien qu'en Belgique. Et donc la création de centres et l'action politique en faveur de victimes de violences basées sur le genre apparaît plus que jamais essentielle. J'aimerais enfin souligner, pour conclure cette intervention, la nécessité aussi pour les hommes de prendre la parole et de soutenir haut et fort ce combat pour l'égalité des genres. Je pense qu'on ne peut pas déclarer et décider que l'égalité est uniquement une histoire de femmes. Non, les hommes doivent aussi s'engager avec conviction et avec volonté politique, autrement il n'y aura jamais de véritable émancipation, il n'y aura jamais de véritable égalité. To conclude my speech, I would like, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to underline the importance of intersectionality. The fight towards inequality cannot be separated from the fight against other discriminations, such as racism. In order to fight gender equality and defend the rights of the LGBTQI community, it is crucial not to work in silo, but to realize that discriminations are multiple and overlapping. And that is my conclusion. Gender equality is for all people from all religious beliefs, from all origins, including people with a handicap, with a migration background, and so on. Equality is a promise for everyone in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Vietnam. Vietnam will be followed by Armenia. Vietnam, the floor is yours.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the delegation of Vietnam, I would like to express our thanks and appreciation to the Parliament of Rwanda and IPU for the huge efforts in making this assembly a reality. It is indeed a privilege and to be in a beautiful country of Africa with a very special history. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is a basic human right and a goal of countries and an important measure to access the progress and development of society, of which gender equality in parliaments is considered one of the most important agenda, creating opportunities for women to speak, to promote their talents, to express their view in the process of policy making, and at the same time to serve as the drivers for change for the more resilient and peaceful world. We highly appreciate the active role of IPU over the years in protecting and promoting human rights, assisting member parliaments in enhancing cooperation, exchanging experiences, and offering solutions to promote gender equality and put an end to violence against women. Vietnam attaches great importance to gender equality and the advancement of women. The National Assembly of Vietnam has actively promoted legislation related to gender in order to ensure and promote gender equality and women empowerment. Review and eliminate gender bias stipulation, ensure gender mainstreaming in law and ordinance drafting program. The number of legal documents which are examined to incorporate gender equality and increase over the years. Gender equality is also mainstream in the process of oversight and decision-making on the important national issues, especially in budget allocation. On another aspect, the current proportion of women in our National Assembly is 30.26%. The Women Parliamentarian Group was established in the 12th legislature and has continued to operate in the 13, 14, and 15 legislature. This group was established with the goal to creating a forum for female deputies to meet, exchange, and share experiences, creating a common voice on the issues related to gender equality in the National Assembly activities, and at the same time to support to their function better and perform more effectively. In order to contribute to ensuring gender equality towards a more peaceful and resilient world, the Vietnamese delegation would like to propose. Firstly, it is necessary to improve the system of national policy to create an enabling legal corridor for promoting gender equality, as well as the implementation of such policies. Secondly, more work should be done to strengthen the voice and participation of women in the process of policy making and implementation. Thirdly, cooperation should be further promoted between IPU, member parliaments, United Nations bodies, and international forum on women to better ensure women's rights and women empowerment. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Morocco, and Morocco will be followed by Armenia. Honorable, the floor is yours.
السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، السيدة رئيسة الجمعية الوطنية لرواندا، السادة والسيدات البرلمانيين والبرلمانيات، الحضور الكريم. أود في البداية أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر إلى جمهورية رواندا الصديقة قيادة وشعبا لاحتضانها أشغال هذه الدورة ولكرم ضيافتها. السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، يكتسي الموضوع الذي تم اختياره لهذه الدورة وهو المساواة بين الجنسين والبرلمانات التي تراعي الفوارق بين الجنسين كمحركات للتغيير من أجل عالم أكثر مرونة وسلاما، يكتسي أهمية قصوى في الوقت الحاضر ويظل أحد الانشغالات الأساسية للمملكة المغربية التي تعمل على التتبع والتقييم المستمر، وذلك وفق منهجية ترابط وتكامل بين العلاقات والأبعاد الحقوقية والسياسية والاقتصادية والثقافية والتنموية في بلادنا. إن الأمر لا يتعلق فقط بتخصيص نسبة من المقاعد أو تطوير تمثيلية النساء في مختلف المواقع، بل يتجاوز ذلك إلى إرساء ثقافة المشاركة الفعلية المساواتية والمنصفة لكلا الجنسين في تدبير مختلف جوانب الحياة الخاصة والعامة. وفي هذا السياق استحضرنا في البرلمان المغربي توصيات الدورة 127 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي المنعقد في الكويبيك أكتوبر 2012 التي نصت عليها خطة العمل البرلمانية للبرلمانات التي تراعي مسألة النوع والتي جاءت ملائمة تماما لسيرورة التحول التي كانت المملكة المغربية قد بدأت تنهجها بالخصوص منذ سنة 2000 وجود. إذ انتقل مجلس النواب في المغرب على مستوى التمثيلية النسائية من نائبتين سنة 1993 إلى 96 نائبة سنة 2021 في إطار الدوائر الجهوية، وهي لحظة نوعية كثير لها قيمة كبيرة في سياق عام أضحى يتخطى تدريجيا كل أسباب التردد والمحافظة على المستوى الاجتماعي والثقافي. وعلى مجلس المستشارين سجلنا تطورا مهما واكب مختلف التحولات القانونية والتنظيمية التي شهدها المغرب منذ إقرار دستور 2011، حيث بلغ عدد النساء الممثلات بمجلس المستشارين 12 مستشارة سنة 2015 ليبلغ في الولاية الحالية 14 مستشارا. ونعتبر في المغرب أن الإطار التشريعي يشكل أرضية ملائمة لتعزيز المساواة بين الجنسين وعدم التمييز على أساس الجنس، فقد جاء دستور المملكة لسنة 2011 باعتباره القانون الأسمى للبلاد ليحظر كل أشكال التمييز بسبب الجنس أو اللون أو المعتقد أو الثقافة أو الانتماء الاجتماعي أو الجهوي أو اللغة أو الإعاقة أو أي وضع شخصي آخر مهما كان، كما أن مقتضياته نصت على مبدأ المساواة في الحقوق بين الجنسين بما فيها الحقوق المدنية والسياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية والبيئية الفصل 19 من الدستور، وحق السلامة الجسدية والمعنوية الفصل 22 منه، وكذا مبدأ المناصفة من خلال إحداث هيئة المناصفة ومكافحة كل أشكال التمييز الفصلين 19 و164 من الدستور المغربي، حيث تم اعتماد قانون متعلق بهذه الهيئة منذ سنة 2017، كما اعتمد المغرب سنة 2015 مشروع قانون الموافقة على البروتوكول لاختيار الملحق لاتفاقية القضاء على جميع أنواع التمييز ضد النساء، اتفاقية سيداو. وفي هذا الاتجاه شكلت مدونة الأسرة في المغرب منعطفا حقيقيا في تاريخ التشريع في بلادنا وقفزة نوعية في مسار تعزيز حقوق المرأة والطفل، حيث تم تغيير بنود قانون الأحوال الشخصية لصالح المرأة والطفل، خصوصا فيما يتعلق بحقها في الزواج والطلاق والولاية والحضانة ومنح الأم المغربية الجنسية لأبنائها من زوج أجنبي. أما على مستوى وضعية المرأة في الأحزاب السياسية فقد اهتمت بدورها بسياسة الدفع بالمرأة إلى ولوج الحياة السياسية، خاصة وأنها كانت ولا زالت تعي جيدا أن المسؤولية الرئيسية في دعم المرأة وتواجدها في مواقع القرار تقع أولا على عاتق الأحزاب السياسية. وفي مجال محاربة العنف ضد النساء عزز المغرب نظامه المؤسساتي والقانوني باعتماد قانون متعلق بمحاربة العنف ضد النساء منذ سنة 2018، والذي وضع مجموعة من الأحكام الزجرية التي تجرم بعض الممارسات مثل الزواج القسري أو التحرش الجنسي، فضلا عن الآليات المؤسساتية للتكفل بالنساء ضحايا العنف ومنع جميع أشكاله وضمان الدعم والتوجيه اللازمين لوجوه المصالح المتوفرة قصد رعاية النساء ضحايا العنف. وهكذا تم إحداث اللجان الوطنية والجهوية والمحلية وكذلك خلايا التكفل بالنساء ضحايا العنف. بالإضافة إلى هذه الإجراءات يتم تنظيم حملات تحسيسية منتظمة لمحاربة الظاهرة، ولقد تم تعزيز جميع هذه التدابير من خلال إطلاق برنامج لإنشاء 60. وتعتبر التوجيهات الملكية في بلادنا قوة محركة لتحديث المجتمع المغربي وتأنيته، إذ نسجل ومنذ اعتلاء جلالته العرش نسجل الالتقاء الكبير بين الإرادة الملكية وإرادة النساء التحديثية المطورة المجتمع المغربي. ولنا اليقين في المغرب أن العمل على تحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين يظل مستمرا ويحتاج إلى تضافر الجهود وكل الموارد لتحقيق الأهداف. أخيرا نؤكد لكم زملائي زميلاتي أننا في المغرب واعون أن المساواة بين الجنسين مدخل إلى مجتمع التنمية والرفاه وضرورة لبناء الدولة الديمقراطية القائمة على الذكاء الجماعي للنساء والرجال. دعي لي لو سمحتي كلمة أخيرة صغيرة باسم الوفد المغربي وباسم كل نساء المغرب. أتوجه بتحية عالية إلى رئيسة الجمعية الوطنية في رواندا ومن خلالك إلى كل نساء رواندا اللواتي ربين أبناءهن وبنين بلدهن في ذات الوقت، وأشكركم.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Armenie. Armenie will be followed by Take. Armenie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, in 2018, a peaceful Velvet Revolution took place in Armenia. The people of Armenia choose democracy as the only guarantee for peace and prosperity. The participation of women and youth in the revolution was enormous and unprecedented. The involvement of women in the political life and decision-making process of Armenia is the normal development of democratic processes which we put on institutional foundations by making reforms in the legislation. Today, 34% of our parliament is represented by women, and 70% of it are young parliamentarians. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, today the young democracy of Armenia is in danger. On the 13th of September 2022, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale attack on the sovereign territory of our country. With this totally unprovoked act of aggression, Azerbaijan targeted civilian infrastructure in towns and villages of Armenia, causing hundreds of human life losses, including civilians. There is appalling evidence of cases of murder of unarmed Armenian prisoners of war, torture and mutilation of captured and dead soldiers, including women. Critical infrastructure and houses in several Armenian regions were destroyed or heavily damaged, causing serious material and environmental losses. Around 30,000 Armenian school children cannot attend school because of the interrupted educational process. On September 15th, an extraordinary meeting of the UN Security Council was convened to discuss the issue. During the discussion, many strong and addressed statements were made, especially by women. Armenia continues to use all possible international mechanisms to restore our territorial integrity and ensure peace in the region. Today, thanks to our international partners, there is a fragile ceasefire and an important decision of establishment of an EU civilian mission in Armenia, which is a necessity for Armenia. Dear women parliamentarians, I am appealing to you on behalf of my fellow parliamentarians. We expect to hear your voices of condemnation for Azerbaijan and believe that strong statements by our international partners will make Azerbaijan to withdraw the troops from our sovereign territory, will make Azerbaijan to return all Armenian prisoners of war, and will prevent further aggression from their side. We really believe in the importance of women's participation in the process of bringing peace to our countries. Once again, we would like to reiterate our commitment to peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Turkey. Turkey will be followed by Maldives. Turkey, the floor is yours.
Saygıdeğer parlamento başkanları, değerli meslektaşlarım, sayın konuklar. Parlamentolar Arası Birliği'nin 145. Genel Kurulu vesilesiyle sizlerle bir arada olmaktan büyük memnuniyet duyuyorum. Türkiye, kadınların yaşam standartlarını ve haklarını iyileştirme, hayatın her alanına tam ve eşit katılımlarını sağlama ve toplumdaki statülerini güçlendirmeyi kendisine temel bir hedef olarak belirlemiştir. Bu konudaki mottomuz güçlü kadın, güçlü aile ve güçlü toplumdur. Kadın ve erkeğin kanun önünde eşitliği, Türk Anayasası'nın temel ilkelerinden biridir. 2010 yılında yapılan anayasa değişikliği, kadınlar, çocuklar ve engelliler gibi savunmasız gruplara yönelik pozitif ayrımcılık kavramını getirerek kadınların insan haklarının yasal temellerini daha da güçlendirmiştir. Ayrıca Türk hukuk sisteminin iki temel kanunu olan Medeni Kanun ve Ceza Kanunu büyük ölçüde yenilenmiş ve kadın hakları ile ilgili hususlarda önemli kazanımlar elde edilmiştir. İşverenlerin kadın erkek eşitliği ilkesine saygı duymasını ve çalışanlar arasında cinsiyet temelinde ayrımcılık yapılmamasını sağlamak için 2003 yılında İş Kanunu'nda da gerekli reformlar yapılmıştır. Bir ülkenin sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı gerçekleştirmiş ülkeler arasında yerini almasının yolu kadınların ekonomik ve sosyal açıdan güçlenmesinden geçmektedir. Kadınların güçlendirilmesi, bireysel hak ve menfaatlerine erişimlerinin sağlanması, aile ve toplumsal yapımızın güçlendirilmesi açısından son derece hayati bir hedeftir. Ülkemizde özellikle son 20 yılda kadının toplumsal statüsünün güçlendirilmesi, kadın erkek fırsat eşitliğinin sağlanması, kadının insan haklarının korunması, kadına yönelik şiddet ve istismarın ortadan kaldırılması alanlarında anayasal ve yasal reformlar yaptık, yapmaya da devam ediyoruz. Kadına yönelik çalışmalarımızı kadınların güçlendirilmesi, kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele ve erken ve zorla evlendirilmelerle mücadele olmak üzere 3 eksende sürdürüyoruz. Başta anayasa, iş kanunu ve devlet memurları kanunu olmak üzere ulusal mevzuatımızda kadınların çalışma yaşamına katılımını engelleyen herhangi bir husus bulunmamaktadır. Türkiye Birleşmiş Milletler kadınlara karşı her türlü ayrımcılığın önlenmesi sözleşmesine 1985 yılında ihtiyari protokole de 2002 yılında taraf olmuştur. Ülkemizde kadın istihdam ve girişimciliğin özendirilmesi, kayıt dışı kadın istihdamı ile mücadele, iş ve aile yaşamı arasında uyumun sağlanması gibi birçok yasal düzenleme hayata geçirilmiştir. Ayrıca kadın istihdamının doğrudan ve dolaylı olarak etkileyen Uluslararası Çalışma Örgütü bünyesindeki sözleşmeler ile Avrupa Sosyal Haklar Sözleşmesi'nde kabul etmiştir. Değerli katılımcılar, Kadın Erkek Fırsat Eşitliği Komisyonu Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nde kadın haklarının korunması ve geliştirilmesi, kadın erkek eşitliğinin sağlanmasına yönelik olarak ülkemizde ve uluslararası alandaki gelişmeleri izlemek, bu gelişmeler konusunda Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'ni bilgilendirmek istenildiğinde, Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'ne sunulan kanun tasarı ve teklifleriyle kanun hükmünde de kararnameler hakkında ihtisas komisyonlarına görüş sunmak amacıyla 2009 yılında kurulmuştur. Kadın Erkek Fırsat Eşitliği Komisyonu'nda bu aradan da gerekli yasal düzenlemelerin hayata geçirilmesi noktasında da hayati bir işlev görmektedir. Türkiye'de kadın erkek fırsat eşitliğini sağlamaya yönelik en önemli girişimlerden biri de kadın erkek eşitliğine duyarlı planlama ve bütçeleme çalışmalarıdır. Bütçeler kadın erkek fırsat eşitliği bağlamında son derece önemli politika belgeleridir. Yapılan kamu harcamaları ve bu sayede kamunun sağladığı hizmetler kadın ve erkekleri farklı şekilde etkileyebilmektedir. Bütçeler fırsat eşitsizliğini arttırıcı veya azaltıcı yönde etki yapabilmektedir. Bu sayede bütçe sürecine fırsat eşitliği perspektifinden bakmak ve kamu harcamalarında ve hizmetlerinde eşitsizlik yaratan durumları tespit ederek engellemek amaçlanmaktadır. Buradaki ana amacımız Türkiye'deki merkezi ve yerel yönetimde devam eden bütçeleme ve planlamayı kadın erkek eşitliğine duyarlı hale getirerek kadın ve erkeğin eşit hak ve fırsatlara erişebildiği bir toplum yaratmaktır. Kıymetli meslektaşlarım, Covid-19 pandemisi servet veya sosyal statüden bağımsız olarak dünyadaki tüm insanların yaşamlarını olumsuz yönde etkilemiştir. Salgının kadınları ve ekonomik özgürlüklerini orantısız bir şekilde etkilemesini önlemek için de Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nde ve Türkiye'de bütün gerekli önlemler alınmıştır. Kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele konusunda kararlılığımız da aynı şekilde devam ediyor. Çok kapsamlı bir kanun olan ailenin korunması ve kadına karşı şiddetin önlenmesine dair kanun, Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nde oy birliğiyle kabul edilerek 2012 yılında yürürlüğe girmiştir. 2021-25 dönemini kapsayan kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele 4. Ulusal Eylem Planı ise Temmuz 2021'de açıklanmıştır. Kadına yönelik şiddette sıfır tolerans ilkesine dayalı bu eylem planı, adalete erişimin iyileştirilmesi ve ilgili mevzuatın etkin bir şekilde uygulanmasının sağlanması, kurumsal işbirliğinin ve politika geliştirmenin güçlendirilmesi, önleyici tedbirler alınması ve halkın bilinçlendirilmesini amaçlamaktadır. Diğer taraftan Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nin kadın erkek eşitliğine duyarlı bir meclis olarak bu konuda da önemli bir rol oynadığını da altını çizmek istiyorum. Sonuç olarak kadın erkek eşitliğinin sağlanmasında parlamentoların hayati bir role sahip olduğuna inanıyorum. Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'nin özellikle son 20 yılda kadının statüsünü güçlendirmek için önemli adımlar attığı gerçeğinin altında bir kez daha çizmek istiyorum. Kadın erkek eşitliğinin sağlanmasına yönelik olarak el birliğiyle yapacağımız ortak çalışmalarla dünyamızı başta kadınlar olmak üzere tüm insanlık için daha yaşanabilir, barışçıl ve müreffeh bir yer haline getireceğimize olan inancımı ifade etmek isterim. Sözlerime son verirken sizleri saygıyla selamlıyor, Ruanda Cumhuriyeti'ne, Ruanda Parlamentosu'na misafirliklerinden ötürü teşekkürlerimi sunuyor ve genel kurul toplantımızın verimli geçmesini diliyorum. İlginiz için de ayrıca teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Maldives. Maldives will be followed by Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam President. The road to attaining gender equality often feels like one step forward and 2 steps back. It has never felt more so than over the past couple of years. The ravages of COVID for all of us, the threats to women's reproductive rights, the threats to women's education rights in Afghanistan and elsewhere, the rise and effect of religious extremism in the Sahel, in my own country and elsewhere, the effects of environmental degradation in Pakistan and elsewhere, war in Ukraine and armed conflict everywhere, these have had very direct, very negative impacts on the lives of women. It is now well documented that gender disparities and inequality and violence increases in times of distress. Women become more vulnerable during times of general vulnerability, and the past couple of years have certainly been a time of vulnerability and distress. It is our role as parliamentarians and policymakers and leaders of our communities to ensure that the fallout of these crises are mitigated, to be better prepared, but also to correct the course as urgently and as effectively as we can. Before I continue, let me please thank the IPU, the people of Rwanda, and the Parliament of Rwanda. The topic of this Assembly's general debate is one that is vital and certainly vital to the Parliament of the Maldives, to the People's Majlis, and a question that we try and address in our work every day. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the action plan, we must start by looking at and acknowledging the progress made thus far. As the legislative branch of the state, we have tried in the Maldives Parliament to offer legal and financial backing to gender equality policies. Over the last decade, the Maldives Parliament has enacted the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, the Gender Equality Law, the Prevention of Gender-Based Harassment and Violence Act, and the Gender Crimes Act. Over the last 3 years of this Parliament, we have systematically increased the budget allocated to the Ministry of Gender, Family and Social Services, including for family and children centers, for single parents, for orphanages, and for victims of domestic violence. We've passed a milestone Child Protection Act with a significant change in the legal protection for children and establishing a special ombudsperson for the protection of child rights. We've revised the Criminal Procedures Act to include rape and sexual offenses as grave criminal offenses. We've amended the Local Councils Act to allocate 33% council seats for women. And for the first time, we've put women at the Supreme Court of the Maldives. Mindful of the increased burden on the care workers during the pandemic, we've approved and implemented a non-practicing allowance for social workers who are largely women. Maternity leave in the Maldives has been increased to 6 months paid leave. The Maldives Parliament constituted a standing parliamentary committee on human rights and gender for the first time. The committee has done extensive work on issues that have hitherto been largely ignored, including addressing sexual abuse cases submitted by private individuals, child abuse cases, and sexual abuse cases in schools. We've conducted a parliamentary inquiry into systematic gender discrimination, and the Maldives Parliament over the last 3 years have also conducted a number of practice parliament workshops for women in collaboration with the UNDP. That's what we've done. That's what we've established. But certainly for the Maldives, there is still a long way to go, as evidenced by the very real and apparent gender gaps in our society. These inequalities and these threats take different forms, from child abuse to domestic violence, to rape, to other forms of physical violence and deprivations, to unequal opportunities in social, economic, and political life. Women in the Maldives lack appropriate representation in the political sphere. There are only 4 women in the Maldives Parliament. That's also 4%. And over the last election cycles, the past decade has shown the number of women seeking public office is decreasing in both number and percentages. Nearly all leadership positions in all political parties are taken up by women, although women are a strong force in political activism in the country, but this is never related when it comes to holding public office. There's a significant gender gap in women's participation in the labor force, and religious extremism and related rhetoric are on the rise in the Maldives. We all know the serious impacts on the rights of women and girls that religious extremism has. Even a quick glance at Maldives social media and mass media show insupportable misogyny and sexism, and I might go in so far as to say it feels like my society is becoming perceptibly and anecdotally more intolerant than more tolerant. The pandemic, as with all of our countries, has exposed alarming trends and made more acute existing problems that were already there for women. Clearly, significant work needs to be done to address the underlying socioeconomic and political inequalities faced by the women in the Maldives. Current worldwide trends, ongoing conflicts, as well as the aftermath of the pandemic, suggests we are likely to see setbacks in gender equality and in the protection of the rights of women and children. And while this strains our budgets and our human and non-human resources further, our responses need to become fiercer and more urgent. And for that, parliaments have a meaningful role to play, and we must all commit to and continue to commit ourselves every day. As one of 4 women returned to office in the Maldives Parliament over the last 3 election cycles, and as the Deputy Speaker of the Maldives Parliament, I'm very mindful of the extra responsibility that I have. And I look to you, Rwanda Parliament, for inspiration and for hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Now the floor is to Mozambique. Mozambique will be followed by Italy. Mozambique, the floor is yours.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Geral e digníssima Presidente da Câmara dos Deputados deste maravilhoso país, honrados e respeitados presidentes de parlamentos aqui presentes, senhoras e senhores, excelências. A igualdade de género, pelo seu caráter estrutural, mas não necessariamente intrínseco, é um facilitador de igualdades a todos os níveis. Papéis sociais e políticos de desigualdade perpetuam ciclos de pobreza e cenários de violência que podem ser e são evitáveis. Aqui, a legislação, os parlamentos, a sociedade civil e outros atores têm um papel crucial. O empoderamento da mulher visa o equilíbrio de poder entre homens e mulheres, ao criar as condições para que a mulher seja autônoma nas suas decisões e na forma de gerir a sua vida. Senhoras e senhores, no meu país, Moçambique, a Constituição da República consagra a igualdade de todas as pessoas perante a lei, independentemente da sua cor, raça, sexo, origem étnica, lugar de nascimento, religião, grau de instrução, posição social, estado civil, profissão e opção política. A vasta e avançada produção jurídico-normativa na República de Moçambique e a adesão desta a vários instrumentos regionais e internacionais concernentes à igualdade de género demonstram a séria preocupação do Estado e da sociedade quanto à persistência das desigualdades entre homens e mulheres em Moçambique. Corrobora ainda o entendimento da genuína preocupação do Estado com a persecução da igualdade de género efetiva no país, o facto de Moçambique ter criado o Ministério de Gênero, Criança e Ação Social ao nível do Governo e o Gabinete da Mulher Parlamentar a nível da Assembleia da República e ainda por ser signatário de diferentes instrumentos de direito, tanto regionais como internacionais, decorrentes da sua ratificação e consequente recepção na ordem jurídica internacional. Para consubstanciar os instrumentos acima arrolados e garantir a sua operacionalização, o Governo aprovou, através da Resolução número 19/2007, de 15 de maio, do Conselho de Ministros, a política de género e estratégia da sua implementação, a qual estabelece linhas de orientação com vista a permitir a tomada de decisões e identificação de ações para a elevação do Estatuto da Mulher e da igualdade de género. Hoje, temos resultados palpáveis na inclusão da mulher nos órgãos da tomada de decisão. De um total de 22 ministros que compõem o governo de Moçambique, a presença de mulheres passou de 10 mulheres no início do presente mandato, janeiro de 2020, para agora representar 50% desde março de 2022. Com esta façanha, Moçambique alcançou, ao nível do governo, a meta de paridade de género 50-50, o que coloca o país na lista de 14 países do mundo que já alcançaram este feito, sendo o terceiro no continente africano. Vale a pena acrescentar que contamos igualmente com a liderança de mulheres noutros órgãos como a Assembleia da República, o Conselho Constitucional, o Tribunal Administrativo, a Procuradoria-Geral da República, entre outras. Dos 250 deputados da Assembleia da República, 108, o que equivale a 43%, são mulheres. Esta é a obra de Sua Excelência o Engenheiro Filipe Nunes, Presidente da República de Moçambique. Excelências, em conclusão, duas palavras finais, ambas de gratidão. Primeiramente, um reconhecido obrigado a cada um de vós, a cada um dos países que representais, em suma, a comunidade planetária, pelo incondicional e total apoio à candidatura de Moçambique a membro não permanente do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas. A partir do próximo ano e ao longo do biênio 23-24, Moçambique, com a sua experiência, dará o seu contributo para a segurança e paz mundiais. Em segundo lugar, Murakose, a esta grande nação ruandesa pelo excelente e por isso memorável acolhimento dispensado aos distintos participantes desta 145ª Assembleia Geral da União Inter-Parlamentar e no que toca particularmente ao meu país, Moçambique, para o Ruanda consentir que os seus filhos, passando por vários sacrifícios, se junta às nossas forças de defesa e segurança e ao contingente da SADC no combate ao terrorismo em alguns distritos das províncias de Cabo Delgado, Niassa e província, todas da região norte. Murakoze Shani, Sua Excelência Paulo Kagame, ilustre Presidente da República do Ruanda e Precral, filho da Mãe África. A Santene, Parlamento, Governo e outras instituições públicas e privadas relevantes deste maravilhoso país. Merci beaucoup, grande e irmão povo de Ruanda. Estendo este obrigado, sincero e reconhecido à SADC e a todos os países do mundo que, direto ou indiretamente, contribuem para o restabelecimento da estabilidade nas zonas outrora ocupadas pelo terrorismo. Pela vossa atenção, shukran, obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Italy. Italy will be followed by Syria.
Thanks, Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Let me thank again IPU for the outstanding organization, but especially Rwanda for the warm and friendly welcome and for the improvement that they are able to do in the gender equality. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently said, gender equality is the unfinished business of our time. Gender equality can be seen as the catalyst of several policy challenges and goals. Over 20 years after UN Security Resolution 1325, it's important as ever to ensure women representation in all matters concerning peace and security. Against this background, which shows the contents of a long-term struggle, we must place those experiences and lives that will leave a stamp on our era. Today, I want to focus on three of these unfortunately numerous demonstrations of how much work there is still to be done. The first experience relates to the shocking developments of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Since 24th February, the world has changed. The most dangerous crisis in many decades have broken out. That is food and energy crisis. But above all, the life of entire people has been turned upside down. These people are forced to suffer systematic war crimes and human rights violations. We know that there are people who think that the hope for peace is one and the same of the absurd claim to be left in peace. We know that there are people who want to teach the brave Ukrainian people how to resist, people that want to equate victims and aggressor. To these people, I want to say, go and explain these ideas to the 6 million of refugees, to the elderly, to the children, to the women. Women are more vulnerable because, as seen in the temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine, they are regularly targeted by such war tactics as rape and sexual assault. We will not forget the women's voices in Ukraine, just like we will not forget Russian crimes against them. The second relates to women in Afghanistan. Let's face it, after the hasty withdrawal of the international troops and the consequent emotional impact that is generated, the world has forgotten the Afghans. I am happy that the Afghan parliament in exile has been admitted here as an observer, but is not enough. Because if it is true that many and forgotten women in Afghanistan, it's equally true that Taliban criminals have not forgotten them. The Taliban's first goal was to bring women back into a state of submission and systematical denial of their fundamental rights. Forced marriage, sexual abuse, repressive public morals are against the rule. But the thing that worked hard on was the education ban for women. Taliban violence knows very well the phrase uttered by the great Ghanaian pedagogue James M. Queverly Agrey. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. If you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Precisely for that, the Taliban are against them. The third story I want to mention is the brutal repression taking place in Iran. The brutal killing of Masha and many other Italian women is not a propaganda. We are seeing the dire consequences of the so-called Mullah police in the streets of Tehran. I want to say forcefully, there is no revolutionary morality in what they are doing. Their behavior is immoral, violent, and lacks humanity. We support those women who cut their hair in the sign of solidarity. We support those women who claim their life and their freedom. Woman, life, freedom is our cry before the world. Women are the main victims of the world's forced migration, repression, and violence by authoritarian regimes. They are victims of terrorism and threatened by male violence even when they are at home. I believe the root cause of all this is the fear that our society might change for real. We must know that women, even when they are victims, cannot be represented exclusively as victims with benevolent paternalism. No, women must be seen for their extraordinary potential and strength, for the resilience that, despite centuries of hardship, they continue to have. For this reason, as parliamentarians, as male parliamentarians, we must know that we will have to fight together with women, knowing that we have to give up unfair privilege which we do not deserve as men, but which are the reflection of an unfair society. If there are few female parliamentarians, then we have to cut the seats for the men. If a woman's wages is lower than of the men for the same job, then the woman's wage must be raised to the man's wage must be decreased. If a man thinks he can decide, make a decision on which are for women to make, that is above all of women, we change his dull mentality. No one, I finish, ever carved in stone that things must stay what way. We men, must change our behavior and our patriarchal mindset. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Italy, the floor is now to Syria. Syria will be followed by Indonesia.
السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة الزملاء، يشرفني أن أنقل إليكم تحيات السيد رئيس وأعضاء مجلس الشعب في الجمهورية العربية السورية، متمنين لنا مؤتمراً ناجحاً بكل المقاييس. الحضور الكريم، لأننا سوريون نحن نحب الحياة، ولأننا أبناء الحياة وملتقى الحضارات، لازلنا نجد مساحة للتواصل والمشاركات، وما مشاركتنا اليوم إلا هي خير دليل على ذلك. رغم أن سوريا التي تدافع ضد الكيان الإسرائيلي والمشروع الأمريكي والإرهاب والفكر التكفيري الظلامي نيابة عن العالم، تدرك تماماً أن العالم بأسره شق طريقه نحو التغيير، والأيام المقبلة هي للشعوب المناضلة صاحبة الحق والقضية. زملائي زميلاتي، التشريع مدخل أساسي للمساهمة في تطور المجتمع بكل فئاته، وهو مدخل للبناء السليم، خاصة أننا لازلنا في سوريا نخوض حرباً أرخت بثقلها على كل شرائح وفئات المجتمع السوري. وكان للنساء نصيب واسع بصفتهن من الفئات الهشة والأكثر ضعفاً في المجتمع، ورغبة من مجلسنا الكريم بتبني سياسات جندرية جديدة لتعزيز مكانة المرأة، فقد أقر في جلسته من عام 2019 مجموعة من التعديلات المهمة طالت العديد من مواد الأحوال الشخصية، وغالبيتها متعلق بحقوق المرأة والطفل والبنى المجتمعية. وتكمن أهمية هذه التعديلات أنها جاءت تلبية لحاجات المواطنين والمجتمع، واستجابة للمتغيرات التي طرأت على الحياة الاجتماعية. فضلاً عن توافقه مع الدستور والتشريعات الوطنية والدولية. ولعل الأهم في هذا التغيير أنه راعى العدالة الجندرية وأسهم في وضع تشريعات غير تمييزية يمكن اعتبارها خطوة مهمة في الاتجاه الصحيح لتحقيق المزيد من مؤشرات العدالة الجندرية. رغم أن الدستور السوري نص صراحة على أن المواطنين متساوون بالحقوق والواجبات ولا تمييز بينهم بسبب الجنس أو الأصل أو اللغة أو الدين أو العقيدة، كما كفل المساواة بين الجنسين وأكد على الحماية من العنف القائم على النوع الجماعي. الحضور الكريم، ننشد في سورية مجتمعاً يؤسس على بنى ثابتة، لأن عملية البناء السليم ضرورية لنا في هذه الظروف. ونحن نواجه الحرب العدوانية والإسرائيلية التي أباحت أرضي وطالت بحقدها كل شيء، وأعتقد جازمة بأنه لا أحد بمنأى عن أي كارثة، وإن بدت بداية إقليمية أو مناطقية، وأي انفجار في أي عاصمة عربية سيسمع دويه في عواصم غربية، وهذا يذكر بصغر العالم وترابطه في عصر التواصل والتكنولوجيا. لذلك أنا اليوم لا أرغب في توصيف حال آل إليه معظم أبناء شعبنا من غلاء واحتكار وفقدان لأكثر الحاجات ضرورة من الغذاء والدواء ووقود التدفئة المترافقة بقوانين قسرية فحواها عقاب جماعي للشعب السوري. رغم أن الدولة السورية قد بذلت جهوداً لتحسين الوضع الإنساني على الأرض وأعادت ما دمره الإرهاب وسهلت عودة اللاجئين وحاولت تقديم كل التسهيلات للأمم المتحدة لتحسين وتعزيز إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية لمحتاجيها ولتنفيذ مشاريع التعافي المبكر الذي نص عليه قرار مجلس الأمن 2642. رغم بعض التحفظات عليه، إلا أنه يمكن أن يشكل خطوة إضافية نحو تحسين الوضع الإنساني في سوريا وزيادة القدرة في الحصول على الخدمات الأساسية. كل ذلك يتوقف على تنفيذ الدول الغربية لما جاء في هذا القرار بخصوص توسيع نطاق الأنشطة الإنسانية، بما في ذلك مشاريع التعافي المبكر الهادف لتوفير المياه والكهرباء. لن نستطيع المضي قدماً إلا عندما تدرك الدول جميعاً أن الدول العظمى لا تكون عظمى ببطشها وقوتها العسكرية، إنما باحترام الميثاق والقانون الدولي والابتعاد عن الأنانية. الزملاء الحضور، إن تعاطي دول العالم مع الملفات الكبيرة عبر عدة محطات كشفت هشاشة الترتيبات العالمية، لافتاً إلى أن معضلة العالم تكمن في عدم تحركه إلا بعد وقوع الكارثة. لذلك نحن بحاجة لصوت مبدئي غير منحاز ينادي بتطبيق القانون وإقرار العدل، صوت ضروري ملح مع تزايد الأخطار. ندعو الجميع لاتخاذ القرار الصائب بما يضمن حاضراً ومستقبلاً أفضل لنا وللأجيال، وبما يؤسس لبناء نظام عالمي جديد متعدد الأقطاب يعمل فيه الجميع تحت مظلة القوانين والمبادئ الدولية. في سوريا نعيش في وقت تشابكت فيه جميع خيوط المؤامرات على الهوية والوجود السوري تحت ذرائع واهية ولأسباب بعيدة تحاول أن تطال منارات الحق السوري، القضية، الهوية، التاريخ. رغم كل ما حدث لنا لا زالت وجهتنا فلسطين، ولا زالت الهوية العربية السورية فخرنا، ولا نقبل إلا أن نساهم في صناعة التاريخ من خلال الوقوف إلى جانب الدولة السورية برموزها مجتمعة تحت قيادة الرئيس بشار الأسد. نؤكد أن صراعنا مع العدو كان وما زال صراع بين الذاكرة والنسيان، بين الوجود والإثبات. فعل العدو الإسرائيلي الكثير ليسوق نفسه أنه واحة للديمقراطية، فإذا به يوماً بعد يوم مساحة لإرهاب الدولة واللصوصية وسرقة تاريخ الأرض. ما تشهده سوريا من اعتداءات متكررة من قبل الكيان الغاصب خير دليل على ذلك. طبعا خط التنازلات بعيد عن تفكيرنا العقائدي والسياسي، والقارئ الجيد يدرك أن الشوط النهائي لنا لأننا مع الحق والحق هو الأقوى. وشكرا.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Indonesia. Indonesia will be followed by Canada.
Honorable speakers and member of parliaments, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon us all. It is an honor to be here with you today for this important discussion on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. For the past few years, we have heard strong commitments and a renewed sense of urgency for gender equality in the implementation of the Agenda 2030. Gender equality cannot just be the business of women, and it should not be. Multi-stakeholder efforts to strengthen gender equality are critical, with parliaments at the forefront and center leading the way, not only to ensure the achievement of the Goal 5 of the SDGs on achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls, but also to develop meaningful, effective, and inclusive solutions to the global recovery process. Distinguished delegates, today our world is confronted by multiple crises. Pandemic has hard hit the world indiscriminately. The impact of climate change has become new normal in many countries. War and conflicts have created global disorder which disrupted energy, food security, and put women in a very difficult situation. Economic hardship has taken place in developing and low-income countries. We must stand together to ensure that all women, regardless of their backgrounds, nationalities, religions, and ethnics, are treated with dignity and human rights, because it is indeed a fundamental element of democracy. However, it is unfortunate that some women are still facing violence and discrimination today. Yesterday, I visited Kigali Genocide Memorial, a place for remembrance which witnessed the horror of the conflicts in 1994. May their soul rest in peace. This tragedy has taught us that conflicts could happen anywhere. In many parts of the world, wars and conflicts are the proofs of the failure of international community to respond to the challenges and to assure the inclusive peace for all. Today, we are saddened by the facts that many women, girls, and children suffer from the impact of the war in Ukraine. But what about the women, girls, and children in Syria, in Palestine, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Yemen, and hundreds of thousands of women of the Rohingya? They were tortured and treated with no dignity and have been stranded for years in the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar. There is no word peace unless every woman, mothers, and girls in Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Rohingya, and everywhere enjoy peace where they can live and their rights are respected, and where they are treated with dignity and equally with justice. We should not practice both double standards and hypocrisies in our commitment to ensure respect for human rights for everyone. There is a famous proverb: if we are pointing one finger to other and accuse them wrong, it means that the four remaining fingers are pointing ourselves for the things we did. Therefore, let us be united to speak for the truth, to speak with no bias. Because indeed, there would never be peace without equal respect for human rights to everyone at the first place. Distinguished delegates, diversity is blessing from God. It depends on us whether we choose to unite or let others divide us. Indonesia, a home for more than 300 ethnic groups who speak more than 700 languages living in 37 provinces, consistently upholds the principle of peace and harmony in diversity. In this opportunity, I would like to reaffirm that the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia is strongly committed to mainstreaming gender in development in all fields, both at the national, regional, and global levels. Indonesia's diplomacy in promoting gender equality at the global level focuses on increasing the role of women, and this is reflected, among others, in our support as the main co-sponsor of the UN General Assembly resolution on International Day of Women in Diplomacy, initiating UN Security Council resolution number 2538 regarding female personnel in UN peacekeeping missions, contributing to women's empowerment program in Palestine and Afghanistan through business literacy and entrepreneurship programs. Besides, Indonesia has also ratified Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Beijing Declaration, and Platform for Action and SDGs Target. In addition to that, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia has enacted laws which guarantee the 30% of women representation in political parties, election management institutions, and in the legislative. In 2019-2024 period today, we have 123 women members of parliaments, with accounts 21.39% of women. We are optimistic that this progress will increase as we strengthen our global efforts to advance gender equality and to ensure women representation in all decision-making process. Distinguished delegates, last week we successfully held the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, which focuses on 4 priority issues. One of them is social inclusion, gender equality, and women's empowerment, which address the discussions on the initiative that could be taken by Parliament to support gender-sensitive parliaments and to advance equal participation of women in all aspects of parliamentary work. As parliamentary leaders, we pledge to set a good example and ensure that our respective parliaments are gender-sensitive institutions. Parliaments representing the collective voice of people are the cornerstone of democracy, which have all potentials to build a more resilient and peaceful world for all. We are ready to contribute our part to ensure that the progress we have achieved in recent decades in advancing gender equality brings significant impacts to the gender parity in the world, and more importantly, to ensure that every woman in the world, regardless of their backgrounds, are treated with dignity, justice, and free from fear, coercion, violence, and discrimination. Let us strengthen our commitment and efforts to ensure the respect of the right of women to equal opportunities and a dignified life, because every woman matters. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Canada. Canada will be followed by Germany.
Much better now. Much better, don't you think? Fellow parliamentarians and colleagues, before I begin my remarks this afternoon, I want to say on behalf of the entire Canadian delegation how delighted we are to be joining you once again in person at an IPU assembly. That's not to say that we haven't been engaged in the activities of the IPU over the last 3 years. The Canadian group has proposed many amendments to draft resolutions and submitted remarks on the themes of the general debate for recent assemblies. Et nous sommes maintenant à Kigali, de retour avec vous, plus motivés que jamais à l'idée de contribuer à nos délibérations et d'apporter une perspective parlementaire aux défis mondiaux. Ce n'est pas qu'un simple hasard si le thème général de l'Assemblée au Rwanda est égalité des sexes et parlement sensible au genre, moteur du changement pour un monde plus résilient et pacifique. Combien parmi nous ont observé le Rwanda émerger des horreurs du génocide en 1994 pour devenir un modèle de parité entre les sexes au Parlement avec l'appui d'une constitution favorisant l'égalité des genres? Heureusement, le Rwanda n'a pas agi seul. Le Canada et d'autres pays ont aussi fait des progrès, non seulement en reconnaissant la valeur de l'égalité des genres et des parlements sensibles au genre, mais aussi en incorporant à leurs actions les principes de l'équité entre les sexes, particulièrement lorsqu'il s'agit de situations de crise. Take, for example, Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic recovery plan, both of which deliberately reflect the gendered consequences of this global crisis. The Canadian approach was designed and influenced by a cabinet that is 50% women, including a female deputy prime minister and the first ever female finance minister in our country's history. Of the 14 provincial and territorial chief medical officers who held daily briefings televised during the pandemic, 7 were women. Imagine the role models an entire generation of Canadian girls now have. Was the Canadian response perfect? By no means. Indeed, the House of Commons Committee on the Status of Women made 21 recommendations to the Government of Canada on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on women. One such recommendation called for the collection and dissemination of timely data, core information, disaggregated by gender and ethnicity to ensure that government programs meet the needs of those they're actually intended to assist. I strongly believe that disaggregated data helps us understand what is going on at the micro level in society and how we should target assistance to build capacity and drive change. Armed with this knowledge, we can provide better public services as well as empower women parliamentarians and promote gender equality across the country. In this spirit, I'm very pleased that Canada has made a third in a series of investments, $2 million over 3 years, for a total to date of almost $4.5 million to support the IPU's work on gender equality in Parliament. The funding will also go to support parliamentary leadership to integrate the specific needs of women and girls from health, social, economic, and lawmaking perspectives. To conclude, colleagues, our debate is useful, but it's not the first on gender equality at the IPU, and it's very unlikely to be the last. And nor should it be. We're hearing about best practices, but also that there's still a long way to go. Let's recommit to making that distance that much shorter at our next debate. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your service. Thank you to our host, the Parliament of Rwanda, for its very generous and gracious hospitality. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Honorable. The floor is now to Germany.
Thank you very much. For me, as the head of the German delegation, it's a privilege, it's an honor, and a pleasure to be here at our 145th IPU meeting in Rwanda, and a special thanks goes to the Parliament of Rwanda for having us here. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this meeting could not have come timelier. We are facing various crises around the world simultaneously. The world is in disarray, as it has not been for many, many years. And these times call for a firm and decisive reaction by parliaments, by us, around the world. It is time for voices of reason, of responsibility, and of peace. This must be our very role. If we look now at those different crises, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the ferocious repression against women and other protesters in Iran, the continuous instability in Mali and other countries of the Sahel region, the ongoing civil war in Yemen, and many other wars and conflicts, there is one common thread amongst all of them. That is that women and children are especially affected. The most vulnerable groups are the ones who are suffering the most and deserve most attention and protection. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it was very wise and forward-looking to choose gender equality as the main topic of discussion for this General Assembly. We need to strengthen the role of women in international conflict resolution, increase the protection of women and children, and improve the participation and representation of women in our parliaments. If I take a look into this hall, and this is also true for this very assembly of the IPU, but I really do not want to finger point at anyone in particular. On the contrary, I want to be self-critical. My very own party, the German Christian Democratic Union, for example, only recently introduced a quota for women this very year because we have not been successful attracting and bringing enough women into our ranks and positions. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I must and I want to address the most horrendous human rights violation these days. And that is the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which started in the most violent phase on February 24th with a full-fledged war, breaking fundamental principles of international law and destroying the European peace architecture the Soviet Union and later the very Russian Federation helped to build up and shape. But let us not forget that this aggression had already started years before, that is in 2014, with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the violent intrusion of the Donbass by Russian-backed paramilitary troops. We are witnessing worst war crimes and uncountable civilian losses caused by Russia. Many victims are women and children. Many more had to flee and leave their husbands and fathers back in the war. This is one of the most heinous crimes of the current time perpetrated against women and children. Let me say it very clearly, Russia must stop this war now. Russia must leave Ukraine with all its forces right now. Only this way, this horrendous war can be stopped and peace be reinstated. Dear colleagues, at the very same time, we are witnessing an unprecedented uprising against the authoritarian, repressive mullah regime in Iran. This regime has suppressed and represses women in very particular fashion for the past 40 years, one of the biggest collective crimes against women of our time. These women are standing up to fight for their rights, and we should all support and applaud them in their fight for equality, justice, and freedom. This is another strong signal I want this assembly to send from Kigali. We stand with the women and the democratic opposition and protesters across Iran. They deserve our support by all means. Looking now from a European perspective, the ongoing crisis across the Sahel is gaining intensity again. Many people are victims of terrorist attacks and oppression of Islamistic organizations and actions. Under our watch again, hundreds of thousands of women and children are being tortured, raped, displaced, and yes, even killed. Dear colleagues, as parliamentarians from around the world, as representatives and elected by the peoples, we must take this seriously and stop these developments. Again, women and children are those suffering most from these developments. We must call for an immediate action of all violence and suppression and resumption of peace talks and a fast return to democratic elections in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and in other places. And I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let us not underestimate the power of all together that we have. We are uniquely empowered by the many men and women who live in our countries, who entrusted us to represent them and their destiny. If governments, if regimes fail to stop violence or achieve compromise for peace, stability, and the protection of human rights, parliamentarians have to step in and make their voices heard. This is our time. This is our hour. Thank you very much.
Dear delegates, while waiting for the Secretary General to introduce the debate on special segment on gender-sensitive parliament, we are going to give the floor to Andorra. Andorra, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'UIP sensibilise depuis longtemps les parlements à prendre des mesures visant à promouvoir l'égalité des sexes en fournissant des règles, des lignes directrices et des exemples de bonnes pratiques. L'Andorre, en ce qui concerne la représentation politique des femmes, est l'un des pays où les plus grands progrès ont été réalisés durant les 25 dernières années. Depuis l'approbation du suffrage féminin en 1970, les femmes andorranes n'ont pas cessé de lutter pour leurs droits. Le pourcentage de femmes au Parlement est passé de 3,6% en 1994 à 46,4% en 2022, atteignant la parité pendant la législature 2011-2015, avec une présidence féminine de la Chambre en 2019. Ces dernières années, le Parlement andorran a beaucoup avancé en la matière. Un pas décisif en faveur de l'égalité a été réalisé le 2015, lorsque le Parlement a encouragé l'élaboration du livre blanc de l'égalité, avec la collaboration du gouvernement et des organisations civiles. L'objectif était de compiler et d'analyser les informations sur la situation réelle en matière d'égalité existant en Andorre, pour pouvoir identifier les priorités à promouvoir par les institutions publiques. En 2019, le Parlement a approuvé une loi sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination, qui inclut ces principes présents dans le droit international des droits de l'homme. Durant cette législature, deux lois très importantes ont été adoptées. La loi concernant l'égalité effective entre les hommes et les femmes en avril 2022 et le nouveau Code de la famille en juillet dernier, qui compile et adapte le système juridique d'Andorre à la nouvelle réalité du pays. En ce qui concerne la loi sur l'égalité, le texte approuvé englobe les contributions de toutes les forces politiques du Parlement et des associations féministes du pays, qui réclamait une loi sur l'égalité des sexes depuis très longtemps. Ce texte a été voté à l'unanimité au Parlement lors d'une journée historique pour l'Andorre et représente sans aucun doute un progrès très significatif. C'est une loi ambitieuse, transversale, qui modifie 17 textes législatifs et qui cherche l'engagement de toute la société, du secteur public et du privé. Concernant l'éducation, le texte introduit le principe d'égalité de traitement et de la non-discrimination dans tous les programmes éducatifs. Il renforce le rôle de l'éducation dans la lutte pour l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes et établit aussi le principe de la coéducation dans le système éducatif andorran, c'est-à-dire l'utilisation d'un langage non sexiste, la visualisation de la contribution des femmes au long de l'histoire, l'éducation sexuelle en égalité de droits et en liberté et la lutte contre la violence envers les femmes. Concernant le code pénal, le délit de violence de genre et le délit d'incitation des mineurs à la mutilation génitale féminine ont été introduits dans le texte, ainsi qu'un renforcement de la peine en cas d'absence de consentement dans les relations sexuelles, entre autres, en conformité avec la Convention d'Istanbul, ratifiée par l'Andorre en 2014 et suivant les recommandations du Grevio. De plus, la loi électorale a été modifiée pour obliger tous les partis politiques à présenter entre 40% et 60% de candidates aux élections. Pour favoriser la participation des femmes à la vie économique et professionnelle, la loi prévoit plusieurs modifications du Code du travail. Entre autres, l'instauration dans les entreprises de plus de 50 travailleurs de l'obligation d'assurer des rémunérations égales pour le travail, identiques ou à valeur égale. Aussi, l'élaboration de plans d'égalité et la mise en place de la flexibilité horaire ou le télétravail, afin de faciliter la conciliation et la corresponsabilité familiale. De plus, dans le domaine de la fonction publique, la loi introduit l'obligation pour les administrations publiques et les entreprises de disposer d'un plan d'action sur l'égalité professionnelle et d'un protocole visant à éviter le harcèlement sexuel. Par ailleurs, les administrations publiques doivent refuser d'accorder des subventions et des aides aux entreprises et entités ayant été sanctionnées par des conduites discriminatoires en raison du sexe au cours des 3 dernières années. Malgré ces textes législatifs modernes adoptés, nous aurons besoin de faire beaucoup de pédagogie à toute la société en général pour qu'il y ait une plus grande prise de conscience. Nous devons continuer à avancer en ce qui concerne l'égalité professionnelle et lutter pour que les femmes puissent occuper des postes à responsabilité dans les entreprises privées et dans les conseils d'administration. Il faut veiller à l'intégration des femmes handicapées au monde professionnel et du travail. Et nous devons continuer à lutter pour que cette égalité réelle entre femmes et hommes devienne une réalité dans la vie de tous les jours. Merci à tous pour votre attention.
Thank you, Honorable. As I have mentioned when starting this afternoon session, I mentioned that at 4 we are going to the special segment on gender-sensitive parliaments of the general debate of the Assembly, IPU Assembly. It will go for 30 minutes. Key points for presentation, it will be so I will welcome you all to the special segment of the general debate on gender-sensitive parliaments. As a reminder, this general debate on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world aims to showcase efforts and drive renewed commitment by parliaments to prioritize gender equality for more resilience and peace. For that, they must build their own gender sensitive. So let's take a refresher on what gender sensitive parliament are. Can you please show the video? Thank you, dear colleagues. As you saw, gender-sensitive parliament are those that embodied gender equality in their composition and ways of doing business, and that are willing and able to deliver gender equality to society through their work. Let me add that by so doing, gender-sensitive parliaments become stronger and more modern institutions that are better able to mitigate crisis and deliver sustained progress for all. This special segment aims to shed the light on how the IPU plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments is being applied by parliaments around the world, and the impact of this has on their ability to respond to today's crisis. I welcome the IPU Secretary General and Chairperson of the International Gender Champions, Mr. Mate Chungong, a fellow member of Parliament from Rwanda, Mrs. Emma Rubagumya Furaha, and the Member of Parliament from New Zealand, Mr. Ibrahim Omer, who are with us here today to discuss this important topic. Now I invite Mr. Mate Chungong to take the floor to present the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliament. Your Excellency, Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished members of Parliament present at this special segment, it gives me great pleasure to introduce this debate on what I consider to be very important. I have just come from a meeting with the Speaker of the Serbian Parliament, and we were talking about the support that the IPU has given to the Serbian Parliament to make it more gender sensitive, including doing an assessment of the gender sensitivity of the Parliament and helping them institute a 40% quota now in their Parliament. And I think that is what we are all about, saying that gender equality is important, but even more so, showing how we can do it and helping our members do it. And that is why it gives me great pleasure to celebrate with you today the 10th anniversary of that tool that the IPU adopted in 2012 in Quebec City during an assembly such as this one. There was unanimous support for the IPU plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments. And so today, as we celebrate that 10th anniversary, it is important for us to step back, look at how we have fared in the implementation of that plan of action, and then rededicate ourselves to more stringent and robust efforts to promote gender sensitivity in Parliament. At the time this concept was mooted in Quebec City, the question that was asked was, how can parliaments be champions of gender equality? This is because for many decades, the responsibility of gender equality in parliament rested mainly on the shoulders of women MPs. I'm glad today there has been that shift. There has been the realization of the fact that for gender equality to be effective, for our parliaments to be more gender sensitive, we need to share the responsibility with men and women in all our institutions, because we have a stake in ensuring that both sexes are involved in the implementation of the processes of Parliament. So we are glad that we have an instrument today that can help us. It gives us a roadmap, and I see that video was very clear on what it is that parliaments can do to promote gender sensitivity in terms of moving away from the traditional modes of membership in Parliament, which are outdated, I believe, to one where we have more inclusiveness, we have more modernity in our processes, and where diversity is addressed as a major challenge. So we believe that gender-sensitive parliaments should do everything to promote gender equality, taking a critical look at their composition and work, as that video mentioned, but also looking at those barriers that prevent women's political emancipation, taking measures to ensure that there is effective delivery on gender equality. So we want, at the end of the day, that parliamentary processes respond to the needs and interests of men and women in all structures in Parliament, in all operations, and in all methods, as the video said. By becoming a gender-sensitive Parliament, they offer a positive example to society of how gender equality can be achieved. In this regard, we therefore stress the importance of Parliament as role models of gender equality, being the beacons of those efforts that are intended to promote women's political and other emancipation. So over the past 10 years, we have proudly led efforts and encouraged efforts by parliaments to carry out a transformation of their working methods so that they can become increasingly gender sensitive. We have done this in a variety of ways, and I imagine during this conversation today, you will have an indication of how we go about that. But let me go back to the plan of action, which we believe is a roadmap for parliaments to use in becoming better institutions. And there, I want to offer a number of takeaways for all of you and myself. First, we have to look at representation, because gender-sensitive parliaments are supposed to represent men and women in equal numbers, but not only in terms of quantity, but quality too, making sure that women, when they make their way into Parliament, are given access to the decision-making bodies of Parliament, including the committees and other leadership positions. Last September, just a few weeks ago, we were all in Uzbekistan, Tashkent, for the 14th Summit of Women, the Speakers of Parliament. And during that summit, we had a segment such as this one here, how can parliaments be gender sensitive? And the speakers of parliament who were present there agreed that parliaments can become gender sensitive institutions that help parliaments to be resilient to crisis. And that is the overall theme of this assembly, which we think is most timely. So we have representation, which is a key component and hallmark of gender-sensitive parliaments. Then secondly, we look at the role of parliaments in laws and mainstreaming gender equality. There again, we want to make sure that what you do is grounded on strong laws that are very clear in defining the role of women and men in the parliamentary processes. It is good to make laws, but it's also good to look at those laws that exist and seek to delete all the discriminatory provisions of these laws, discriminatory provisions that constitute a major impediment to women's political emancipation. Thirdly, I would like us to look at what we can do to make parliaments safe and empowering institutions. We want parliaments to be examples of how we can eradicate sexism and harassment in society. And we make this recommendation on the basis of the landmark studies that we have conducted since 2016. Those studies have unearthed disconcerting evidence of widespread prevalence of sexism, sexual behavior that is inappropriate, sexual harassment, gender-based violence against women parliamentarians. And you agree with me that this is something that constitutes a major obstacle to women's political emancipation. So we need to look at parliaments and see how they can display zero tolerance for violence against women, for sexism, for inappropriate sexual behavior and conduct as members of parliament. This is something that I think we should do. And then we would like to use the experience that we gained during the COVID pandemic and see how, as institutions, parliaments can harness the potential of new technologies in order to make their institutions gender sensitive. During the pandemic, many parliaments adopted new working methods using digital technology that was more inclusive, more efficient, and these technologies can continue to be used and built upon to, for instance, organize proxy voting schemes so that women can be allowed the flexibility of voting without having to be present in the meeting rooms, looking at how we can revise working hours to help women and men, why not, to achieve a better work-life balance, and generally provide family-friendly facilities in Parliament. Lastly, I want to underscore the importance of partnerships. Partnerships, as I said earlier, when we talk about gender equality, gender sensitivity, it is not a role that is incumbent solely on women. It is a role that is incumbent on both men and women, parliamentarians, but also parliamentary staff. So we want to make sure that all these stakeholders in Parliament are involved. Today, we need leadership from the top. We do see that only 26% of women, 26% of the parliamentary membership globally is made up of women. We want to make sure that we rebalance that, and so that we are not talking of 74% of men in Parliament, but we are talking of 50-50 for men and women. And there I think it's important that the male colleagues become gender champions. I am very proud myself as Secretary General of this organization to be a gender champion. I'm committed to defending gender equality wherever I am called upon to provide assistance. So, Madam President, I'd just like to conclude here with a clarion call to all of us to leave here with a resolve to become all gender champions, work resolutely to make our institutions increasingly gender responsive, gender sensitive, for the overall benefit of society. We look forward to working with you, parliaments and parliamentarians, in that endeavor so that all of us, all of society can be involved in an equitable manner in the management of parliamentary processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chongong, Secretary General of IPU, for your insightful presentation and especially for your commitment. And I'd like to invite Honorable Emma Rwagumya Furaha to take the floor to discuss how gender mainstreaming has made the Rwandan Parliament stronger in working on gender equality and better delivering it to the society. Honorable Emma Rwagumya, you have the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you the experience of Rwanda in the journey of transforming into a gender-sensitive parliament. Thanks to the political will and leadership committed to gender equality, a conducive policy environment and gender progressive legal frameworks were put in place to accelerate inclusive socio-economic transformation. Gender equality is a fundamental principle embedded in the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda of 2003, revised in 2015. The Parliament of Rwanda has consistently, for the last 20 years, enjoyed the big number of women representation. In the lower chamber, in the first legislature, we had 48.8%, and it has been growing since then to date, where we have 61%. In the upper chamber, each legislature had above 30% of women, 30.6 in the first legislature, and now 34.6%. Equally, in the leadership of both chambers of the parliament, women have been at the top. The Chamber of Deputies has been led by the female speaker for more than 14 years, including the current legislature. The chamber has 2 deputy speakers, and one of them is a woman. The Senate president is a man with 2 women vice presidents. Each chamber has standing committees that have chairpersons and vice chairpersons. In the Chamber of Deputies, there are 9 standing committees. 5 are chaired by women and 4 by men. 2 standing committees, both chair and vice chair, are women. Similarly, in the Senate, 4 standing committees and 2 are chaired by women. Each chamber has a clerk and deputy clerk who manage affairs of the institutions. In their appointments, gender equality is observed. Currently, the clerk of the Chamber of Deputies is a woman, whereas that of the Senate is a man. The Parliament of Rwanda has a women caucus known as Rwanda Women Parliamentary Forum that serves as a think tank, catalyst, and mobilizer. It plays a key role in helping Parliament to continue to strengthen and advance gender in legislation and government oversight. Men MPs are also allowed, and they are members of the caucus. This had a positive tone to improve advocacy and influence by engaging powerful allies to address negative social norms, stereotypes, and negative masculinity that constitute hindrances for gender transformation. Through women caucus advocacy, gender-sensitive laws were enacted, including inheritance law that unlocked the rights of women, and many other laws that were advocated and enacted and they are gender sensitive. Regarding financing of the gender equality, measures were put in place to monitor and foster the implementation of gender responsive budget through the Gender Budget Statement, GBS, as a tool for its enforcement. It is a requirement for all budget agencies to produce gender budget statement alongside the budget paper framework for consideration during the budget processes. The Parliament Budget Committee works in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and other state institutions, including also the civil society, to assess the implementation of annual gender budget statements and draw lessons to inform the budget allocation for the next financial year. The lessons learned from the last years informed the revision of the organic budget law to improve the reporting on the gender progress. Government policies and their implementation are scrutinized for accountability purposes, and among other things that are observed is to have evidence on how gender responsive they are. The Senate uses gender lens while performing its mandate to approve government nominations of high-level officials, and gender inclusiveness is a must, and any assessment of no compliance is sanctioned. Our Parliament had an opportunity to be part of the pilot phase of the IPU assessment of gender-sensitive parliaments when the survey was conducted in 2011. The report set a strong baseline to build on. Afterward, the IPU action plan and rated tools for assessment of gender-sensitive parliaments served as boosters to strengthen gender compliance of our parliament, protecting the gains and continue leveraging opportunities. Today, mainstreaming gender in our parliament processes, structure, and budget is no longer a requirement to comply to. It became a lifestyle. Capacity development of members of parliament is a cross-cutting pillar in parliament's processes and activities. In that regard, gender induction course is organized at the inception of each new legislature of the senators and the deputies to strengthen their capacities to gender analysis and consideration on their parliamentary duties. Other customized courses and related assessment tools are designed and implemented to strengthen gender and social inclusion and make it a culture in our parliament. The use of technologies as contingency measure to COVID-19, the Parliament put in place effective measures to facilitate connectivity of MPs to all MPs and all parliamentary staff at home, which has set the optimum condition to balance the work and family in a sustainable way. Having shared the few, I wish also to mention that much as we have made all that progress, but we still have areas of improvement that we want to improve for future sustainability of gender-sensitive parliament, which we shall continue to assess the gender responsiveness of Parliament of Rwanda, so that we strengthen the strategic plans. We shall develop the checklists customized to be used by different standing committees for optimizing gender mainstreaming in their work. We shall also continue to develop a strategy to upgrade the infrastructure of the parliament and improve the way they respond to the needs of women, children, people with disability, and all who visit the parliament. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Emma Rwagumya Furaha, for such an informative overview. She is actually the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Gender and Political Affairs and Gender. Now I invite Honorable Ibrahim Omer to take the floor and share the experience of the New Zealand Parliament in applying another key component of gender-sensitive institutions, that is of being more family-friendly and more diverse for better quality representation and response to people's diverse needs. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Tuwia aranganui itu ehonei. Tuwia apapatuanuku itakoto akene. Tuwia rato kwa wehe atu kitapo. Tuwia itehare tangata. Karangote po, karangote ao. Tihei mauriora. Tena koto, tena tato katoa. I just greeted you with in Trio Maori, the official indigenous language of New Zealand. Madam President, I first want to thank the 145th IPU Assembly for giving us this platform and specifically for giving me this honor and privilege to speak here today on behalf of my country, New Zealand, and our delegation on this extremely important topic, gender equality, gender-sensitive parliaments are drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. I want to start by sharing a little bit about myself. My name is Ibrahim Omar. I'm originally from Eritrea, but I was forced to flee my country as a teenager to escape an oppressive regime that was wrecking millions of lives. And sadly, Eritrea today is one of the biggest refugee-producing countries. 14 years ago, in 2008, I arrived in New Zealand as a refugee with nothing. Within 12 years, I was able to work hard, got a degree, and gain ability to be elected as a member of New Zealand Parliament in 2020. And I'm very proud to say that I'm a member of one of New Zealand's most diverse parliaments. And from next week, I will be a member of Parliament which is made up of 50% women. We have achieved this milestone because of New Zealand's commitment to making our Parliament more accessible and gender sensitive. 10 years ago, the IPU unanimously adopted the IPU Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. The action was designed to support parliaments in their efforts to become more gender-sensitive. One identified key action area centered on facilitating a work-family balance. Today, I'll be sharing with you all how the New Zealand Parliament has advanced family-friendly policies and how this has resulted in a more diverse and effective parliament. Many of the changes and the improvements that's been made started back in 2017. A 2017 Standing Orders Committee report noted that the health of democracy can be measured through reference to the diversity of elected members. More family-friendly conditions could reduce the disincentives for some women and men who otherwise might consider putting themselves forward for election. From this, New Zealand Parliament made changes that were specifically enacted to improve work-family balance. This included shortening the Thursday night sitting sessions, provision for the Speaker to grant members permission to be absent, including for illness or family cause of personal nature, changing the name of wives' room to the family room, and allowing members, whānau or family or staff members to enter the eyes and nose lobby for the purpose of enabling members to care for an infant. Changes also have been made to our legislative framework to remove limitations on the travel of children of members and to allow the mileage to be claimed for a spouse partner to travel when they are traveling to be with the member who is undertaking parliamentary business. I do want to acknowledge the Right Honourable Trevor Mallard, who until recently was the Speaker of our House. He worked very hard to make our Parliament more family-friendly by allowing babies in the debating chamber and giving carers and spouses security clearance to move freely around the parliamentary buildings. During this time, about 7 members of our Parliament, including our Prime Minister, had children while in office. All these changes made over the next 6 years have improved this work-family balance. These changes allowed those who previously might not have been able to become members because of reasons such as having young children, the opportunity to become elected officials. People need to feel comfortable that their jobs will not force them to turn their back on their families, especially in this post-pandemic area. These changes have incentivized more people to become elected officials because traditional barriers have been removed. Traditionally, the only people who could afford to go into politics were males because of the restrictions that came with the parliament and being an MP. The advancement of family-friendly policies has removed these barriers, resulting in more representation from a greater range of genders, ethnic backgrounds, professions, etc. In adopting these changes, we are acknowledging that a line cannot always easily be drawn between family and work life. How has this increased diversity enhanced the effectiveness of the parliamentary institutions? There are 2 key areas. There are 2 key outcomes for us: more accurate representation of the New Zealand community and encouraging new people to strive to become elected officials. As a former refugee, the only Muslim and an African MP in New Zealand's parliament, I'm a member of one of our ethnic caucus where I'm the only man among 6 formidable women. As you can see, I'm endangered species here, and it's a good problem. By creating a more family-friendly parliament, New Zealand has removed one of the initial barriers that many people face when deciding to be elected officials. While countless work has gone into making our parliament a family-friendly environment, countless legislations were passed targeted at making our women's lives better. To mention one example, just over 2 weeks ago, our parliament passed a bill that covers specific maternal birth injuries as accidents and will be covered by our accident compensation scheme. This will change many lives. New Zealand is not perfect, and more work is needed to make a true, diverse, and gender-sensitive parliament. However, the work done to advance family work-life balance has definitely played a part in our parliament becoming a more diverse and effective institution. And I am proud of this, to be part of this parliament. At the time, our world is facing a lot of challenges, a lot of violence against our women. New Zealand remains to be a beacon of hope for more diverse and for more woman-friendly, gender-friendly parliament. Norera, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you so much, Honorable Omer, for your insightful remarks. Thank you so much. I would like to thank again our dear honorable presenters for your valuable insights. We have learned that Parliament with family-friendly policies are inclusive to the needs of the members of Parliament with caring responsibility, which can lead to a more diverse and inclusive Parliament. We have also learned that mainstreaming gender in all parliamentary processes and structures can and do give all members of Parliament more capacity and agency to effectively drive gender equality, leaving no one behind for more resilience, prosperity, and peace. So this concludes our special segment on gender-sensitive Parliament. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your brilliant presentations, dear members. So let's continue with the presentations from delegates on the general debate. We are going to hear Kazakhstan. He will be followed by Russia. Kazakhstan, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous exprimer la gratitude de la délégation kazakh pour une organisation excellente et surtout pour une hospitalité extraordinaire que nous rencontrons partout à Kigali, ville que la plupart d'entre nous découvrent avec admiration. Chers collègues, aujourd'hui plus que jamais, il est important de discuter et d'agir en faveur de la paix et de la sécurité globale. Dans ce contexte, la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU, intitulée « Femmes, paix et sécurité », adoptée en 2000, revêt une importance particulière. Cette résolution, ainsi que 8 résolutions ultérieures, contribuent à la reconnaissance du rôle important que les femmes jouent dans la prévention et le règlement des conflits et dans la consolidation de la paix. Une paix durable ne peut être atteinte sans la sécurité et l'égalité des femmes. Le Kazakhstan a fait des progrès significatifs dans la construction d'une société aux droits égaux et aux chances égales. Le président de la République, M. Tokayev, par son décret, a approuvé le concept de la politique nationale de la famille et du genre jusqu'en 2030, qui met en œuvre l'agenda intitulé « Femmes, paix et sécurité », comme la résolution 1325. Nous sommes convaincus que la participation égale des femmes et leur leadership dans la vie politique et publique sont essentiels pour atteindre les objectifs du développement durable d'ici 2030. Premièrement, la mise en place de quotas ouvre la voie à la participation politique des femmes dans les parlements nationaux. Au Kazakhstan, ce quota est de 30%. Deuxièmement, il est essentiel que les femmes deviennent non seulement membres du Parlement, mais occupent aussi des postes de direction de Parlement. De cette manière, elles pourront mieux influencer les politiques et améliorer les procédures parlementaires. Troisièmement, comme les parlementaires sont appelés à représenter les intérêts de tous les citoyens, ils doivent avoir comme responsabilité principale la protection des droits des femmes et l'égalité des sexes dans les parlements. Pendant de nombreuses années, cette responsabilité reposait, hélas, principalement sur les épaules des femmes parlementaires. Nous soutenons qu'en étant sensibles au genre et en prônant une participation égale des femmes et des hommes, les parlements sont également plus susceptibles d'inciter l'égalité des sexes dans la société et de remplir leur mandat démocratique. Nous sommes convaincus que les parlements doivent veiller à ce que les lois adoptées ne soient pas discriminatoires à l'égard des hommes ou des femmes, mais promeuvent plutôt activement l'égalité des sexes. Nous pensons que les pays devraient rechercher les meilleures stratégies pour promouvoir une législation sur l'égalité des sexes, maintenir les questions de genre à l'ordre du jour parlementaire et à s'engager avec la société civile et les partenaires du secteur privé. Grâce à un cadre législatif solide et à des initiatives mises en œuvre, des résultats positifs ont été obtenus au Kazakhstan ces dernières années. Je voudrais aussi vous informer, chers collègues, que les membres du Parlement du Kazakhstan participent activement au dialogue des femmes leaders des pays de l'Asie centrale. En 2023, le Kazakhstan assumera la présidence de ce forum et nous continuerons à mettre en œuvre des plans d'action conjoints sur les questions d'actualité des femmes, de la paix et de la sécurité. Compte tenu des résultats obtenus notamment pour notre région, le Kazakhstan s'engage à aller plus loin en continuant à soutenir les femmes, à les aider à accéder à des postes élevés, pour assurer une véritable égalité des sexes. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Russia, and Russia will be followed by India. Russia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I was also preparing a speech devoted to gender equality issues, but I hope you will understand me. I will speak on the other issue, namely Russia and Ukraine, for the simple reason we in the Russian delegation were so many times approached here with additional questions about what's going on and what's the position of Russia, and this is how I want to use this opportunity to inform you more about that. The general perception of the majority of the delegations here, it was shown yesterday at the vote on the urgent debate, is that Russia has attacked Ukraine. And this theory is being simply bought by so many delegations for the simple reason many believes that Russia is just another edition of the former Soviet Union or the Russian Empire, having nothing but a dream to restore this empire. But this is an absolutely wrong perception. Russia definitely does not want to restore any empires. Russia does not want to introduce a new unipolar world. Russia does not want to rule the world. Russia is a unique country. In my country, we have up to 200 different nationalities and ethnic groups, up to 300 different languages. And take a note, not a single people in Russia, not a single ethnic group in Russia wants to leave Russia, because all of them live in harmony. They are not discredited in their rights for their language, their religion, or their culture. But it does happen in so many other former Soviet republics, where many peoples and many ethnic groups want to leave these countries because they don't feel themselves comfortable. It has happened in Moldova with Transnistria, it has happened in Georgia with South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and now it has happened in Ukraine, unfortunately. What is the difference? We in Russia has never allowed nationalists, which exist in any country, our Russian nationalists, to come into power with the slogan, Russia for Russians, because we are absolutely sure that if they come into power, that will immediately destroy the territorial integrity of our country, and we cannot afford it. It has happened in Ukraine because Ukrainian nationalists have come into power in 2014 with the slogan, Ukraine for Ukrainians. And by that, they have provoked a civil war because millions of Ukrainian citizens rejected to recognize an unconstitutional change of power in Ukraine in February 2014, which we consider as a coup d'etat. They wanted to live their own lives. They wanted to have security. They wanted to have granted human rights. They wanted to have their language, their culture, their interpretation of history kept safe and alive. They were deprived that option by the Ukrainian authorities. What did Russia do in this very complicated situation? In 8 years, we were trying to assist Ukraine to restore, to keep its territorial integrity by drafting and then supporting the so-called Minsk agreements. What did Ukraine do? They rejected to fulfill Minsk agreements, it is now officially stated, and they started to shell southeastern regions of Ukraine. During these 8 years, between 2014 and 2022, up to 16,000 people were killed by Ukrainian authorities in southeastern Ukraine. More than 1 million Ukrainian citizens decided to flee, to immigrate to Russia, escaping from the Ukrainian authorities. In all these 8 years, we were trying to say to Ukrainians and to all other countries, please stop this war. It was a real war, but nobody listened. In all these 8 years, we were trying to find political solutions for the conflict, asking the Ukrainian authorities to start talking to their own citizens. You know, we in Russia have had a similar experience with the Chechen conflict. And initially, we did exactly the same mistakes which are being done now by the Ukrainian authorities. Initially, we considered our own citizens living in Chechnya, all of them, as terrorists, separatist criminals, and we tried to use military force in order to force them to live in a united Russian state. It never worked. And only because we have changed our strategy, we have started a dialogue with our own citizens living in Chechnya, taking into account the specific situation of this region, their interests, all that stuff, we have managed to solve that conflict by political means. And again, neither Chechnya nor any other ethnic group in Russia wants to separate from Russia. In Ukraine, an opposite situation, because the Ukrainian authorities reject, until now they reject to talk to people living in southeastern parts of the country. And this is why more and more people, millions of people in southeastern parts of Ukraine, take a decision to go away from this country, which does not respect their human rights, their dignity, their religion, their language, and their culture. And this is how up to 4 million people have now voted in 4 referendums, democratically arranged referendums in the 4 regions of now former Ukraine, deciding to join Russia. That was not the decision of Russia. That was a decision by people, millions of people living there. Finalizing, I know that this interpretation of the situation differs from the one which you hear from Ukrainians and their sponsors. There is just one way to learn the truth. Each of them, each of you, is invited to go to the conflict region. You may go to Crimea, you may go to Donetsk, you may go to Lugansk, and you need to talk to people there. And you know perfectly well that Ukraine will be against, for the reason they don't want you to know the truth. But we know the truth, and this is how we act and react in order to protect people, to protect human beings, not to gain any territorial resources
Time
out
is
of
over,
Ukraine.
please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the floor is to India. India will be followed by Somalia.
Honorable
Please,
Madam
please,
Chair
please. Your attention,
and
please.
distinguished parliamentarians, I am grateful to be allowed to speak on the theme of this conference that conform with the social and cultural ethos of India. Girls and women were placed on a high pedestal since ancient India. This is reflected in a hymn in one of our ancient scriptures. It says, Yatra naryaste pujyante ramante tatra devata. Yatra tastu na pujyante sarvast trafla kriya. Which means God dwells where women are treated equally and with respect. Actions without their participation yield no reward. India in 1949 was one of the few nations to give women the right to vote. Gender equality was made a constitutional guarantee immediately after independence. We have taken several constitutional, legal, and administrative measures for ensuring their development and empowerment. Our approach is to move from women's development to women-led development. Guiding motto of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, or Sabka Vishwas, that is, development of all with the support of all and the trust of all. We are working in mission mode for women's education, safety, health, nutrition, and sanitation. Our focus is on their economic empowerment through skilling, digital literacy, and financial inclusion. Allocation for women-related schemes has been increased by 14%. During the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 6 million women, which constitute around 70% of our healthcare workforce, did a commendable job as frontline workers. Women scientists played a major role in developing COVID vaccine within the shortest possible time, as the world knows. Under Stand Up India scheme, 81% of loans amounting 1 million to 10 million rupees have gone to women. Under PM Jan Dhan Yojana, one of the largest financial inclusion programs in the world, more than 255 million bank accounts have been opened for women. Most of the 20 million houses made under the Prime Minister Housing Scheme are in the name of women. Gross enrollment ratio of women in higher education today is more than that of the male population. Indian Parliament has all along been quite sensitive for ensuring gender balance in leadership positions. Currently, we have 114 women members of Parliament and around 316 state legislative assemblies. Our Parliament has passed a law for reserving 33% of seats for women in the elected bodies at the grassroots level. 1.45 million women constitute 46 to 50% of these bodies, which have now become the nurseries of our future women leaders. Distinguished delegates, our Parliament, through gender-sensitive approach, conducts gender impact assessments in the form of gender budgeting or audits of draft legislations based on gender analysis. There are 2 special parliamentary committees that carry out oversight functions and the gender-sensitive scrutiny of all the women-related schemes. We have had women speakers and secretary general in the past. They took several women-specific initiatives to make our parliament gender-sensitive. All possible gender-sensitive facilities have been made available for the women members in Parliament complex, including complaint committee for redressal of sexual harassment of women members as well as the employees. We have made The language of our rules of procedure and conduct of business gender neutral. This process is on in the state assemblies as well. Women members have been particularly proactive in bringing various aspects of governance and policy recommendations to the attention of the government through a range of parliamentary interventions. Our parliament has taken various initiatives to focus on the issues of gender-sensitive parliament. We have organized following national and international conferences for exchanging views and experiences among women parliamentarians, as also to share their concerns to evolve the best practices. 7th meeting of women speakers of parliament in 2012 at New Delhi on the theme Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. National Women Legislatures Conference in 2016 on the theme Women Legislatures Building Resurgent India. National Women Legislatures Conference in 2022 in Kerala. Distinguished delegates, parliamentarians in India, both men and women, are always conscious to play their significant role in fostering gender parity through strict oversight, making and amending laws, approving budgets, and highlighting gender issues. Parliamentary questions relating to women and gender policies have nearly doubled over the last decade in both the houses of Parliament. Parliament has passed several progressive laws for women's protection and amended existing ones. India recently increased paid maternity leave from 12 weeks to 26 weeks. Laws against sexual harassment of women has also been made more stringent. Friends, although we have made significant progress in the last decade, there is still a long way to go. To build more resilient, peaceful, and prosperous societies, parliaments must continue to lead the way. This is one transformative endeavor that is equally important everywhere. Lastly, I thank Rwanda for being an excellent host. Thanks to you all.
Thank you, Honorable. The floor is now to Somalia. Somalia will be followed by Portugal.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thanks, Madam President. Greetings, all of you. It's honor for me to participate in the 145th session of IPU and address this gathering today. I also want to thank the Rwanda government and its people hosting of the 145th session of IPU Assembly. Dear parliamentarians, I would like to give you some updates regarding gender and gender equality. There is improvement in all sectors in my country, including security, economy, and political stability. Also, women political participation was given special importance and attention that led to a lot of tangible achievements. The country had parliamentary elections last year, and we have formed a special group that lobbied for the participation of women in parliament. We have upper house 26%, and we have lower house 19% of women. We met with all concerned parties on this issue to make women's dreams happen. Fortunately, a lot of good things happened and achieved through these campaigns. For the first time in history, Somalia elected a woman MP, the first deputy of Speaker of the House of the People of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. It's also an opportunity to tell you that 50% of the chairs of Senate standing committees are a woman. For your information, there is no women quota bill in our country and no articles in our constitution is mandating this quota. And in the meantime, traditional clans don't welcome women representation of their clans. We are also facing a lot of challenges, including cultural barriers that need to come to overcome. The educational capacity and situational complexity are among the other challenges. Although girls in the school were growing gradually, traditionally women kept in the homes. Finally, we Somalia hope that world, particularly the IPU regional and national parliamentary forums, lobby and steps towards women's support to build their capacity and create opportunities and give extra events for the women promotions. My last words, I want to thank the President of Rwanda, Mr. Paul Kagame, the opportunity of political participation he gave the women of Rwanda. Really, we appreciate him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to Portugal. He will be followed by United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Muito obrigada, excelentíssimo Presidente da UIP, o meu conterrâneo Duarte Pacheco. Tem sido um orgulho vê-lo desse lado e em seu nome eu saúdo toda a mesa. Caros e caras parlamentares, nós somos membros da UIP porque acreditamos que o diálogo e o compromisso são essenciais para que se defenda a democracia, a paz e a sustentabilidade. Mas, caros e caras colegas, nenhum destes valores se cumpre se abdicarmos da participação e representação de metade da população mundial. Na verdade, nenhuma crise será ultrapassada se discriminarmos as mulheres e as raparigas. E, no entanto, são as mulheres que continuam a ser as mais penalizadas. Cabe-nos a nós, parlamentares, garantir que promovemos a igualdade de oportunidades e o desenvolvimento pleno de cada cidadã, de todos os cidadãos. E para que isso aconteça, precisamos de ter as mulheres em todos os processos de decisão. Elas não são dispensáveis. O desenvolvimento de Portugal democrático está intimamente ligado a esse reconhecimento constitucional de que a igualdade e a não discriminação são condições necessárias para a construção do nosso futuro coletivo. Portugal é parte nos principais instrumentos internacionais em matéria de eliminação da discriminação contra as mulheres e de defesa e promoção dos seus direitos. Os nossos planos de ação nacionais estão alinhados com a Agenda 2030 da ONU para a prevenção e combate a todas as formas de violência e de combate à discriminação em razão da orientação sexual. O Instituto Europeu para a Igualdade de Género assinala que Portugal está a progredir mais rapidamente que a média da União Europeia em matéria de igualdade de género nos domínios do trabalho, do rendimento, do conhecimento, do poder, do tempo e da saúde. Estes progressos foram sendo alcançados à medida que aumentava a participação das mulheres na vida política. A lei da paridade foi fundamental para acelerar este processo. Uma lei que, tendo começado com uma cota de 33%, foi alargada em 2019 para os 40%. Replicamos essa legislação, mantendo a base de 33% para garantir mulheres nos lugares de direção e fiscalização das empresas públicas e privadas cotadas em bolsa. A constituição de uma subcomissão para a igualdade e não discriminação permitiu um trabalho aprofundado nestas e noutras matérias, como o direito ao acesso à procriação medicamente assistida e, mais recentemente, a aprovação da Lei de Autodeterminação da Identidade e Expressão de Género. Porque acreditamos que a riqueza de uma sociedade é a sua diversidade e todos e todas têm direito a serem cidadãos por inteiro. Há 3 anos que o Orçamento de Estado e a legislação são obrigados a integrar uma análise com impacto de género, o que permitiu ganhar um olhar mais inclusivo na criação e avaliação de políticas públicas. E o Governo, que iniciou funções, garante que pela primeira vez temos mais ministras do que ministros na sua formação. E, no entanto, embora o tratamento discriminatório esteja em permanente desconstrução legislativa, o seu efeito persiste na sociedade. Persiste nas dificuldades que as mulheres enfrentam na conciliação entre a vida familiar e profissional ou na desigualdade salarial. Mantém-se nos números de violência doméstica contra as mulheres, a quem prestamos especial atenção durante a pandemia, reforçando as redes de estruturas de apoio às vítimas, considerando como serviço essencial as consultas de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, fortalecendo o apoio às ONGs que trabalhavam com populações mais vulneráveis na aquisição de bens e produtos de higiene íntima. Chegados aqui, queremos avançar para uma lei de paridade que garanta 50% nas listas às eleições nacionais e reclamar igualdade nas presidências das comissões e lugares de poder parlamentar. E se a igualdade é uma luta pelo futuro e progresso do país, então precisamos de ter mais homens como parceiros. Sabemos que este caminho tem de começar desde tenra idade, e o Parlamento dos Jovens é uma iniciativa que tem permitido abordar temas como a igualdade de género, o preconceito e a discriminação no contexto escolar. Mas também precisamos de lutar, como em muitos outros países desenvolvidos, contra as forças retrógradas que ameaçam fazer dos direitos das mulheres campo de batalha para o combate político. Ou de garantir que o mundo digital não repete as desigualdades e estereótipos que enfrentamos hoje no mundo real. Como diz António Guterres, secretário-geral da ONU, a desigualdade das mulheres não só é inaceitável, mas também uma falta de inteligência. Esta semana, no magnífico Ruanda, país com o parlamento mais feminino do mundo e que nos recebeu tão bem, lembramos o óbvio: direitos das mulheres são direitos humanos. E esse deve ser o ponto de partida para qualquer debate que tenhamos entre nós. E por isso não podemos deixar de nos solidarizar com as mulheres e raparigas no Afeganistão que estão proibidas de sair à rua ou de acederem à educação. Com as mulheres que no Irão do século XXI lutam em defesa da sua vida e liberdade contra uma polícia da moralidade. Com as mulheres ucranianas que estão a morrer por uma agressão que tem de parar já, que é ilegal. Com as mulheres e as raparigas em todas as guerras, onde o seu corpo serve de arma de intimidação. Agradecendo ao IP ter colocado as mulheres no centro desta Assembleia, façamos deste o fórum perfeito para levarmos os direitos das mulheres onde eles devem estar, em todo o lado, todos os dias. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to United Arab Emirates. They will be followed by Thailand.
معالي دوناتيل مكابريسيا رئيسة الدورة 145 لجمعية الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، رئيسة برلمان جمهورية رواندا الصديقة، معالي دوارتي باشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة رؤساء وأعضاء البرلمانات، السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي أن أتقدم نيابة عن الشعبة البرلمانية لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بوافر التقدير والامتنان لجمهورية رواندا الصديقة على الجهود المتميزة لاستضافة أعمال الدورة 145 لجمعية الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. ولعل التجربة الرواندية في الشراكة بين الجنسين هي مثالاً حياً ينبغي أن نقتدي به جميعاً، كما هو الحال في تجربة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في تحقيق التكافؤ في الحقوق والالتزامات بين الرجال والنساء. فنحن ندرك جميعاً بأن تمكين المرأة والفتيات معاً يمثل مقوماً رئيسياً لبناء وحدة المجتمع وتماسكه، وبالتالي قدرته على تخطي الكثير من الصعوبات والتحديات الداخلية والخارجية. ومن هذا المنطلق فقد اعتمدت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله عدداً من الاستراتيجيات الوطنية التي تصب في هذا السياق، ومنها على سبيل الذكر لا الحصر الاستراتيجية الوطنية لتمكين وريادة المرأة 2015-2021 وكذلك 2022-2027، وقانون العمل الإماراتي الذي يكفل المساواة في الأجور بين الرجل والمرأة، وكذلك استراتيجية التوازن بين الجنسين 2026. فكان من نتائج ذلك أن بلغت نسبة أعضاء السلطة التشريعية في الإمارات من النساء 50%، واستطاعت دولة الإمارات وفقاً لتقرير المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي لعام 2021 أن تحقق المركز الأول عربياً في تقرير المساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين المرأة. يضاف إلى ذلك أن المرأة الإماراتية تتبوأ 29% من المناصب الوزارية وتشغل 46% من القوى الوطنية العاملة. وبناء على ذلك، وإذ نأخذ بعين الاعتبار حقيقة أن الشراكة بين الجنسين وتمكين المرأة هما من أساسيات تحقيق الاندماج الاجتماعي الذي يشكل بحد ذاته مرتكزاً لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة وللتخلص أيضاً من مظاهر الكراهية والتطرف التي تشهدها بعض المجتمعات. ولذا فإننا نقدم رؤيتنا المرتكزة على الآتي: 1. قيام البرلمانات بتضمين الميزانيات العامة بنوداً تؤكد على الاستثمار في المساواة بين الرجال والنساء، خاصة في مجالات التعليم والصحة والعمل. 2. قيام البرلمانات بأدوارها التشريعية والرقابية بما يمكن المرأة من الحصول على التعليم الجيد والكافي لتبوء مختلف المناصب السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية وفي مختلف مؤسسات الدولة والقطاع الخاص، مع التأكيد على إزالة كافة العوائق الاجتماعية والتشريعية التي تحرم المرأة من الوصول إلى الدرجات العليا من التعليم. 3. أن تعمل البرلمانات على حث الحكومات لتبني استراتيجيات وسياسات إعلامية لإزالة الصورة السلبية عن المرأة التي تعيشها بعض المجتمعات بنطاقها المحدود أو الواسع، مع التركيز على دور وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في إبراز مكانة المرأة ودورها في نهضة المجتمعات. 4. تشديد العقوبات في التشريعات الوطنية على الاستغلال الجنسي للمرأة والاتجار بهن والزواج القسري. 5. إنشاء مؤسسات وطنية معنية بالشراكة بين الجنسين، وهنا تقدم الإمارات نموذجاً وطنياً ناجحاً يمكن الاسترشاد به على المستويين التشريعي والتنفيذي، والمتمثل بإنشاء مجلس الإمارات للتوازن بين الجنسين، والذي يهدف إلى تحقيق تكافؤ الفرص بين الرجل والمرأة في مختلف المجالات. أيها السيدات والسادة، ختاماً أتوجه إلى الأشقاء في رواندا رئيساً وبرلماناً وحكومة وشعباً على حفاوة الاستقبال، وكلمة خاصة للمرأة الرواندية، كلمة تقدير وعرفان على مشاركتها الفاعلة في بناء وتنمية هذا البلد الجميل، وكل التوفيق لنا جميعاً في قيامنا بأدوار إيجابية في بناء أوطاننا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. La parole est maintenant au Thaïlande. She will be followed by France.
Mr. President, Madam Speaker, distinguished delegates, Thailand was among the first Asian countries that grant women the right to vote and has done well in global ranking on women at the top of business position. There is still much more to be done to improve Thai women's empowerment in politics and increase their representation in public decision-making at all levels. With that in mind, Thai delegation is here with our mission to reaffirm Thailand's full commitment to promoting women's empowerment and the goal number 5 of the SDGs. I am very pleased to present today some significant effort made by the Thai Parliament to legally advance gender equality by integrating international principles that instrument into our national legislation and policies. After Seoul and Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Thailand's journey to gender equality began in 2017 with the Constitution of the Kingdom of Thailand, which clearly specified that men and women shall enjoy equal rights and prohibits all forms of discrimination, including gender discrimination, among others. Aiming to facilitate women's participation in public life, the Constitution of Thailand and its organic law on political parties require Thai politics parties to take gender balance into consideration when preparing their party list of MP candidates. And for the first time, the Thai state is required by the Constitution to incorporate a concept of gender-responsive budgeting in the preparation of national budget and encourage relevant agencies to collect gender disaggregated data for their project planning. The Parliament of Thailand has continued adopted many legal instruments to help improve women's status and gender sensitivities in line with international standards. For example, the groundbreaking Gender Equality Act 2015 to protect everyone, not just only women, but also LGBTQ persons from gender-based discrimination. Inside the Parliament of Thailand, gender mainstreaming has been initiated to promote a more gender-sensitive parliament and zero tolerance against sexism. The Code of Conduct for Members of Parliament issued in 2019, and the Code of Ethics for Parliamentary Officials expressly prohibits all forms of sexual harassment against women in Parliament. Officially, the anti-harassment enforcement mechanism has been put in place to deal with complaints against the accused MP, which might lead to a reference to the National Anti-Corruption Commission for further legal action. And since 1996, the Thai Parliamentary Women Caucus has been very active in promoting women empowerment, both within the context of legislative and in cooperation with its multi-sectoral partners, such as helping those in need during the height of coronavirus outbreaks. In this upcoming November, Thailand will play host to two major regional forums, the 30th annual meeting of the APPF in late October, hosted by the Thai Parliament and the government's APEC Summit. In both venues, Thailand will encourage initiatives across all the work streams of APEC and APPF to advance La Salina roadmap for women and inclusive growth by strengthening women economic empowerment and greater inclusion of women in the Asia-Pacific economy, especially in the context of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Colleagues, the Parliament of Thailand will continue to address the remaining challenges, especially the traditional mindset regarding the role of women to shift gender stereotypes and social barriers against women in politics. I do hope that the experience of Thailand will contribute to the global efforts in empowering women and closing gender gaps by sharing our meaningful learning with other countries that strive for a gender equal world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to France. France will be followed by Suriname.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, un célèbre chanteur français, Jean Ferrat, a écrit « La femme est l'avenir de l'homme. Entre l'ancien et le nouveau, votre lutte à tous les niveaux de la nôtre est indivisible. » Alors oui, je veux profiter de cette tribune pour rendre un vibrant hommage à toutes les femmes qui, dans le monde, se battent au péril de leur vie pour les valeurs de liberté, d'égalité et de fraternité. Je pense bien évidemment tout particulièrement à toutes ces civiles femmes innocentes qui, en Ukraine, sont les victimes des frappes insensées et dévastatrices ordonnées par Vladimir Poutine. La question de la place et du rôle des femmes dans les processus décisionnels, notamment dans les institutions politiques comme les parlements, est
nous le savons, un enjeu important. Non seulement elle a des conséquences sur les modes d'élaboration de l'action publique, du fait d'une approche différente des problèmes, mais elle est aussi, nous le savons, une condition pour faire avancer la cause et les droits des femmes dans les sociétés. Or, ceux-ci sont le plus souvent fragiles, et les crises, qu'elles soient sanitaires, économiques ou encore les conflits, viennent parfois effacer les avancées durement conquises. Sur le plan politique, des progrès importants ont certes été réalisés depuis l'adoption du plan de l'UIP pour des parlements sensibles au genre à l'Assemblée générale de Québec en 2012. À l'époque, seulement 13% des parlementaires à l'échelle mondiale étaient des femmes, contre 26% aujourd'hui, soit un doublement. Il convient à cet égard de saluer le remarquable positionnement de notre pays hôte, le Rwanda, dont la Chambre des députés compte plus de 60% de femmes. En ce qui nous concerne au Parlement français, même si nous avons encore une marge de progression, des avancées ont été réalisées aussi. Ainsi, l'Assemblée nationale compte désormais 37% de femmes et a élu pour la première fois une femme à sa tête. Au Sénat, les femmes représentent 35% des sièges contre 22% en 2011. En outre, 4 des 8 postes de vice-président y sont confiés à des femmes. La parité parfaite. Ainsi, la France est l'un des pays de l'Union européenne où la part des femmes a le plus progressé au Parlement. Rappelons qu'elle n'était que 12% en 2003. Des propositions de loi visant à améliorer les droits et le statut des femmes sont régulièrement déposées à l'initiative des parlementaires. La semaine prochaine sera ainsi par exemple examinée au Sénat, en séance publique, une proposition de loi visant à créer une aide universelle d'urgence pour les victimes de violences conjugales, ainsi qu'une proposition de loi constitutionnelle visant à protéger le droit fondamental à l'interruption volontaire de grossesse et à la contraception. Au Sénat, de même qu'à l'Assemblée nationale, nous avons depuis 1999 une délégation aux droits des femmes qui a pour mission d'évaluer et d'informer sur les conséquences de la politique gouvernementale sur les droits des femmes et sur l'égalité des chances entre les hommes et les femmes. Je veux donc ici rendre hommage à son dynamisme et à son travail qui prend différentes formes, rapports, auditions, tables rondes, colloques. Elle examine aussi l'application des lois dans ce domaine. Par exemple, cette année, elle a fait le bilan d'une loi qui impose des quotas de femmes dans les postes d'encadrement de la fonction publique et se saisit de sujets difficiles comme récemment l'industrie pornographique. Dans les mois à venir, elle devrait s'intéresser à la santé des femmes ainsi qu'à la situation des femmes dans les espaces ruraux. En conclusion, je suis tout à fait convaincu du rôle que doivent jouer les parlements pour faire progresser l'égalité des sexes et la parité et considère que nos délégations doivent montrer l'exemple. Et pour ce faire, ma collègue Laetitia Saint-Paul prendra le relais de mon intervention demain. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. La parole est maintenant à Suriname. Il sera suivi par Angola. Suriname, la parole est à vous.
Madam President, there are many examples in the world that prove that gender equality can lead to ensure stability, progress, and long-term development of nations. Democratic process demands the participation of all parliaments, all citizens. Therefore, Anno 22, we need more gender equality and gender-sensitive-based parliaments. The contribution of women in parliament can improve political outcome as they are key actors in promoting economic and development growth. We acknowledge that the obstacles for gender equality are most due to differences in culture, religion, and political system. To achieve gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments, there is a need to improve human rights, their political participation, and to change political system, especially when nominating candidates for national elections. To eradicate gender equality, we need to create awareness among young women for their role and impact they have in policy-making process. adopt legislation on quota based on gender equality, amend the electoral system to especially include gender equality in nominating candidates for national elections. Madam President, Suriname has made some significant progress on gender equality related to legislative and policy-making achievements over the past decades. From ratification of major human rights conventions, such as the CEDAW, to processing recommendations of the Gender Legislation Committee to amend national legislations. In 2019, labor law has been amended to strengthen the maternity of rights of women, but also added paternity leave in order to support women during and after childbirth and to emphasize the role of father in their family. We're currently debating stronger legislation against violence against women and sexual harassment of women in society. It's expected to be passed in Parliament this month. In collaboration with the UN, our Ministry of Home Affairs has implemented several national and regional programs to promote gender equality and quality. In 2010, only 10% of seats in Parliament were held by women. After the National Assembly of Suriname initiated an awareness project called More Women in Political Decision Making for women in political parties to include more women as candidates on their list of nominees. After the last election of 2020, about 30% of seats in Parliament are held now by women, which is also the percentage of women ministers now in government. Madam President, Suriname attaches great importance to gender equality, and it's fundamentally written in our Constitution. No discrimination on gender, religion, race, social standing, politics, or any matter. We continue to progress our commitment to remove our economic, social, cultural, and political obstacles to women active participation in public and private life, such as directed by our Constitution. To conclude, we thank the IPU, and we are convinced that together we will make the world a safe and secure place for all by being a lasting solution for our common global challenges, whether it is eliminating violence against women or girls, promoting gender equality and health, eliminating poverty, building economics, fighting global climate changes, and advancing peace and security. Finally, of all, on behalf of my delegation and myself, please allow me to also express our appreciation to the government of Rwanda for their warm hospitality and excellent preparation made for this conference. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. La parole est maintenant à la déléguée de l'Angola. Elle sera suivie par le ou la déléguée du Sudan. La parole est à vous, honorable.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente desta sessão. Excelência, Senhor Presidente da UIP, Deputado Duarte Pacheco, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, caros colegas deputados, em nome da Assembleia Nacional de Angola, que aqui tenho a honra de representar, aceitem as nossas saudações calorosas e o reconhecimento às autoridades ruandesas pelas excelentes condições criadas para a realização exitosa dos trabalhos desta 145ª Assembleia da União Interparlamentar. A escolha do tema Igualdade de Género e Parlamentos Sensíveis ao Género como impulsionadores de mudanças para um mundo mais resiliente e pacífico, numa altura em que se assinala o 10º aniversário da aprovação do Plano da Ação da UIP sobre os Parlamentos Sensíveis ao Género, propicia que façamos uma reflexão sobre o que mudou desde essa altura até ao presente. É neste sentido que entendemos intervir para tecer algumas considerações sobre o que pensamos sobre este assunto e partilhar com esta magna Assembleia a nossa experiência enquanto parlamentares, enaltecendo de forma muito breve os pontos fortes, os desafios e as oportunidades existentes. Deste modo, importa desde já realçar que desde há muito a Assembleia Nacional de Angola, reconhecendo que as mulheres constituem, a nível mundial, um pouco mais de metade da população e, por isso mesmo, constituem mais de metade dos recursos humanos e dos talentos de que a humanidade dispõe para assegurar um mundo mais desenvolvido, resiliente e pacífico, instituiu formalmente no seu regimento o Grupo das Mulheres Parlamentares. Este grupo, criado há 23 anos, teve e tem como objetivos promover a igualdade de género na política, na economia, na sociedade e em todos os órgãos e níveis de decisão, combater todos os tipos de discriminação e violência com base no sexo, ou seja, defender os direitos humanos, económicos, sociais, culturais e ambientais das mulheres. O Grupo de Mulheres Parlamentares é, por isso mesmo, um órgão multipartidário, pois que o seu objetivo é o de, independentemente das filiações partidárias, congregar vontades e aspirações para promover uma sociedade mais justa e inclusiva, onde todos contam. Porém, nem tudo tem sido um mar de rosas. Prova disso é que a percentagem de mulheres no Parlamento tem oscilado, ou seja, tem vacilado de cima para baixo e vice-versa. Nas recentes eleições que tiveram lugar em Angola, em agosto último, o partido vencedor elegeu 55% de mulheres, de um total de 124 deputados, enquanto o segundo partido mais votado elegeu apenas 15% de um total de 90 deputados. O terceiro partido, liderado por uma mulher, elegeu 50% de mulheres, de um total de apenas 2 deputados. A boa nova é que a Assembleia Nacional de Angola passa a ter agora cerca de 37,7%, posição 33 na lista da UIP, das mulheres no Parlamento, contra os atuais 31,8%, posição 48%. Esta constatação sugere que a legislação é fundamental para que a igualdade seja efetivamente alcançada, mas um maior protagonismo das mulheres a nível intrapartidário pode, sem dúvidas, contribuir para uma mais rápida inclusão das mulheres na política. Caros colegas parlamentares, Angola tem registrado progressos consideráveis nesse domínio. E passo a indicar, pela primeira vez foi eleita uma mulher presidente do Parlamento, uma mulher vice-presidente da República e 2 mulheres presidentes dos Tribunais Constitucional e de Contas. Destacamos igualmente 37,5% de mulheres ao nível do Governo Central e 27,7% das administrações municipais, sendo notório um aumento significativo de mulheres com pastas ministeriais tão importantes, tais como a das finanças, da educação, do ensino superior e ciência e tecnologia, da saúde, da administração pública, da ação social, família e promoção da mulher, só para mencionar algumas, de cujas políticas se racionalmente implementadas, contribuirão certamente para melhorar o acesso a serviços sociais básicos, como a saúde reprodutiva e cuidados para o HIV-Sida, o acesso aos recursos económicos e oportunidades de emprego formal, garantias de proteção social para as mulheres na economia informal, o reforço de mecanismos legais e jurídicos e de proteção contra a violência doméstica e intervenção sobre disposições culturais opostas aos direitos das mulheres. No quadro das diversas parcerias estabelecidas com o Programa das Nações Unidas, PNUD, e com o FNUAP, no âmbito da criação de um quadro legal político que tem permitido o engajamento crescente e concertado, tanto com instituições políticas como com instituições civis e privadas, para colmatar a desigualdade de género, destacamos o financiamento do Programa de Apoio aos Países Africanos de Língua Oficial Portuguesa e Timor-Leste, financiamento da União Europeia, que muito tem contribuído para a formação e capacitação do grupo de mulheres parlamentares, que culminou com a aprovação da elaboração do Orçamento Geral do Estado numa ótica sensível ao género. Salientamos igualmente que, fruto destas ações, considerando que o enquadramento legal de planificação, orçamentação, seguimento, controle e fiscalização devem respeitar devem respeitar um orçamento programático e orçamentação sensível ao género, visando alcançar a promoção da igualdade e equidade de género, as mulheres parlamentares do SPALOP assinaram uma carta-compromisso para a criação de um grupo de trabalho de alto nível. Por último, enaltecer a necessidade e parabenizar esta parceria entre as Nações Unidas e a União Inter-Parliamentary e a União Africana como grandes catalisadores para o fim da desigualdade de género e discriminação pelo sexo em África e no mundo. Muito obrigada, Sra. Presidente. Murakos.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. La parole est maintenant au délégué de Sudan. Il sera suivi par la déléguée de Malta. La parole est à vous.
Honorable Chair, dear fellow parliamentarians, allow me, first of all, on behalf of the whole Swedish delegation, to extend my deepest gratitude towards our Rwandan hosts for the warm hospitality that you have shown us. My name is Mattias Karlsson. I'm from the province of Småland. I'm a Swede, and I'm a member of the Swedish Parliament. I'm proud of all these things for many reasons, but one of the reasons is the legacy of equality linked to my historical identity and my profession. My home province actually has been in the forefront regarding fair treatment of women since the Viking Age. Among other things, it was for centuries the only Swedish province where daughters had the same rights to inheritance as sons. About 300 years ago, when the Swedish king wanted to abolish these rights, a delegation of male farmers traveled to the capital and pleaded with the king to allow their daughters to keep their equal standing before the law. And they actually managed to convince the king. Sweden was one of the first countries in the world to enact a certain law that gave women a special protection against violence and sexual assault. This law was instituted almost 800 years ago. Last year, the Swedish Parliament celebrated 100 years of full female voting rights and full female political representation. One of many ways in which this historical occasion was honored was that the Speaker and the MPs from all different parties in Sweden went on a nationwide tour to meet school children and tell them the history about the struggle for equality and how its results have benefited the Swedish society in so many ways. Within the Swedish Parliament, we also have a group for gender equality consisting of MPs from all different parties. Among other things, this group monitors how especially young female MPs are disproportionately subjected to threats and sexually demeaning language on social media, raising awareness and offering support to these young MPs. The group also had made efforts to improve the possibilities to combine parliamentary work with family life. One concrete result of this is that the voting schedule has been changed to better facilitate parliamentarians with small children. All is not well in the state of Sweden, though, and the struggle for freedom from oppression is far from over. Tragically, we have seen a rise in sexual harassment and sexual violence against women during the last decades. Due to Sweden's changing demographic, we are currently also fighting against appalling phenomena such as honor killings, forced marriages, and female genital mutilations in Sweden. I'm proud to say, though, that Swedish parliamentarians have been in the forefront of this fight. Time and time again, the majority of Swedish MPs have forced the government to sharpen our laws and take action against this new form of oppression against women in our country. In being true to my historical heritage, me and many other Swedish parliamentarians feel that it is our duty to continue to stand up against violence and oppression against women. Whether it regards young women in our own streets and suburbs, Ukrainian women fleeing despicable aggression and unlawful occupation, or whether it regards courageous women like the late Mahsa Amini and her struggling sisters. I must say that I struggle to find the words to describe my emotions about the fact that we still today, in 2022, have governments that kills young women, their own citizens, because of the way they dress. But I must say, I find it bewildering how a regime that obviously lacks moral can have a morality police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. La parole est au délégué de Malta et il sera suivi par le ou la déléguée du Burundi. La parole est à vous, honorable.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, colleagues, I'm probably one of the newest members here, not necessarily the youngest. It's a pleasure for me to address the General Assembly on such an important topic. We are 2 weeks away from the 75th anniversary of a historic general election in Malta. The general election of 1947 saw women voting for the first time in history. Moreover, that same election saw the first female member of parliament elected. From that day onwards, although female participation by vote has been steadily very high, the number of female MPs in my country has been very low, not more than 15%. That's until finally we realized that our highest institution cannot remain a boys' club. Following historic and unanimous changes to our constitution, a new mechanism entered into force in this year's general election. 12 additional seats were added and assigned to the underrepresented gender. This mechanism, albeit controversial, has challenged 7 decades of status quo. It has shot up the number of female MPs in Malta to 28%, still unacceptably low. But let's not talk solely about the numbers. Dear colleagues, in our gender equality policies, we must focus more on intersectionality. People are not homogeneous. Women are not homogeneous. It's useless boasting about equality between gender when this is not representative of the unique differences in our population, including age, sexual orientation, disability, and others. Moreover, you don't make parliaments more gender sensitive solely by increasing the number of women. We have to fix our institutions which are masculinized and not fix women to fit our institutions. I look forward to discussing recommendations of a gender audit of Malta's parliament conducted in collaboration with the Council of Europe in the coming weeks. And I also refer to the General Secretary's speech earlier and look forward to Malta's Equality National Action Plan, for the mainstreaming of legislation, policies, and services, because we need to ensure that equality is behind every decision we take. And this takes me to healthcare. I really enjoyed yesterday's side event hosted by the WHO on universal healthcare and sexual and reproductive health and rights. It is our duty to ensure access to healthcare services by everyone, including women. And I find it troubling to see some countries taking back rights from women. On violence, it's been more than 11 years since the Istanbul Convention has been adopted. But unfortunately, this convention was not ratified by all Council of Europe members and by the European Union. I renew my country's call to fellow members of the EU and the European Council to ratify the convention if we want to be taken seriously on this issue. In June this year, Malta's parliament unanimously approved the introduction of femicide in our criminal code as an aggravating offense of homicide. It is estimated that around 137 women are killed every day around the world, often by their partner or a family member. That's 50,000 women killed every year. And what's worse, that most of these femicides are preventable. And we cannot let the usual deniers stop us in our quest for equality. Let's not beat around the bush. Women are at a far greater risk of violence and discrimination in our patriarchal environment. And violence can take so many forms, not less through the words we speak. Malta has a strong law against hate speech, and a new bill on cyberbullying is in the pipeline. Dear colleagues, I cannot end this speech without expressing my genuine support to our Ukrainian colleagues. I come from a non-aligned country with neutrality obligations laid down in our constitution. But what's wrong is wrong and must be called out. That's why we supported Chile's motion yesterday. That's why we keep pushing for peace. I also would like to show solidarity with the families of the victims of the shooting in Bratislava outside a gay club yesterday. And on a general note, I've just been to the Genocide Memorial. And my thoughts are that how can we allow hate and greed win over our message of love and support? My final message is this. Women are fighting important fights all around the world. Whether it's the patriots fighting for their country in Kyiv, or the brave women protesting in Iran, from the activists of the Me Too movement to the brave activists advocating for more rights to sexual and reproductive health in Malta. Ultimately, this is not an issue of left against right, of the North against the South. It's not an issue of religious people against atheists. It's an issue of human rights, and human rights must win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nous allons donner la parole au délégué du Burundi. Il sera suivi par la déléguée du Pakistan. Honorable, la parole est à vous.
Monsieur le Président de l'AIP, Honorable Président de la Chambre des députés du Rwanda, Honorables Mesdames, Messieurs, permettez-moi, avant tout, de saluer l'importance et la pertinence de cette assemblée à laquelle nous sommes conviés. Nous remercions le peuple rwandais pour son hospitalité, la bravoure et la bonne volonté des dirigeants rwandais. L'égalité entre hommes et femmes revêt plusieurs dimensions. Il est une question d'éthique et d'équité, mais aussi de pouvoir et de performance économique. Des facteurs culturels, éducatifs, politiques et socio-économiques doivent être prises en compte ensemble pour réduire les inégalités hommes-femmes. À cela, les parlements sont les premiers interpellés. Mesdames, Messieurs, l'égalité de sexe est un droit constitutionnel au Burundi. La Constitution de la République du Burundi, dans son titre 2, article 49, dispose que les droits et devoirs proclamés et garantis par le texte international relatifs aux droits de l'homme régulièrement ratifiés font partie intégrante de la Constitution. Le point 1 du même titre dispose que les droits fondamentaux de l'individu et des citoyens en son article 22, alinéa 2, dispose que nul ne peut être l'objet de discrimination, du fait notamment de son origine, de sa race, de son ethnie, de son sexe, de sa couleur, de sa langue, de sa situation sociale, de ses convictions religieuses, philosophiques ou politiques, du fait de son handicap physique ou mental, du fait d'être porteur d'une maladie incurable ou autre. Le Burundi s'est efforcé de franchir un pas significatif dans divers domaines du pays en matière d'égalité de sexe. La Constitution du Burundi préconise un taux minimum de représentation des femmes de 30% au gouvernement, au Parlement et à la magistrature. La loi électorale, quant à elle, élargit son quota minimum aux conseils communaux et à l'administration communale. Ces taux sont largement respectés et une tendance de leur généralisation aux autres postes de prise de décision est remarquable. Notons que les femmes sont représentées au gouvernement à 33%, à l'Assemblée nationale à 39%, au Sénat à 41%. Au niveau des bureaux des deux chambres du Parlement, le premier vice-président est toujours une femme, que ce soit à la Chambre des députés ou à la Chambre des sénateurs. Dans les commissions permanentes, nous avons des femmes présidentes des commissions. Et au Sénat, 50% des présidents des commissions permanentes sont également des femmes. Au niveau de l'administration communale, 36% des administrateurs communaux sont des femmes et 33% des conseillers communaux sont également des femmes. Dans le domaine de l'éducation, le Burundi a notamment multiplié les infrastructures scolaires, une école par école de recensement, avec l'introduction de la gratuité de la scolarité des femmes, des enfants à l'école fondamentale et les cantines scolaires en vue de faire face aux problèmes d'abandon scolaire qui touchent beaucoup plus les filles que les garçons. Il a élaboré la stratégie nationale de prévention des grossesses en milieu scolaire. Dans le domaine de la santé, plusieurs mesures ont été prises en vue de permettre l'accès aux soins de santé de qualité, y compris la santé sexuelle et procréative. Parmi ces mesures, figure notamment l'amélioration de la couverture géographique en formation sanitaire, la mise en place du comité national de revue des décès maternels et néonatals, l'intégration des services de santé mentale dans les hôpitaux de l'intérieur du pays, l'accélération de la prise en charge du VIH vers la couverture sanitaire universelle, la poursuite de la gratuité des soins pour les femmes enceintes, en couche et les enfants de moins de 5 ans, pour ne citer que celle-là. Dans le volet de lutte contre les violences sexuelles basées sur le genre, le Burundi a mis en place un dispositif légal et technique pour une prise en charge efficace des violences sexuelles basées sur le genre. Citons prioritairement la loi numéro 1/27 du 29 décembre 2017 portant révision du Code pénal qui a durci les peines sur les infractions relatives aux violences sexuelles basées sur le genre. La loi portant prévention et protection des victimes et répression des violences basées sur le genre, la loi portant prévention et répression de la traite des personnes et protection des victimes. Au niveau des différentes chambres des chambres spécialisées ont été mises en place au niveau des cours des tribunaux et des parquets, près ces juridictions, pour le traitement rapide des dossiers de violences sexuelles basées sur le genre. Dans le volet autonomisation de la femme, le Burundi a marqué des avancées significatives qui s'observent notamment à travers la mise en place du programme national 2018-2025 d'autonomisation économique de la femme, dont un des résultats est la mise en place de la Banque d'investissement et de développement des femmes afin de leur faciliter l'accès au crédit et de s'auto-développer. Dans le volet protection sociale, le Burundi a marqué des avancées remarquables par la révision du Code du travail, la mise en place de la politique et de la stratégie nationale de protection sociale, l'instauration d'une journée nationale de solidarité nationale, la création du fonds d'appui à la protection sociale. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs,
Honorable, essayez de conclure, vous avez passé le...
Toute politique et tout projet devra être soutenu par une toute politique ou projet devra être soutenu par une législation relative. Le Parlement du Burundi ne déménagera aucun effort pour adopter des lois inclusives et qui ne laissent personne pour compte. Plein succès à la 145e Assemblée de l'Union Inter-Parliamentary. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. Nous allons passer la parole au délégué du Pakistan. La parole est à vous.
Madam President, at the outset, on behalf of my delegation, I first thank our gracious host at Kigali. Your hospitality has been heartwarming. Madam President, it is very heartening to see today that the three women are occupying the stage today. This is women empowerment. I must inform this august House that I belong to a political party of which Shaheed Benazir Bhutto Sahiba was the first female Muslim leader of the Muslim world. She believed in women empowerment, she believed in women emancipation, and she believed in gender equality. I also must inform this august House that Malala Yousafzai, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, also belongs to my country, Pakistan, and I'm proud of this fact. At the heart of it all, I believe that there is a need first to acknowledge that elephant is in the room. I mean to point out socio-economic and cultural diversity across the world and the subsequent correlations with gender. Before we judge, we must understand all the variables and notions that determine both men and women's role in any given society. Gender equality lies at the heart of progress in any society. There is no doubt that women face many challenges like access to education, healthcare, career prospects, and so on. Our jobs as parliamentarians is to identify these gaps and use all parliamentary tools relating to legislation, oversight, and representation. Eliminate those hurdles and challenges, empowering women in particular. Women in Pakistan, for instance, continue to thrive and rise despite all socio-economic and cultural challenges and limitations. We continue to proactively work towards creating equal access to opportunities to achieve a gender balance in all spheres. Let us also acknowledge that men have their share too of challenges, making debate on gender equality more equitable. Only way forward is to depoliticize gender debates and steer them towards actual on-ground reforms that help facilitate a gender equal society that contributes to progress of every nation. Pakistan has been making great progress in empowering women. Our constitution emphasizes that steps shall be taken to ensure full participation of women in all spheres of national life. Over the years, women in Pakistan continue to play a pivotal role in our national development and prosperity. Upper and lower houses of parliament in Pakistan, as well as in provinces, have reserved seats for women. Pakistan continued to have one woman parliamentarian out of 5 members in national parliament since 2013. Female parliamentarians have taken the lead in enacting some notable women-friendly legislation like Protection Against Harassment of Women at Workplace, Islamabad Capital Territory Child Protection Act, and Domestic Violence Prevention and Protection Bill. We continue to ensure representation of women in political and executive institutions at federal and provincial levels. Female parliamentarians have been torchbearers of change and agents of enhancement of awareness regarding issues pertaining to neonatal health, mental health, maternal health, female hygiene, impact of climate change on women, protection of women from post-disaster violence, etc. These initiatives are taken holistically in order to protect women from all socio-economic segments of society and those hailing from different regions. Pakistan is also a state party to all important international conventions on women's rights, including Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and SAR Convention on Preventing and Combating Trafficking in Women and Children. Pakistan's Vision 2025 promotes and advances key goal of women empowerment, gender mainstreaming, and equality is addressed in national education policy. These are just some of the efforts across all government tiers which have generated a very encouraging conditions for girls and women towards inclusivity in Pakistan. These steps, with all their history, are indeed drivers of change which continue to create a gender balance and contribute to a progressive and positive outcome. I leave you with a commitment, promise, and resolve, ladies and gentlemen, that Pakistan will continue to play an effective role in its pursuit of gender equality and gender equity. I once again thank all of you for your time and attention and hope to work together in making this world peaceful and prosperous for all human beings, regardless of gender. I wish us all good luck with our future endeavors. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. Concernant les différentes interventions sur le thème de débat général, permettez-nous de clore les travaux ici. Nous allons reprendre nos travaux demain matin à 9 h. Nous allons continuer les différentes présentations sur le débat général. Et je saisis cette opportunité pour vous remercier de vos différentes interventions. Mais avant de quitter la salle, il y a l'Iran qui a demandé d'exercer son droit de réponse. Ils ont droit à 2 minutes seulement et ils parlent à partir de leur siège. La parole est à l'Iran, s'ils sont là.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The biased and politically motivated statements of certain European countries about recent internal incidents in Iran lack factual evidence. Some countries pour criticism on Iran under fabricated and inaccurate titles, while these same countries have been the hub of masterminds provoking regular riots in the Islamic Republic of Iran. The European Parliament, in its recent resolution, showed that it continues to adhere to its selective behavior vis-à-vis the great nation of Iran, since the Parliament, despite its inflated claims, has never once issued a human rights-related resolution in opposition to the inhuman maximum sanctions in place against the Iranian people. What's worse is that these same countries have committed unforgivable crimes against thousands of Iranians. Our people have not forgotten the chemical bombs given to the former Ba'athi regime to drop over Iran, causing women, children, and men to die slow, agonizing death. Comprehensive investigations were made on the case of Ms. Mahsa Amini, as per the direct orders of Iran's president, and not to please radical, arrogant politicians to whom human rights only matters when it can be used as a tool to oppress nations and plunder their resources. The Islamic Republic of Iran will firmly stand against any attempt at putting pressure or any resort to restrictive measures against the Iranian people under the facade of protecting human rights, and will promptly give a befitting response. It's worth mentioning that while the human mind can be tricked into believing fake news, if repeated often enough, repeating a false claim can in no way make it accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. So the sitting is closed. I wish you a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.